Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Wang family residence. A loud slap echoed through Wang Qinshu's study. Inside the study, Wang Shijia knelt on the floor, a bright red handprint on his right cheek. You fool! If it had been anyone else today, you'd already be dead. I've told you time and again not to lose yourself in women, but you've forgotten everything. With such behavior, how do you expect to achieve anything great in the future? Wang Qinshu's chest heaved with anger, clearly furious. Wang Shijia clutched his face, his voice trembling. Father, I was only thinking of the Wang family. If I could somehow win Princess Pinjiang's favor, wouldn't that give our family a direct connection to her? Then we wouldn't have to kowtow to Xiao Ming anymore. Aren't you also suspicious that the Prince of Qi is planning to eliminate the powerful families of Qingzhou? If we don't find a powerful ally now, when will we? Bah, do you really think someone like you could win Princess Pinjiang's favor? Wang Qingzhou snapped. Wang Shijia was taken aback and muttered, how do you know if you don't try? Humph, but Princess Pinjiang's leniency toward you seems to carry a deeper meaning. Her visit to Qingzhou is undoubtedly about the Prince of Qi's goods, but Xiao Ming will never agree to her demands. It's possible that Princess Pingyang is looking for a local powerful family to secretly keep an eye on Qingzhou for her, Wang Qingzhou speculated. Wang Shijia's eyes lit up with excitement. Father, are you saying Princess Pingyang has taken an interest in our Wang family? I can't say for sure, but if she were to choose, our Wang family would undoubtedly be the most suitable. Moreover, Princess Pingyang has always been close to Prince Wei. If Prince Wei ever needs us, our Wang family could coordinate with him to keep the Prince of Qi in check, Wang Qingzhou explained. Exactly. 3 years ago, Prince Wei hinted that we should take advantage of the barbarian chaos to kill Xiao Ming. It's clear that Prince Wei has designs on Qingzhou. It's a shame that Xiao Ming was too cowardly and fled back to Chang'an. Otherwise, I would have led the men to do it myself, Wang Shijia said with a sinister grin. Enough of this reckless talk. Wang Qinshu's expression turned grave. He nervously stepped outside, looked around to ensure no one was listening, and then returned to the room. Whether that person was sent by Prince Wei or not is now impossible to prove. We must never speak of this again. If word reaches the Prince of Qi, our Wang family will be utterly destroyed. Wang Shijia came to his senses, a cold sweat breaking out on his back, and he quickly fell silent. Wang Qingzhou sighed. Let's hope Princess Pingyang summons us tonight. With her as our ally, our Wang family will truly be secure. Meanwhile, at the Plum Blossom Villa outside Qingzhou City, Princess Pingyang was instructing Wang Mu to summon the Wang father and son. Your Highness, why summon the Wang father and son? They are utterly uncouth, Wang Mu said disdainfully. Princess Pingyang calmly combed her hair and replied, what do you know? Haven't you noticed the changes in Qingzhou during our journey? Not to mention the fully armored soldiers at the city gates, even the common people outside the city seem more prosperous than elsewhere. In 3 to 5 years, even Prince Wei won't be able to underestimate Xiao Ming. If we don't plant a pawn here now, when will we? Wang Mu frowned. But why choose the Wang family? It's simple. During the banquet, Xiao Ming seemed almost gleeful about the Wang family's predicament, and the other powerful families reacted similarly. This suggests that the Wang family is struggling. That makes them easier to control. Wang Mu nodded. If Prince Wei learns of your Highness's efforts on his behalf, I wonder how he will repay you. This time, I'm not doing this for Prince Wei. My nephew Xiao Ming is quite intriguing. The more he refuses to share his crafts, the more interested I become. By having the Wang family keep an eye on things, we might find opportunities in the future, Princess Pingyang said with a sly smile. Xiao Ming's offer of a high-level membership hadn't satisfied her appetite. Wang Mu nodded again. The Wang family owned many estates outside the city. He only needed to contact their people and have them summon the Wang father and son. As Wang Mu left, Princess Pingyang turned to gaze at the lotus pond outside. The setting sun painted the lake's surface red, and the tips of the lotus leaves seemed to be brushed with rouge. As someone deeply entrenched in the political center of the Great Yu Empire, she was acutely sensitive to any shifts in power. Her visit to Qingzhou was far from just about Xiao Ming's crafts. She had also come to assess the situation. What she had seen so far had given her a new perspective on Xiao Ming and allowed her to gauge his potential in the struggle for the throne. She knew that her status and wealth were entirely dependent on Emperor Xiao Wengxuan. Once the throne changed hands, everything she had could vanish. Therefore, she couldn't afford to stay neutral in the prince's power struggles. Choosing the wrong side would lead to a miserable future. After all, no amount of wealth could protect her from the whims of an emperor. It was for this reason that she navigated carefully among the princes. After careful consideration, she had already chosen her side. Planting a pawn in Xiao Ming's fiefdom was part of her plan. Xiao Ming, don't blame your aunt for being ruthless. Blame your lack of a powerful maternal family, Princess Pingyang murmured to herself. In her eyes, Xiao Ming's fate was already sealed. He would become a sacrificial pawn in the prince's power struggle, just like Prince Ning before him. As she lost herself in thought, a sudden whoosh broke the silence. A cold breeze brushed past her ear, and an arrow embedded itself in the pillar of her room. The villa was built by the water, and her room overlooked the lake. She looked in the direction the arrow had come from and saw a dozen black-clad figures emerging from the water, armed with crossbows. Assassins. Princess Pingyang's face turned pale with fear. She had never experienced such terror before and screamed at the top of her lungs. The golden-armored guards quickly noticed the black-clad figures in the water. Dozens of archers rushed over and began firing arrows into the lake. The assassins, seeing the guards closing in, fired another volley of arrows before diving back into the water and disappearing. The guards then noticed hollow reed tubes sticking out of the water. The assassins had used these to breathe while sneaking in. No wonder they hadn't been detected earlier. After them, one of the golden-armored guards shouted, leading a group in pursuit. The remaining guards quickly formed a protective circle around Princess Pingyang. Wang Xian retreated after the initial attack, as planned. Seeing the golden-armored guards giving chase, he led his men toward Qingzhou City. Outside the city, Lu Fei was waiting with a cavalry unit. Once Wang Xian and his men reached the city, Lu Fei would capture them. After swimming to the shore, Wang Xian sprinted toward Qingzhou City, with the golden-armored guards hot on his heels. Someone attempted to assassinate Her Highness, and we are in pursuit, the golden-armored guard shouted. Lu Fei exclaimed in shock, who would dare to assassinate Her Highness? Men, follow me to capture the assassin. With that, Lu Fei led a group of cavalry to follow the golden-armored guards in the direction Wang Xian had fled. At the same time, he sent someone to inform Xiao Ming. The golden-armored guards had no reason to doubt Lu Fei and galloped ahead, with Lu Fei following closely behind. Their encounter with the golden-armored guards was part of the plan. The key to this plan was for Lu Fei's men to capture Wang Xian and take him to the Qingzhou prison. If the golden-armored guards caught Wang Xian, he would likely be tortured to death. Before long, they reached a fork in the road. The golden-armored guard said, Captain Lu, let's split up. If you catch the assassin, please inform us. Of course, Lu Fei replied. He then led the Qingzhou troops down one path while the golden-armored guards took the other. After galloping for a while, Lu Fei suddenly stopped in front of a small grove. He called out, Wang Xian, come out. As soon as he spoke, Wang Xian emerged from the grove with 12 men. Wang Xian said, Captain Lu, my life is in your hands now. Lu Fei dismounted and walked up to Wang Xian. To avoid arousing Her Highness's suspicion, I'll have to rough you up a bit. My apologies. With that, Lu Fei punched Wang Xian in the face and then slashed his arm with a knife. Cough, you're ruthless, Wang Xian grimaced in pain. Lu Fei smiled helplessly. It's His Highness's orders. Wang Xian thought to himself that as long as he could get revenge, a little suffering was worth it. He then asked, what about them? Lu Fei glanced at the secret guards accompanying Wang Xian and said, there are enough death row prisoners in the Qingzhou prison to replace them. Wang Xian nodded. The Prince of Qi's plans were always meticulous. Time was of the essence, so the two didn't waste any more words. Lu Fei escorted Wang Xian toward Qingzhou City. As they approached the city gates, he sent someone to inform the golden-armored guards that the assassin had been captured. After the assassination attempt on Xiao Ming and now Princess Pingyang, Qingzhou City was once again on edge. Upon hearing that the assassin had been caught, Princess Pingyang and Wiang Mu rushed into Qingzhou City that very night. Auntie, I told you that Qingzhou City isn't safe. If you had listened to my advice, this wouldn't have happened. I myself was almost assassinated last year, Xiao Ming said with a concerned expression in the main hall of the Prince of Qi's residence. Princess Pingyang was still shaken. The assassination attempt had come out of nowhere, and she couldn't think of any enemies she had in Qingzhou. Her first thought was that Xiao Ming might have orchestrated the attack, fearing that she had ulterior motives for her visit. After all, Xiao Ming's reputation as a troublemaker was well known, and no one could predict what he might do next. But now, looking at Xiao Ming's demeanor, it didn't seem like he was behind it. Your Highness, please hand the assassin over to me. I'll tear him to pieces, Wiang Mu said furiously. Xiao Ming replied sternly, General Wiang, we must not act rashly. Until we find out who is behind this, Her Highness is still in danger. Then does the Prince of Qi have any leads? Princess Pingyang asked, trying to calm herself. After a moment of hesitation, Xiao Ming said with a guilty expression, this is my oversight. The assassin who attempted to kill you is a member of the Wang family, one of King Hu's powerful clans. His name is Wang Xian, and he is Wang Qinchu's nephew. What? Princess Pingyang exclaimed in shock. Wiang Mu roared, I knew that Wang father and son were no good. The Wang family must be furious about losing face at the banquet and decided to intimidate Her Highness. Otherwise, they wouldn't have retreated after a single attack. Princess Pingyang's expression was complex, her eyes darting around as she tried to gauge the truthfulness of Xiao Ming's words. In her view, a local powerful family in Qingzhou wouldn't dare to assassinate a princess. She said, Prince of Qi, in that case, can we have this person confront the Wang father and son face to face? Of course. I'll have the Wang father and son arrested immediately, Xiao Ming said. Princess Pingyang wasn't someone who could be easily fooled, and Xiao Ming knew she wouldn't believe him without solid evidence. Wiang Mu, you go with them. Make sure the Wang father and son are captured, Princess Pingyang said casually. Wang family residence. Wang Shijia and Wang Chengzhou had just received the news that Princess Pingyang wanted to see them. Father, it seems your guess was right. With Princess Pingyang as our backer, what does the Prince of Qi matter? Wang Shijia said excitedly. Hey, I won't have to pretend to be submissive anymore. Wang Chengzhou stroked his beard smugly. Compared to Princess Pingyang's influence with the Emperor, the Prince of Qi is nothing. From now on, if Xiao Ming wants to move against our Wang family, he'll have to answer to Princess Pingyang and the Emperor. The two of them laughed heartily. Master, master. Just as they were basking in their triumph, the Wang family's steward rushed in, looking panicked. What's wrong? You look like you've seen a ghost. Get a hold of yourself, Wang Chengzhou scolded. It's not that, master. There are a large number of golden armored soldiers outside, and golden armored soldiers? It seems Princess Pingyang has sent someone to fetch us. Wang Shijia interrupted the steward and strode out. Wang Chengzhou, despite his cunning, was also somewhat flustered. When Xiao Ming had replaced the local officials in the 6 states, Wang Chengzhou had realized that many of Xiao Ming's actions were aimed at weakening the influence of the powerful families. Combined with past events, he became even more certain of this. However, at the time, he had been blinded by immediate gains and hadn't thought deeply about it. Now, it was too late to regret. Unfortunately, the Qin and Wang families had become enemies, making any alliance impossible. In this regard, Wang Chengzhou had to admire Xiao Ming's foresight. After realizing this, Wang Chengzhou had continued to do business with Xiao Ming while secretly looking for a powerful backer. He hadn't expected an opportunity to come so soon. Following Wang Shijia, he walked out, but before he could take more than a few steps, his expression changed drastically. Behind the golden armored guards were silver armored Qingzhou soldiers, and Lu Fei was among them. Father, what's going on? Wang Shijia was stunned. Wang Mu, seeing Wang Shijia, flew into a rage and kicked him hard in the stomach. Arrest these 2 traitors. Lu Fei waved his hand, and the Qingzhou soldiers rushed forward. Wang Qinshi's face turned ashen. He couldn't understand how things had come to this. He asked, Captain Lu, what is the meaning of this? Master Wang, don't worry. You'll find out soon enough, Lu Fei said calmly. Tian, I only upload 1 chapter per day here, or more. If you want faster access, you can visit my Patreon to get access to 5 chapters daily, /colored hair. Right now it's 88 chapter ahead. The next day, Qingzhou prison. Xiao Ming personally escorted Princess Pingyang to interrogate the Wang father and son. At this point, Xiao Ming had Lu Fei bring Wang Xian out of the prison to confront the Wang family. In the Qingzhou government office, Xiao Ming sat in the main seat, while Princess Pingyang sat to the side. Wang Chengzhou, Wang Shijia, do you two know your crimes? In the government office, Wang Shijia and his father knelt on the ground alongside Wang Xian. Wang Chengzhou was still in shock from seeing Wang Xian. He snapped out of it and looked at Xiao Ming. Your Highness, what crime has this commoner committed? Your Highness, please understand, my father and I are truly innocent. Wang Shijia kowtowed repeatedly. By now, they both knew they had been implicated in Wang Xian's assassination attempt on Princess Pingyang. At this point, Wang Chengzhou understood. Xiao Ming had finally made his move against the Wang family. He inwardly laughed bitterly, realizing that Princess Pingyang's arrival had become a death sentence for their family. You both claim to be innocent. Then do you recognize this man? Princess Pingyang asked sternly. Wang Chengzhou looked at Wang Xian, who had clearly been tortured. Knowing he couldn't deny the facts, he said, I recognize him. This man is Wang Xian, my nephew. However, 3 months ago, he violated King Hu's laws, and I personally had him beaten to death. I have no idea how he's still alive. As he said this, Wang Chengzhou glanced at Xiao Ming. Prince of Qi, is this true? Princess Pingyang asked. Xiao Ming nodded. Indeed, Master Wang once claimed that Wang Xian was responsible for the Wang family's illegal hoarding of plow oxen. Out of respect for the Wang family's status as a local powerhouse, I allowed him to handle the matter himself. As for how Master Wang dealt with it, I'm not entirely clear. Princess Pingyang, having witnessed countless schemes and intrigues in Chang'an, knew that Wang Xian, being an unpopular member of the Wang family, wouldn't have dared to hoard plow oxen on his own. It was clear that Wang Xian had been a scapegoat, and Wang Qinshi's use of him to take the blame was an attempt to deceive Xiao Ming. If this had happened under another prince, Wang Chengzhou would have been punished immediately. However, Xiao Ming had let it slide, indicating that he had his own concerns. This showed just how bold the Wang family had become in Qingzhou. Initially, Princess Pingyang hadn't believed that the Wang family would do such a thing. But now, her thoughts were shifting. If a local powerful family could so brazenly disrespect a prince, how would they treat her, a princess? After a moment of contemplation, Princess Pingyang said sharply, You don't know why he's still alive? Do you think I know? A mere local family dares to act so brazenly. Do you think the great imperial family is so easy to bully? Xiao Ming, what is the punishment for attempting to assassinate me? If proven true, the punishment is the execution of the entire family and the extermination of their 9 clans, Xiao Ming said softly. Wang Chengzhou was horrified. His earlier statement had been directed at Xiao Ming, not Princess Pingyang. He hurriedly said, Your Highness, I truly don't know how Wang Xian is still alive. Moreover, Wang Xian is the illegitimate son of my younger brother and a lowly woman. If I wanted to assassinate you, why would I send him? And what benefit would my family gain from assassinating you? Please, Your Highness, see through this deception and don't be used by others. At this moment, Wang Xian, lying on the ground, coughed violently and said hoarsely, "Your Highness, I take full responsibility for my actions. This matter has nothing to do with the Wang family. It was the Prince of Qi who ordered me to do it, all to eliminate the Wang family." Xiao Ming's expression changed dramatically. "Nonsense? How could I order you to assassinate my aunt?" Wang Xian chuckled weakly. "Your Highness, although I'm not favored in the Wang family, I'm still a member. Why would I harm my own family? I've endured the torture in prison just to expose you in front of Princess Pingyang and reveal your true nature." "You," Xiao Ming pointed at Wang Xian, furious. "Lu Fei, where are you?" "Here, Your Highness." Lu Fei responded. "Torture him until he tells the truth." Xiao Ming shouted, visibly enraged. This sudden turn of events left Princess Pingyang momentarily stunned. Wang Mu also looked puzzled, while Wang Qinchu's face turned ashen. "I've long heard of Master Wang's cunning. This act of self-sacrifice is indeed impressive," Princess Pingyang said after a brief moment of confusion, as if she had suddenly understood everything. She walked up to the Wang father and son and said, "Although I reside in Chang'an, I've heard about the situation in Qingzhou. Over the past 5 years, your Wang family, relying on your status as a local powerhouse, has looked down on the Prince of Qi. Now that you see him working diligently to improve Qingzhou, you fear he will eventually settle accounts with your family. So, taking advantage of my visit, you staged this act of self-sacrifice to frame the Prince of Qi, hoping the Emperor would strip him of his title, allowing your family to remain safe. Am I right?" "Your Highness, that's not true. Wang Xian is lying." Wang Chengzhou cried out desperately. When Wang Xian accused the Prince of Qi, Wang Chengzhou knew it was over. If Wang Xian had insisted that the Wang family was behind the assassination, Princess Pingyang might have suspected that Xiao Ming was secretly orchestrating things. But now that Wang Xian was accusing the Prince of Qi, Princess Pingyang's sharp mind would overanalyze the situation and ultimately conclude that the Wang family was behind it. "Humph, you say black is white and white is black. Then tell me, which of Wang Xian's words are true, and which are false?" Princess Pingyang snorted. Wang Shizhe was so frightened that his limbs went weak. If convicted, he would face certain death. He shouted, "Your Highness, Wang Xian is telling the truth. This matter has nothing to do with our family." "Shut up." Wang Chengzhou, both shocked and furious, pushed Wang Shizhe to the ground. Wang Shizhe, now desperate, shouted at his father, "Father, we didn't do this. It must be the Prince of Qi framing us. Wang Xian is right. He's still a member of the Wang family. He wouldn't harm us." A faint smile appeared on Xiao Ming's lips. There was no need to say more. Wang Mu then said to Princess Pingyang, "Your Highness, it's clear that the Wang father and son are lying. How could someone who was nearly beaten to death by Wang Chengzhou still speak in their defense? The only explanation is that Wang Xian has always been a pawn of the Wang family. He and the father and son are in cahoots, all to frame the Prince of Qi." Princess Pingyang nodded and turned to Xiao Ming. "Prince of Qi, what do you think?" "Auntie, if something were to happen to you in my fiefdom, regardless of who was responsible, given father's temperament, I would likely be stripped of my title. Although I may be slow-witted, I'm not foolish enough to do something so self-destructive," Xiao Ming said calmly. "Besides, what would I gain from assassinating you?" "Auntie believes you," Princess Pingyang said, turning to the Wang father and son. "In that case, I'll leave the Wang family to you to deal with. Wang Mu, assist the Prince of Qi." "Thank you, Auntie," Xiao Ming said, his eyes narrowing as he looked at Wang Chengzhou and Wang Shizhe. The Qingzhou prison was dimly lit, and Princess Pingyang's final words extinguished Wang Qinchu's last glimmer of hope. He laughed bitterly. "Your Highness, I, Wang Chengzhou, swear to the heavens that this assassination attempt has nothing to do with the Wang family. It was all orchestrated by him, the Prince of Qi." Wang Chengzhou pointed at Xiao Ming, his eyes filled with deep hatred. He regretted not acting on the hint from Prince Wei 3 years ago to kill Xiao Ming. Unfortunately, it was too late now. He hadn't expected Xiao Ming to grow so quickly, nor had he anticipated that Xiao Ming would be so ruthless as to try to eliminate the Wang family while his own position was still unstable. "Nonsense! Even at death's door, you still try to frame the Prince of Qi," Princess Pingyang said sharply. "Do you think I would believe your lies?" At this moment, Wang Mu stepped forward. A flash of his blade, and Wang Shiji's head rolled to the ground, his face frozen in terror. "Shiji!" Wang Chengzhou cried out in anguish, staring at his son's lifeless, wide-open eyes. Wang Qinchu's eyes turned bloodshot. "Xiao Ming, I've lost. 3 years ago, I should have listened to Prince Wei and killed you. Ha, I thought you still had some use, that you could help our Wang family rise in Qingzhou. I never imagined I was nurturing a tiger that would one day devour me. But do you really think you can easily destroy the Wang family with just the Qingzhou army?" As soon as Wang Chengzhou said this, Princess Pingyang's expression changed drastically. "Wang Mu, what are you waiting for? Are you going to let him keep spouting nonsense? Your Highness, why are you so nervous? I've heard that you're quite close to Prince Wei. Did you also know about his plans to harm the Prince of Qi?" Wang Chengzhou laughed maniacally. If the Wang family was going to be destroyed, he wasn't going to let Xiao Ming or the great Yu imperial family off the hook. Wang Qinchu's words caused Xiao Ming's expression to change. He looked at Princess Pingyang. "Auntie, is what Wang Chengzhou said true?" "Ming'er, this man is just trying to confuse the truth. Do you still believe him now? The Wang family is guilty of heinous crimes, and I will not let them go unpunished," Princess Pingyang said angrily. "Nephew believes you," Xiao Ming said. As the saying goes, a dying man's words are often truthful. He believed Wang Chengzhou wasn't lying, and it seemed that Prince Wei's plan to kill him was real. However, he couldn't be sure if his aunt was aware of it. But Wang Chengzhou was clearly trying to drag someone down with him in his final moments. This only made Princess Pingyang even less likely to spare him. As Wang Mu raised his sword to strike again, Xiao Ming stopped him. "Auntie, let me handle Wang Chengzhou and Wang Xian. The Wang family has committed countless atrocities over the years in Qingzhou. Tomorrow, I will have these two executed in the Eastern Market to give the people justice." "That's fine," Princess Pingyang said. "But don't listen to any more of his nonsense." Xiao Ming nodded and said to Lu Fei, "Take them away and lock them up." Wang Chengzhou continued to laugh maniacally. After years of careful planning, everything had ultimately benefited someone else. He shouted, "Xiao Ming, Qingzhou doesn't belong to the Wang family, and it won't belong to you either. Just wait. The barbarian cavalry knows me, but they don't know you. Sooner or later, this place will be razed to the ground. I'll be waiting for you on the road to the underworld." Xiao Ming curled his lip and said calmly, "That day may never come." As Wang Qinshu's voice faded into the distance, Xiao Ming and Princess Pingyang left the Qingzhou prison. Princess Pingyang said, "Minger, for the time being, Wang Mu is at your disposal. The Wang family is despicable. Make sure to eradicate them completely. Auntie, don't worry. For the sake of the people, I will ensure the Wang family is completely dismantled," Xiao Ming said. Princess Pingyang nodded and, escorted by her guards, headed to the Prince of Qi's residence. Xiao Ming waited outside the prison for a while until Lu Fei emerged. "Your Highness, the Qingzhou army has been assembled. Should we arrest all the Wang family members now?" Lu Fei asked. Xiao Ming said, "The Wang family compound is just the residence of Wang Chengzhou and his son. The true strength of the Wang family lies in their estates outside the city. Now that Wang Chengzhou and his son have been captured, the rest of the Wang family has likely already received the news and are waiting for us in their fortified manor. 3 years ago, during the barbarian invasion, the Wang family did the same. This time will likely be no different. Knowing they're doomed, they'll resist fiercely. This will be difficult, as the Wang family has many retainers, with around 5,000 trained fighters. If we attack head-on, the Qingzhou army will suffer heavy losses." Xiao Ming said, "That's why we can't use the punishment of exterminating the 9 clans. Wang Qinshu's greatest wish now is for me and the Wang family to fight to the death. I won't give him that satisfaction. You and General Wang should surround the Wang family estates and inform the people inside that only Wang Chengzhou and his son are guilty of the assassination attempt. Innocent parties will not be implicated, and only the assets of Wang Chengzhou and his son will be confiscated. The others can keep their land." Lu Fei nodded. "What if they still refuse? Then tell them that if the manor is breached, everyone inside, men, women, and children will be killed without exception," Xiao Ming said sternly. Lu Fei acknowledged the order and immediately headed to the Qingzhou military camp. Wang Mu said, "Your Highness has a clever plan. This way, you might dismantle the Wang family without shedding blood. However, the crime of assassinating a princess is grave. How can you arbitrarily change the punishment?" It seemed that nobles from other regions always felt a sense of superiority when they came to his fiefdom. Wang Mu was no exception. "I will discuss this with my aunt. General Wang, you need not worry. If you insist, you can lead the golden armored guards to attack the manor. I won't object." Wang Mu was speechless. He could see that Princess Pingyang still hoped for a mutual destruction between Xiao Ming and the Wang family, which was why he had spoken up. But he hadn't expected Xiao Ming to turn the tables on him. Wang Mu left in a huff, and Xiao Ming sneered. He then said to Zhao Long, "Go to the Qin family and inform them about the Wang family's assassination attempt. Also, tell Qin Chuanyun that I hope he can provide a detailed list of the Wang family's crimes over the years and cooperate with me in eradicating the remnants of the Wang family across the 6 states." Zhao Long nodded and rode off. News of the Wang family's assassination attempt quickly spread throughout Qingzhou. Those who had close ties with the Wang family were thrown into a state of panic. However, their fears were unfounded. Soon, a notice was posted at the city gates stating that innocent parties would not be punished, and those who provided evidence of the Wang family's crimes would be rewarded. In no time, many people seized the opportunity to kick the Wang family while they were down, reporting their numerous crimes to the authorities. Xiao Ming and Fan Zhang quickly compiled this evidence and printed it in the next day's newspaper, exposing the Wang family's atrocities. 20 miles north of Qingzhou City. This was the location of the Wang family estate. At this moment, the fortress walls were lined with the Wang family's private soldiers. The fortress was constructed entirely of compacted earth, with walls 12 meters high and 5 meters thick. At each corner of the walls stood a watchtower, each manned by over a dozen archers aiming their bows at the Qingzhou army outside. Inside the fortress, the Wang family's retainers and private soldiers were busy preparing defensive materials. In the Great Yu Empire, local powerful families typically maintained their own private armies. Strictly speaking, these private soldiers were essentially the family's servants. Because powerful families had large numbers of servants, they often trained some of them and equipped them with simple weapons and armor to resolve disputes between families. These trained servants became private soldiers, known as Bulet and Chu. Following Xiao Ming's orders, Lu Fei and Wang Mu had surrounded the fortress and relayed Xiao Ming's message to those inside. However, the response was an even tighter defense of the fortress. Captain Lu, it seems these bandits are determined to fight to the death. What should we do now? Wang Mu asked with a hint of schadenfreude. Lu Fei glanced at Wang Mu. This fortress outside Qingzhou City was the largest of the Wang family's fortresses across the 6 states. If they could take this one, the others would be of little concern. Currently inside the fortress was Wang Qingheng, Wang Qinchu's younger brother. Upon learning that his brother and nephew had been captured, he immediately entered the fortress and rallied the Wang family members to defend it at all costs. There's no need for General Wang to worry. His Highness is acting out of benevolence, unwilling to cause unnecessary bloodshed. But taking this fortress won't be a problem for me, Lu Fei said. Wang Mu gave Lu Fei a cold look. In that case, I'll wait and see how Captain Lu takes the fortress. Ignoring him, Lu Fei shouted to Wang Qingheng, who stood atop the fortress gate, think carefully. Don't sacrifice the lives of your entire family for your own sake. His Highness is merciful, but if you insist on seeking death, I, Lu Fei, will send you to the underworld myself. Bah, do you think I'd believe the Prince of Qi's lies? Surrendering means death, and not surrendering also means death. He will never let our Wang family go, Wang Qingheng roared. I originally intended to spare your Wang family, but now I regret it. You care only for yourselves and not for the lives of your retainers. Just as the two were locked in a stalemate, Xiao Ming's voice suddenly rang out. Lu Fei had been in a standoff with the Wang family at the fortress for a full day and night. The next day, after handling the propaganda about the Wang family's crimes, he finally arrived. Xiao Ming, our Wang family has treated you well. Why are you trying to wipe us out? Wang Qingheng shouted angrily upon seeing Xiao Ming. The arrest of Wang Shijia and his father had been too sudden, and Wang Qingheng still hadn't figured out why. But he understood one thing, the Prince of Qi was targeting the Wang family. Why? Because 3 years ago, your Wang family tried to assassinate me, Xiao Ming said suddenly. How do you know that? Wang Qingheng was shocked. Wang Qingzhou confessed everything, even your Wang family's secret dealings with the barbarians. No wonder your family only suffered minor losses 3 years ago. You've made quite a fortune trading with the grasslands over the years, haven't you? Xiao Ming said with a cold smile. Wang Qingheng broke out in a cold sweat, his mind going blank. These 2 charges were enough to have the entire Wang family executed. The latter charge was something Xiao Ming had made up, but Wang Qinchu's final words had struck him as odd. Now it seemed his guess was correct, the Wang family had been colluding with the barbarians all along. You're lying. Wang Qingheng stammered, trying to defend himself. Xiao Ming ignored him. The Wang family was a large clan, and the fortress was filled with many of its direct and collateral branches. It was precisely because of these people that the retainers had been coerced into resisting. Wang Qingheng, I'll say this one last time. If you surrender, I will let bygones be bygones and guarantee that your assets will remain untouched. The same goes for everyone else. But if you persist in your stubbornness, don't blame me for being ruthless. I will make sure the Wang family's blood flows like a river, Xiao Ming shouted. There was a difference between Lu Fei delivering the message and Xiao Ming saying it himself. The Wang family members on the fortress walls began to stir. As they looked at the Qingzhou army, clad in silver armor, a deep sense of fear began to spread among them. This time, the enemy defending the fortress was the Qingzhou army, not the barbarians. The barbarians would retreat after a prolonged siege, and Lu Fei would come to their rescue. But now, they were rebels, facing not only Lu Fei's Qingzhou army but also the possibility of reinforcements arriving at any moment. Even if the Qingzhou army simply surrounded the fortress without attacking, the fortress would not hold out for more than 3 months. After Xiao Ming finished speaking, he stood with Lu Fei, waiting for Wang Qingzhen's response. But what he got was an arrow. Wang Qingheng picked up a bow and shot an arrow at Xiao Ming. The arrow landed at Xiao Ming's feet. Truly, they won't relent until they see their own coffins, Xiao Ming said, losing patience. He had hoped to resolve this without bloodshed, but it seemed he had been too idealistic. Lu Fei said, Your Highness, let's attack. Not so fast. Go and bring the catapult from the camp, Xiao Ming ordered. Wang Mu laughed. Your Highness plans to use a catapult to smash through these earthen walls? That might take half a year. Heh, General Wang, you'll soon see what I'm capable of. Don't be too shocked when the time comes, Xiao Ming said with a smile. He then whispered a few words to Zhao Long, who nodded and left. The catapult in the Qingzhou camp was old and rarely used by Lu Fei, but since Xiao Ming had ordered it, he had soldiers bring it over. After an hour, a wooden catapult was transported to the site. The catapult had 4 wheels and a spoon-like arm, with the spoon made of coiled ropes. As soon as the catapult arrived, a donkey cart pulled up in front of everyone. On it were glass bottles filled with a transparent liquid. Wang Qingheng, standing on the fortress walls with his private soldiers, looked puzzled. Xiao Ming knew very well that the Wang family members inside the fortress were not united. The larger the family, the greater the internal conflicts. The reason they hadn't surrendered yet was because they feared Wang Qingheng and were being coerced by him. But once their fear of Xiao Ming exceeded their fear of Wang Qingheng, cracks would begin to form. Now, Xiao Ming's goal was to instill fear. He took a glass bottle filled with liquid from the cart and placed it in the catapult's groove. The glass was extremely thin, almost fragile to the touch. When launched, it would shatter upon impact. Wang Mu looked on with a strange expression. He had seen glass before, but using it to attack a fortress? This was unheard of. Before he could mock the idea, he saw the soldiers release the rope, and the glass bottle flew through the air, heading straight for Wang Qingzhen's position. However, the catapult's aim was poor, and the bottle missed its target by a wide margin, shattering against the wall 2 meters to Wang Qingzhen's left. A scream came from Wang Chengheng. An eerie atmosphere spread across the battlefield. Lu Fei and Wang Mu stared in horror at Wang Chengheng on the fortress walls. The agonized screams and the faint wisps of smoke rising from Wang Qingzhen's body were what truly terrified them. Sorcery. A soldier in the Qingzhou army whispered, his voice deliberately low. Your Highness, this. Lu Fei hesitated, wanting to ask but not daring to. In ancient times, anything that couldn't be explained was often attributed to sorcery or dark magic. What was happening now was beyond their comprehension. Ha ha ha, are you wondering if I know some kind of sorcery? Xiao Ming laughed. He looked at the chaos on the fortress walls and said, wait until I take Wang Qingzhen's head, and then I'll explain. Wang Mu was equally shocked and confused, but he didn't dare say another word. After throwing the first glass bottle, Xiao Ming ordered his soldiers to launch a second and third into the fortress. Those who came into contact with the liquid inside the bottle screamed in agony. If even the Qingzhou army outside the walls suspected this was sorcery and felt fear, the Wang family's private soldiers inside the fortress were even more terrified. On the fortress walls, Wang Chengheng clutched his left hand, which burned as if on fire. The area where the liquid had touched his skin was already blackened. He looked down at Xiao Ming, who stood calmly outside the walls, and a deep sense of dread began to spread within him. As more of these strange projectiles flew into the fortress, everyone who was hit by the liquid suffered the same fate. What is this thing? Wang Chengheng shouted. No one answered him. In the eyes of those around him, he saw only fear. At that moment, one of the Wang family's private soldiers pointed at the fortress walls and shouted, look at the walls. Everyone turned to see that the earthen walls, soaked by the liquid, were beginning to crumble layer by layer. This sight only deepened their terror. Seeing the reactions of those inside the fortress, Xiao Ming deliberately shouted to Lu Fei, Captain Lu, once the walls are breached, spare no one, men, women, or children. Yes, Your Highness. Lu Fei responded. He then turned to his soldiers and shouted, kill, 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 kill. Thousands of Qingzhou soldiers roared in unison, their voices like rolling thunder that echoed into the fortress and reached the ears of every Wang family member hiding inside. Wang Qingzhen's face grew paler. He gripped his steel sword, but his body trembled slightly. There was no turning back now. Just then, a man about Wang Qingzhen's age climbed onto the fortress walls and approached him. Second brother, surrender. There's no hope. Even if the Prince of Qi just besieges us for half a year, we won't be able to hold out. Traitor? Coward? Is this how our eldest brother taught us to behave? Our Wang family has been in Qingzhou for hundreds of years, long before the Great Yu Empire existed. Today, Xiao Ming wants to destroy us. Even if we die, we must resist to the end. Wang Chengheng roared. Don't forget, the Sun family will come to our aid. When they do, we'll attack from both sides, kill this tyrant, and join forces with Char Khan. The Sun family? Second brother, if the Sun family were coming, they would have been here by now. Why wait a whole day? Wang Chengping pleaded. His entire family was inside the fortress, and he had to think of their safety. Moreover, the private soldiers in the fortress had already been whispering among themselves after learning about Wang Chengzhou and his son's assassination attempt on the princess. Combined with Xiao Ming's persuasion, many had lost the will to fight. From their eyes, Wang Chengping could see that the Wang family's fortunes had turned. If the walls were breached, these soldiers wouldn't put up much resistance. Now, with these strange projectiles being launched into the fortress, many of the private soldiers were already showing signs of fear. I believe the Sun family will come. The Wang and Sun families have been allied for generations. If the Wang family falls, how long will the Sun family last? Wang Chengheng glared at Wang Chengping. Have you been swayed by the tyrant's words? Are you planning to surrender? As he spoke, Wang Chengheng pointed his steel sword at Wang Chengping. If Wang Chengping said one wrong word, he would cut him down on the spot. Second brother, Wang Chengping didn't dare say more and slowly backed away. Wang Chengzhou had always favored Wang Chengheng because they shared the same parents. Wang Chengping, on the other hand, was a true illegitimate child, and his feelings for Wang Chengzhou weren't as strong. The Wang family was large, with many brothers of the same generation. Besides Wang Chengping, there were 5 other half-brothers of Wang Chengzhou in the fortress. As Wang Chengping retreated from the walls, the 5 men surrounded him and asked, "Third brother, what's the situation?" "He's gone mad. He says we're waiting for reinforcements from the Sun family. In my opinion, he won't surrender," Wang Chengping said with a frown. One of the men angrily replied, "If Wang Chengheng wants to die, we can't follow him to our graves. There aren't just 300 or 500 Qingzhou soldiers outside, there are over 5,000, and those golden armored guards are said to be elite troops brought by the princess. This is suicide." "Exactly. Those things the Prince of Qi is throwing into the fortress are too strange. Many soldiers have already been burned, and if this stuff can burn through the walls, we won't last long." The men spoke one after another. In a life or death situation, their own lives were what mattered most. As for Wang Chengheng, they had little affection for him. When the Wang family was at its peak, Wang Chengzhou and his brothers had often looked down on them. Wang Chengping remained silent for a moment, then said, "Eldest brother has been captured. Now, second brother's word is law. What can I do? The others exchanged uneasy glances, each seemingly thinking of a solution but hesitant to speak first. Outside the walls, the Qingzhou army's chants of kill echoed once more, and the men's faces grew even more grim. If the Qingzhou army breached the walls, there would be no turning back. Finally, Wang Chengping said, "Gentlemen, there's only one way out. We must capture Wang Chengheng and surrender to His Highness. He might reward us for our service." The other 5 men nodded in agreement, their thoughts aligning with Wang Chenping's. Having decided, the 6 men, each accompanied by their most trusted servants, climbed onto the fortress walls. Wang Chengheng, who was still directing the defense, turned pale when he saw them. "Wang Chengping, what are you doing? Second brother, forgive us. You may want to die, but our wives, children, and elders do not. We have no choice but to hand you over," Wang Chengping declared. Wang Qingzhen's chest heaved with rage. He shouted at the soldiers on the walls, "Attack! Kill these 6 traitors." But as his voice rang out, not a single soldier moved. They had been terrified by the strange projectiles Xiao Ming kept launching into the fortress. Each of them had already considered surrendering, but no one had dared to take the first step. Now, with Wang Chengping leading the way, they immediately sided with him. "Traitors? Traitors? You are all traitors." On the earthen fortress walls, Wang Chengheng looked around, meeting cold, unfeeling gazes. His eyes bloodshot, he glared at Wang Chengping and swung his steel sword down with all his might. At that moment, the soldiers behind Wang Chengheng immediately grabbed Wang Chengping and pinned him to the ground. A faint smile appeared on Wang Chenping's lips as he stepped forward and shouted to Xiao Ming below, "Your Highness, I am Wang Chengping. We have captured Wang Chengheng. This entire incident was the fault of Wang Chengzhou and his brothers. I beg your Highness to spare the others." Everything that had happened on the fortress walls was witnessed by those below. Lu Fei burst into laughter, while Wang Mu's face turned ashen. A wise man knows when to yield. "I will honor my promise," Xiao Ming said, his heart swelling with satisfaction. In warfare, the best victory is one achieved without bloodshed. Although Xiao Ming was not afraid of a prolonged battle with the Wang family, Qingzhou was still in the process of rebuilding. Such a conflict would only weaken the region further. Moreover, the information Wang Chengzhou had revealed was shocking. If true, Xiao Ming would need to station heavy troops both to the north and south, one to defend against the barbarians and the other to guard against Prince Wei. "Open the gates!" Wang Chengping shouted. With a creak, the gates of the fortress slowly swung open. "Advance!" Xiao Ming said excitedly. This was his first experience with a cold weapon battle, and the fact that he had resolved the Wang family's threat without shedding blood gave him a small sense of accomplishment. Just as he was about to ride into the fortress, Lu Fei suddenly stopped him, saying gravely, "Your Highness, be cautious. There may be a trap. For safety's sake, let me first disarm them." Xiao Ming felt a pang of embarrassment. He was still inexperienced, and Lu Fei's concern was valid. If Wang Chengping was feigning surrender, Xiao Ming could be walking into a deadly trap. Staying put, he watched as Lu Fei led 1,000 soldiers into the fortress. After half an hour, a line of Qingzhou soldiers took control of the walls, and one of them shouted, "Your Highness, the fortress is secure." Relieved, Xiao Ming entered the fortress with Wang Mu. The fortress was essentially a miniature city, self-sufficient but heavily focused on military purposes. The Wang family's fortress was 300 meters long and wide, roughly the size of a modern middle school. It contained granaries, armories, and housing, allowing it to sustain itself for 3 months, or even half a year, if cut off from the outside world. Inside the fortress, Xiao Ming saw Wang Chengheng, bound tightly, with Lu Fei and Wang Chengping standing on either side of him. "Wang Chengping pays his respects to your Highness," Wang Chengping said, stepping forward to bow as Xiao Ming approached. Xiao Ming nodded at Wang Chengping and said calmly, "The Wang family should be grateful to you. You saved their lives." "I merely trusted in your Highness's wisdom and integrity to keep your word," Wang Chengping replied, though his heart was heavy with worry. With the Wang family's private soldiers disarmed, they would be defenseless if Xiao Ming decided to go back on his promise. Xiao Ming smiled. "I always keep my word. I will not kill you." "Thank you, your Highness," Wang Chengping said, letting out a slight sigh of relief. He hesitated for a moment before asking, "Your Highness, what about the Wang family's assets?" Lu Fei snorted coldly. "You're quite greedy. Her Highness the Princess originally intended to execute your entire clan. It was only at His Highness's request that she spared your lives. And now you have the audacity to covet the Wang family's wealth." Wang Chengping immediately apologized, a cold sweat breaking out on his back. Captain Lu is absolutely right. This commoner was being greedy. However, Xiao Ming interjected, "I can allow you to reclaim the lands registered under your names on the condition that you help me dismantle the fortresses in the other states." As soon as Lu Fei finished speaking, Xiao Ming added his own terms. Wang Qingping's eyes lit up. He understood Xiao Ming's intention, to have him organize the Wang family's assets while disbanding the private soldiers in the fortresses of the other states. Over the years, Wang Chengzhou and his sons had monopolized most of the Wang family's wealth, leaving little for the rest of the family. Even so, with the assets they could reclaim, they would be able to live comfortably for the rest of their lives. Having grown accustomed to a life of luxury, being left with nothing would be a fate worse than death. This was an opportunity he couldn't pass up, and he readily agreed. "In that case, go and handle this matter. I will send people to accompany you," Xiao Ming said. Wang Chengping left with the other Wang family members, and the fortress was officially taken over by the Qingzhou army. Xiao Ming had to admit that, despite his disdain for the earthen walls, the fortress was otherwise well constructed. With some modifications, it could serve as another military camp. After successfully taking the Wang family's fortress, Pang Yukan arrived upon hearing the news. He would handle the task of inventorying the remaining supplies. Your Highness, achieving victory without bloodshed is truly remarkable, Pang Yukan said, impressed after learning the details. Lu Fei finally mustered the courage to ask, Your Highness, what was in those bottles you had us throw? They were terrifying. That's sulfuric acid. You wouldn't understand even if I explained it. Go ask Lu Tong if you're curious, Xiao Ming replied. He then turned to Pang Yukan and said, the Wang family's assets are extensive. Follow Wang Chengping to take inventory and make sure he doesn't tamper with anything, especially the Wang family's mines. Yes, Your Highness. But aren't you worried about Wang Chengping helping the Wang family rise again? Pang Yukan asked. By the time the Wang family could rise again, I could probably crush them with a single finger, Xiao Ming said with a laugh. Besides, I've spoken to Wang Xian. Wang Chengping and the others are nothing like Wang Chengzhou and Wang Chenghong. They have little loyalty to the family, and the assets under their names are minimal. At most, they'll live as wealthy commoners, incapable of causing any major trouble. On the other hand, if I killed them, anyone with blood ties to the Wang family would fight to the death. Pang Yukan nodded, feeling reassured. Xiao Ming had truly grown a lot recently, learning to consider the bigger picture. The Wang family's lands and businesses were one thing, but there was also the matter of their private soldiers. These soldiers were slaves and servants purchased by the Wang family, previously led by Wang family members. With the Wang family's downfall, these people were left without a purpose. After some thought, Xiao Ming decided to hand them over to Lu Fei to be incorporated into the army, as they had already received some training. Thank you, Your Highness. I'll take these men with me, Lu Fei said with a grin. Since these people were still slaves and had no freedom, they had previously relied on the Wang family for survival. Now, without the Wang family, they had no idea how to fend for themselves. Being drafted into the army was a relief for them, as it at least guaranteed them food and shelter. The Wang family's private soldiers in the fortress numbered over 2,000. In peacetime, they were laborers, but in war, they became soldiers, a system not unlike a construction corps. However, their loyalty might still be questionable. But with political officers in the army, that issue could be addressed. South gate of Qingzhou City. Xiao Ming, accompanied by a group of Qingzhou officials, was seeing off Princess Pingyang. Just as her arrival had drawn attention, her departure was equally conspicuous. Xiao Ming had explained the entire situation with the Wang family to Princess Pingyang the previous night. Her reaction had been indifferent, as if she had merely squashed an ant. However, this trip to Qingzhou had taken an unexpected turn, and Princess Pingyang seemed unwilling to stay any longer. She planned to leave for Jinling City the next day. Xiao Ming prepared some Qingzhou specialties as gifts for her, fine wine, perfumes, soaps, and, of course, glassware. Her visit had been a blessing in disguise, giving him the opportunity to eliminate the Wang family. Compared to the gifts he gave her, he had gained far more. The grain stored in the Wang family's warehouses across the 6 states alone would ensure that the Qingzhou army wouldn't have to worry about food for years to come. In addition to the grain, the Wang family also owned vast tracts of farmland, plow oxen, mines, and slaves. All of these assets were now confiscated by the state. Truly, the fall of the Wang family had left Xiao Ming feasting on their riches. Your Highness, the Wang family has fallen, but there are still 3 other families left. It's strange that the Sun family didn't intervene to support the Wang family. Otherwise, we could have had an excuse to wipe them out as well, Pang Yukan said. Xiao Ming was also surprised by this. The Sun family had remained inactive, as if the matter had nothing to do with them. It seemed they were content to watch from the sidelines. It just means the Sun family isn't foolish. Otherwise, they would have met the same fate as the Wang family, Xiao Ming said slowly. Your Highness, what should we do about the remaining 3 families? Pang Yukan asked. He believed in striking while the iron was hot and wanted to resolve the issue once and for all. Xiao Ming had taken down the Wang family in one swift move, catching everyone off guard. However, it wouldn't be long before the other families realized what had happened. He said, no rush. The combined strength of the remaining 3 families is about equal to the Wang families. We can handle them easily. It all depends on whether they are willing to cooperate. Pang Yukan nodded, understanding Xiao Ming's meaning. If they disband their private armies, surrender their fortresses, and content themselves with being wealthy merchants, Qingzhou can accommodate them. As they watched Princess Pingyang's carriage disappear into the distance, Xiao Ming sighed softly. The greatest taboo for any ruler is having armed forces within their territory that are beyond their control. Xiao Ming was no exception. He could tolerate the powerful families engaging in business, no matter how much profit they made. But there was one line they could not cross: they must not threaten his rule. Using the Wang family incident as a pretext, he intended to put an end to the practice of powerful families maintaining private armies in his fiefdom. As he discussed this with Pang Yukan, he led the officials back into Qingzhou City. Meanwhile, in the carriage that had already traveled several miles, Princess Pingyang lifted the curtain and looked back at Qingzhou City. She said to Wang Mu, "Why do I feel like something isn't right? It's as if I've been used by the Prince of Qi." Wang Mu, who had been silent throughout the journey, replied, "Your Highness, this humble general cannot say for sure, but the Prince of Qi is certainly not simple. During the incident at the Wang family fortress, he didn't act rashly as he did 5 years ago. Instead, he was patient and calculating, resolving the issue of the powerful families in his fiefdom without shedding blood. He certainly has some skill. The more you say, the more I feel like I've been played by this nephew of mine." Perhaps Xiao Ming deliberately acted contrary to expectations, making me believe that the Wang family was behind the assassination attempt, Princess Pingyang sighed. Wang Mu said, "If that's the case, we can report the Prince of Qi to the Emperor when we return to Chang'an." Princess Pingyang chuckled. "You think too simply. With no evidence and no witnesses, who can prove anything?" She lazily yawned and let the curtain fall, thinking to herself, if Xiao Ming is given a few more years, the struggle for the throne in the Great Yu Empire might take an unexpected turn. How interesting. At the same time, in the Qin family residence in Qingzhou City, Qin Chuanyuan was not celebrating the fall of the Wang family. On the contrary, when Wang Chengzhou and Wang Chengheng were publicly executed in the Eastern Market, he felt a chill run down his spine, as if he would be the next to lose his head. "Father, what should we do now?" Qin Mu asked nervously, watching his father pace back and forth in the room. The image of Wang Qinche's lifeless, wide-open eyes still haunted him. Qin Chuanyuan stopped pacing. "What can we do? Can't you see His Highness's intentions now? He wants his fiefdom free of any threats to his rule. The Wang family openly and secretly opposed him, and he knew it all along. This was a warning to the rest of us." "Father, will our Qin family be next?" Qin Mu asked, trembling. Qin Chuanyuan fell silent. Gritting his teeth, he said, "No, we absolutely cannot become the next Wang family. Come with me now to see His Highness." Qin Mu nodded and followed his father to the Prince of Qi's residence. On the way, they ran into Xiao Ming, who was returning. "Your Highness, Qin Chuanyuan is guilty." Qin Chuanyuan knelt on the ground as soon as he saw Xiao Ming. In the middle of the street, Qin Chuanyuan's kneeling drew the attention of many merchants and commoners, who stopped to watch. Xiao Ming glanced at Qin Chuanyuan and his son. "Both of you, get up. This is a public place. It's unseemly. If you have something to say, come back to the residence with me." Pang Yukin nodded inwardly. It seemed Qin Chuanyuan had finally realized the gravity of the situation. The group returned to the residence, where Xiao Ming and Pang Yukin received the Qin father and son in the main hall. Xiao Ming was now ready to openly implement his policy of weakening the powerful families, as the balance of power had shifted. "Master Qin, what has made you so anxious?" Xiao Ming asked, though he already knew the answer. "This commoner is guilty of failing to properly discipline his clan members. Many of them have violated the laws in the 6 states. I beg your highness to punish me," Qin Chuanyuan said with a pained expression. Pang Yukin and Xiao Ming exchanged glances and burst into laughter. Pang Yukin said, "Master Qin, there's no need to beat around the bush. You're here because you're afraid the Qin family will meet the same fate as the Wang family." Qin Chuanyuan was taken aback but then slowly nodded. Qin Mu knelt before Xiao Ming and said, "Your Highness, this commoner was disrespectful in the past, daring to address you as an equal. I deserve death." "Get up," Xiao Ming said calmly. "Since you've come, you must understand that I cannot tolerate powerful families in my fiefdom who refuse to obey." Qin Chuanyuan and Qin Mu both nodded. Xiao Ming continued, "I am not a bloodthirsty man. Otherwise, the thousands of members of the Wang family would already be dead. You are my subjects. If you are willing to live peacefully in the fiefdom, I will not harm you. Disband your private armies, return the land you seized from the people, and from now on, focus on doing business peacefully. The Qin family will remain safe." In the past, the powerful families not only monopolized the economic lifelines of the fiefdom but also meddled in political affairs. Many officials in the 6 states worked for them. Now, Xiao Ming was cutting off their access to political power. From now on, they would simply be merchants. "Your Highness, this commoner will comply." Qin Chuanyuan felt a deep sense of sorrow but had no choice. Private armies were the primary reason powerful families could dominate the countryside. Now that these private armies were to be disbanded, they would lose their status as powerful families and could no longer act with impunity. Pang Yukin then said, "Qin Chuanyuan, overall, you have done much for His Highness, and he still trusts you. We hope the Qin family can set an example in this matter. Soon, Qingzhou will issue a decree prohibiting any form of private militia among the people." These words brought Qin Chuanyuan some comfort. Survival or destruction, this was the choice he now had to make. With the Wang family's fate fresh in his mind, he said, "Thank you for your highness's great kindness. This commoner guarantees that the Qin family will henceforth serve your highness dutifully." Xiao Ming waved his hand, signaling that Qin Chuanyuan and his son could leave. After they left the main hall, Xiao Ming said, "I will have Li San's men keep an eye on them to see if the Qin family is being duplicitous. If Qin Chuanyuan is sensible, the Qin family could be a valuable local merchant to support. After all, outside merchants will never be fully loyal to me. We need local merchants to keep them in check. Qin Chuanyuan is not as resourceful or decisive as Wang Chengzhou, and he is also more timid. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been suppressed by the Wang family for so many years," Pang Yukin said. "Let's hope Qin Chuanyuan follows through. If he does, the Sun and Wei families will naturally follow suit." "Exactly. By the way, a significant portion of the Wang family's land was seized illegally, and many of their slaves were forced into servitude. You need to identify these people, grant them their freedom, and return their land to them. Peng Yukan smiled. Your Highness, rest assured. While other matters can wait, this one will be handled swiftly. After sending Peng Yukan away, Xiao Ming summoned Fan Zhang. The campaign to redistribute land from the wealthy to the poor needed to be publicized widely to win the hearts of the people. Throughout history, uprisings have always been about land, and this was no different. In addition to the Wang family's land, Xiao Ming planned to issue decrees ordering the return of illegally seized land to the people, compelling the powerful families in his fiefdom to comply. The next day, Fan Zhang published these policies in the newspaper. As the papers were distributed across the 6 states, they caused an uproar among the populace. The first topic was naturally the fall of the Wang family, but what the people cared about most was the decision to return the land seized by the powerful families. This is truly satisfying. The Wang family took so much of our fertile land along the Tuo River. Now we can finally get it back, one villager said. In Zujia village, the villagers gathered around the reporter who arrived punctually every noon. Since the establishment of the newspaper, the paperboys had been replaced by these scholars who roamed the streets with newspapers, earning a more dignified title. Exactly. My family's 5 acres of good land were seized by the Wang family. When I went to demand it back, I was beaten by their thugs. Hey, heaven has eyes. The Prince of Qi is becoming wiser by the day. If I can get my land back, I'll lead my goat to His Highness as a token of gratitude, another villager said. Zhu Wuliu was also in the crowd, grinning foolishly. With the Wang family gone, he had lost his job as a cowherd, but his family's land had also been seized by the Wang family. If he could get it back, he would have land to farm. In a couple of years, life would be comfortable again. Long live the Prince of Qi. Thinking of this, Zhu Wuliu felt a surge of joy and suddenly shouted. Instantly, the threshing ground fell silent, and all the villagers of Zujia village turned to look at Zhu Wuliu. Zhu Wuliu suddenly felt nervous, looking around fearfully. Long live the Prince of Qi! Long live, long live, long live! Just as he was about to panic, the crowd erupted in enthusiastic cheers. The scholar in the middle of the threshing ground, witnessing the excitement of the villagers, was also moved and joined in the cheers. The policies outlined in the newspaper were clear, to crack down on the powerful families in the fiefdom. For many commoners, they understood the harm these powerful families inflicted on the Great Yu Empire. Unfortunately, the empire was ruled by them, and in every region, the government always protected their interests. Only here, only under the Prince of Qi, was someone willing to take the first step to suppress these families and eliminate the parasites infesting the fiefdom. The scholar shared the same hopes as the villagers. The people wanted to live in peace, free from the oppression of the powerful families, with enough to eat, clothes to wear, the ability to marry, and the means to raise their children. As a commoner, he wanted fair treatment in the imperial examinations, to be judged by his talent rather than his family background. In other parts of the Great Yu Empire, he saw no hope. But as he read the newspapers daily and collected public opinion, he gradually felt that perhaps only the Prince of Qi could make this a reality. For that day to come, he was willing to work tirelessly to spread the news to every corner of the fiefdom. The news in the newspapers also reached the powerful families in Qingzhou. Unlike the excitement of the commoners, they were thrown into panic. The fate of the Wang family served as a stark warning, conveying a clear message: the Prince of Qi's fiefdom would no longer be a place where they could act with impunity. To continue living here, they would have to abide by King Hu's laws. In the following days, an even more shocking piece of news spread through the newspapers. The Qin family published an article in the newspaper, declaring their decision to return all seized land and restore the status of commoners who had been forced into servitude after losing their land. Additionally, the Qin family's fortresses in the 6 states would be taken over by the Qingzhou army, and their private soldiers would be disbanded and incorporated into the Qingzhou army. The fall of one of King Hu's top families and the voluntary compliance of another sent shockwaves through the powerful families of the 6 states. An unusual atmosphere began to permeate the region. In the Qingzhou governor's office, Xiao Ming had been handling administrative affairs for the past half-month. Since the decrees were issued, the governor's office had been closely monitoring the situation in the 6 states. While the Qin family had chosen to comply, Xiao Ming didn't believe everyone would follow suit. There would always be a few who were unafraid of death, especially since the decrees amounted to a declaration of war against all the powerful families in the fiefdom. Your Highness, Master Qin has sent an invitation, inviting you, me, General Lu Fei, and others to a banquet at the Qin residence. He says he has invited many families closely associated with the Qin family, and they are willing to comply with your Highness's decrees as he has, Peng Yukan said, presenting an invitation. Qin Chuanyun's prompt compliance had improved Xiao Ming's impression of the Qin family, and he felt the man was teachable. Opening the invitation, Xiao Ming smiled. Qin Chuanyun is certainly being very attentive this time. Indeed, he is. But this banquet might well be a trap. A cold voice suddenly came from outside the door. Li San. Peng Yukan and Xiao Ming looked outside to see Li San entering. During the previous incident, Wang Xian had suffered greatly in prison. When the executions took place in the Eastern Market, Wang Xian was replaced by a death row prisoner. Since Wang Xian had been disheveled and the focus of the execution was on Wang Chengzhou, Wang Xian hadn't drawn much attention. However, Wang Xian's injuries were severe, and he was now recuperating at home. For the time being, the secret guards were under Li San's command. Li San approached and said, "Your Highness, I came precisely for this matter. You must not go to the Qin residence." "Why?" Li San's serious demeanor gave Xiao Ming an uneasy premonition. "Following your Highness's orders, the secret guards have been monitoring the powerful families these past few days. We've discovered that many private soldiers from these families have entered Qingzhou City. Qin Chuanyun's invitation to your Highness was not his own idea but a request made by the visiting powerful families," Li San explained. Peng Yukin's expression changed. Aside from the four major families Wang, Sun, Qin, and Wei, there are many smaller powerful families scattered across the 6 states. This decree affects their interests as well. The sword has been drawn, it cannot be sheathed. Since they want to challenge me, I'll show them what I'm capable of. Some people can be won over with virtue, while others can only be made to bleed with swords, Xiao Ming said, slamming the table. If they want to set a trap, we'll turn the tables and wipe out these families in one fell swoop. Peng Yukin anxiously said, "Your Highness, you must not take such a risk. Any mishap now would only bring joy to our enemies and sorrow to our allies." "Your Highness, Minister Peng is right. You cannot take this risk," Li San also urged. "Nothing ventured, nothing gained. These powerful families are a cancer in my fiefdom. This is the perfect opportunity to eliminate those who refuse to obey. Otherwise, how can I justify removing them one by one in the future?" Xiao Ming's mind was made up. As long as these hidden threats remained, he would never sleep soundly. "But how will your Highness ensure your safety?" Peng Yukin, seeing Xiao Ming's determination, could only strategize a way for him to escape unscathed. Xiao Ming was no fool. These powerful families might threaten him during the banquet, demanding he revoke the decree or risk mutual destruction. This was a game of chess between him and the powerful families. Whoever lost would be erased from King's Hu's history. It's simple. Change the location of the banquet. Say that the Qin residence is too dull and suggest we all go outside the city for a spring outing, drinking, and enjoying the scenery, Xiao Ming said calmly. Peng Yukin and Li San exchanged glances. "Your Highness truly thinks outside the box. This is a good idea. It will give us time to prepare." "Exactly. We can also have secret guards blend in with the servants to protect your Highness in secret," Li San added. "In that case, let's proceed. These powerful families are so eager to coerce me that they won't pass up this opportunity. Outside the city, they'll think it's easier to act," Xiao Ming said. With the plan set, Peng Yukin carefully considered the location for the outing and left the governor's office with Li San to make arrangements. To be honest, Xiao Ming was also a bit worried. After all, he wasn't invincible like Neza. But this was indeed the perfect opportunity to lure out the snakes. After all, if he missed this chance, those with ulterior motives might go into hiding, making them even more dangerous in the future. As Peng Yukin and Li San made their preparations, Xiao Ming thought about his own protection. He decided to wear a breastplate under his clothes. The breastplate was custom-made for him by the armaments department and could be worn under his robes without being noticed. He would have preferred to wear full-plate armor, but that would have been too obvious. The news of the location change quickly reached the Qin residence. Qin Chuanyun smiled and said, "Gentlemen, His Highness seems to be in a good mood. He suggested we all go for a spring outing by the Xiaoqing River tomorrow. Since the banquet is off, why don't we enjoy the feast ourselves today?" Over 30 representatives from various powerful families across the 6 states had gathered in the Qin residence, including the Sun and Wei families. Hearing this news, many showed disappointment. Sun Yuanzi then said, "Brother Qin, there's no need for that. Since His Highness isn't coming, we won't trouble you further. After all, you've suffered significant losses recently." Qin Chuanyun's expression stiffened. He hadn't been dwelling on it, but Sun Yuanzi's reminder brought back the pain of losing his land and fortress. Sun Yuanzi smiled faintly and added, "We'll take our leave now. Let's meet again another day." "Another day," the group said, bowing to Qin Chuanyun before following Sun Yuanzi out of the Qin residence. Wei Hong approached Qin Chuanyun and said, "This Sun Yuanzi is as arrogant as ever. With the Wang family gone, I don't know what he has to be so proud of. He's probably upset that we took the lead in complying with the decree." "Ha ha ha," Qin Chuanyun suddenly laughed. Outside, Sun Yuanzi and the group didn't go far before stopping in front of a residential house. After ensuring they weren't being followed, they entered the house. "Master Sun, do you think the Prince of Qi suspects something? If so, we should flee. How can we stand against the Qingzhou army?" one person worried. "Flee? Where would we go? Are you willing to abandon your mansions and lands?" another retorted. "Then are we just waiting to die? What's more important, money or our lives?" The room erupted into chaos. "Enough!" Sun Yuanzi suddenly shouted. "I, Sun Yuanzi, have endured humiliation all this time to avenge Master Wang. When the Wang fortress was besieged, I didn't send a single soldier or horse, all to lull the Prince of Qi into a false sense of security. Now you want to flee? Are you not ashamed before the spirit of the late Master Wang? Don't forget, many of you are related to the Wang family by marriage." "You, Sun Yuanzi, don't use that to threaten us," someone protested. You can leave, but I, Sun Yuanzi, will not stop. Let's see if His Highness spares you then," Sun Yuanzi said, his eyes filled with madness. The room fell silent. The plan to coerce or assassinate the Prince of Qi during the banquet had been Sun Yuanzi's idea. According to the plan, they would suddenly strike during the banquet, using the Prince of Qi's life as leverage to force him to revoke the decree and become a puppet of the powerful family. Since Master Sun has spoken, what should we do now that His Highness has changed the location? All our plans these past few days have been ruined. An elderly man wearing a square scarf asked. Master Hua is absolutely right. What should we do next? You need to explain, someone else chimed in. Sun Yuanzi sneered. The messenger from the Prince of Qi just said the outing will be by the Xiaoqing River, near the Lotus Pond. Every year, many people from Qingzhou City go there to enjoy the scenery. There's also a small grove nearby. Tonight, we'll hide our men there. When the Prince of Qi arrives tomorrow. Hearing this, I think our chances are better outside the city. After all, we haven't managed to sneak many of our private soldiers into the city these past few days, another person said. Exactly. Outside the city, I can mobilize all of the Sun family's private soldiers. Combined with the men you all send, we'll have over 1,000 men. By then, the Prince of Qi won't be able to escape, Sun Yuanzi said with a cold laugh. But what if this is a trap set by the Prince of Qi? Someone else worried. I've already sent people to keep an eye on the Qingzhou military camp. If there's any unusual activity, we'll hold our ground. Are you all reassured now? Sun Yuanzi said. The group nodded and dispersed. Outside the city, other powerful families were waiting for their news. With the change in plans, they needed to start over. After Sun Yuanzi and the others left, a shadowy figure emerged from behind the house. He glanced in the direction they had gone and then headed straight for the governor's office. Sun Yuanzi. In the Prince of Qi's residence, Xiao Ming frowned deeply upon receiving this news. Your Highness, Sun Yuanzi has always been good at biding his time. It seems he didn't act last time because he knew he wouldn't succeed. This time, he wants to catch your Highness off guard, Peng Yukan said. Both Peng Yukan and Li San had arrived at the Prince of Qi's residence. I thought he was scared. Now it seems old habits die hard, Xiao Ming sighed. Peng Yukan said, Your Highness, the Sun and Wang families have been allied through marriage for generations. This relationship makes the Sun family different from the other powerful families. Many of the families involved in this plot are also connected to the Wang family in some way. Minister Peng, Your Highness, let's put these matters aside for now. We need to discuss how to handle tomorrow's situation. The secret guards only have about 30 men. If the Sun family gets involved, things will get complicated, Li San said worriedly. Peng Yukan then looked at Xiao Ming. But mobilizing the Qingzhou army will definitely alert them. I think these powerful families are keeping a close eye on the Qingzhou army right now. Yes, this is indeed a problem, Xiao Ming said, feeling a headache coming on. Without the Qingzhou army, attending the banquet would be tantamount to walking into a death trap. After pondering for a moment, Peng Yukan suddenly said, Wait, I have an idea. Please speak, Minister Peng, Xiao Ming said. Peng Yukan explained, Your Highness, the armaments department is supposed to deliver a batch of newly forged equipment to the Qingzhou military camp today. Why don't we use this as a diversion? We can have the slaves transporting the equipment enter the camp, and then have the Qingzhou soldiers disguise themselves as slaves and leave. This way, we can secretly move the soldiers out. Xiao Ming immediately understood. You mean to have the equipment transported in by slaves, then have the Qingzhou soldiers disguised as slaves leave, thus covertly transferring the soldiers out. Exactly. This way, we can bring out both the men and the equipment, since the equipment is all packed in crates, Peng Yukan said. Li San clapped his hands. Brilliant. But how many Qingzhou soldiers do we need to handle this? We don't need too many. 500 should be enough, Xiao Ming said confidently. The slaves transporting the equipment would make hundreds of trips back and forth, making this plan feasible. After the three of them finalized the plan, Li San sent someone to the armaments department to make arrangements. That day, 500 Qingzhou soldiers quietly entered the city from the military camp. Lu Fei also arrived at the Prince of Qi's residence that evening. These scoundrels? This time, I'll definitely chop off their heads. Lu Fei cursed loudly upon learning of the powerful family's plot. Peng Yukan said, Captain Lu, the safety of His Highness is in your hands. If anything happens to His Highness, we'll have to commit suicide to atone for our failure. Lu Fei said solemnly, I would give my life to protect His Highness. I've long despised these powerful families. If it weren't for their selfishness 3 years ago, delaying the deployment of troops, the Qingzhou army wouldn't have lost so many soldiers. Now that His Highness wants to cut off their heads, I won't hesitate. Peng Yukan nodded. The four of them discussed the steps for the next day before preparing to leave. Outside the hall, Li San paused and looked thoughtfully at a servant hurrying away. However, he still followed Peng Yukan and the others out of the Prince of Qi's residence. As night fell, the hustle and bustle of the day disappeared, replaced by silence. The vast city was quiet, with only the occasional bark of a dog or the call of the night watchman breaking the stillness. The moon hung on the treetops, casting silvery light that left dappled patterns on the ground. Just as the entire city seemed to be asleep, a shadowy figure sneaked out of the small gate at the back of the Prince of Qi's residence. Keeping close to the walls and hiding in the shadows, the figure quickly made his way toward the Sun family residence. Quasi, where are you going so late? Suddenly, a voice rang out in the dark night, and 5 men appeared, surrounding the shadowy figure. The figure was startled but seemed to relax when he saw it was Li San. Oh, it's you, Li San. I was just bored in the residence and came out for some fresh air. Where have you been all these days? The servants in the residence are all envious of you. Fresh air? Don't you know there's a curfew in Qingzhou City every night? Li San said calmly. Come on, you're out too, aren't you? Kuei Zi's eyes darted around as the 5 men cornered him. Li San sneered. I came out to find the mole for his highness. Heh, I didn't expect to beat Wang Xian to it. What mole? Li San, you've got the wrong idea, Kuei Zi explained. No need to explain. 300 meters ahead is the Sun family residence. You've come quite a distance for some fresh air. Seize him, Li San shouted. The 4 men immediately pounced on Kuei Zi, and Li San struck him with a club. Kuei Zi grunted and fell unconscious. Trying to report to Sun Yuanzi? Not a chance, Li San said. Take this man to the secret guards prison. Luckily, I was alert, or His Highness's plans for tomorrow would have been ruined. One of his subordinates said admiringly, Commander Li, you're amazing. How did you know he was the mole? We've been investigating for so long and found nothing. To be honest, I never suspected him. He and I got along well in the residence, and I never considered him a suspect. It wasn't until I noticed peach blossom petals stuck to his shoes that I became suspicious. Ah, that's right. The only peach blossoms in the residence are planted outside the main hall. Exactly. With peach blossom petals stuck to his shoes, he must have lingered outside the main hall. That's why I suspected he would go out to report tonight. I didn't expect to be right, Li San said, glaring fiercely at Kuei Zi. Commander, you're truly wise. It's no wonder His Highness chose you from among all the servants. Unlike this guy, who can only do sneaky, underhanded things, one of the men flattered. Li San's face showed a hint of pride, and he gave the man an appreciative look. If we're talking about wisdom and valor, that would be our His Highness. Now I finally understand. His Highness endured humiliation in Qingzhou all these years just so he could wipe out these powerful families in one fell swoop today. Exactly. He endured for 5 years, only revealing his brilliance now. His Highness's patience is truly remarkable, another man said. Then someone else added, with a prince like this, who knows? Maybe His Highness has a chance in the struggle for the throne. The man didn't finish his sentence, as everyone, including Li San, turned to look at him. Li San said sternly, don't speak carelessly. His Highness is currently biding his time and doesn't want to get involved in such matters. You're my man, so it's fine to say such things in front of me. But if I hear you gossiping outside, don't blame me for cutting out your tongues. The 4 men immediately fell silent and nodded. After glancing around, Li San said, you two, take him away first. The other 2, follow me out of the city under cover of night. His Highness has his plans, and these powerful families must have their own schemes. Tonight, we'll scout out their arrangements. Yes, the 4 men replied. 2 of them took Kuei Zi away, while the other 2 followed Li San out of the city. At the city gate, they showed their tokens and exited, heading toward the lotus pond outside the city. This lotus pond was one of King Hu's scenic spots. A tributary of the Xiaoqing River flowed here, forming a clear lake several hundred meters long and wide, surrounded by trees and lush grass. Li San and his men were heading to this location. Under the moonlight, the faint light allowed them to see. The 3 of them didn't take the main road but instead moved through the trees on either side. After traveling about 20 li, they saw the lotus pond shimmering silver in the moonlight. They also noticed many shadowy figures moving about. The 3 of them continued to advance stealthily, eventually crouching on the ground to observe. At Bowen Academy, Xiao Ming had taught Li San many reconnaissance and counter-reconnaissance techniques. On the way to the lotus pond, Li San didn't take a direct route. In areas without tree cover, he moved in an S-shaped pattern. If they were being followed, this would make it harder for the pursuers to determine their destination. Moreover, the 3 of them didn't move together. Instead, they spread out, with significant distances between them, often stopping to listen for any unusual sounds. Commander, there are at least 1,000 people here, one of the men whispered. Li San frowned deeply. This is trouble. Can His Highness's 500 men handle so many? Should we go back and inform His Highness? Another man asked. Not yet. Let's wait a little longer. We need the most accurate information, Li San said. The 3 of them continued to lie low. By midnight, all the people around the lotus pond had gathered in the grove to the south. There were about 1,300 of them. At this point, Li San led the 2 men back to Qingzhou City. Tomorrow was the day of the spring outing. The thought of this trap kept Xiao Ming awake all night. Not long ago, he had been just a lab assistant, a homebody. Now, he had to face a brutal test like a true prince. This was the first time he would confront such a dangerous situation. It would be a lie to say he wasn't scared, but he knew he had no choice. This was a trial that a prince had to endure. His status now didn't allow him to be cowardly or retreat. Throughout history, those who survived the rise and fall of dynasties were men of great talent, broad vision, and immense courage. He could easily create an industrial empire, but the art of ruling a fiefdom was what he truly needed to learn. Otherwise, everything he created would only become someone else's prize. By voluntarily attending this banquet, he aimed to lure out the snakes while also establishing his image in Qingzhou, a prince who dared to take risks and feared nothing. Only then would officials and commoners truly admire him from the bottom of their hearts. They would see a prince of Qi worth pledging their loyalty to. After all, who would pledge loyalty to a cowardly, despicable person? But a man who fought to eliminate powerful families for the greater good was a different story. Moreover, in his view, the founding prince of the Great Yu Empire, Xiao Yuanzi, had established the feudal system precisely to select the most capable successor. He didn't care if his descendants fought each other, as the victor would be king, and the loser would be a bandit. A prince who couldn't even win the struggle for the throne had no right to rule a vast empire. Thus, among his siblings, there were many cunning and talented individuals. To compete with them, he needed to temper himself and experience major events. Otherwise, if he wet himself at the sight of swords, he would become a laughingstock. As he pondered this, footsteps sounded outside, followed by Li San's voice. Your Highness, Sun Yuanzi has ambushed over 1,000 private soldiers in the grove by the Lotus Pond, Li San reported. Xiao Ming, who had been waiting for Li San's news, opened the door and let him in. Over 1,000. Xiao Ming asked again. Exactly. It shouldn't be more than 1,500, Li San said. It seems Sun Yuanzi has gone all out this time. He must have mobilized all his private soldiers, Xiao Ming said with a cold laugh. Li San looked worried. Your Highness, please reconsider. This is no trivial matter. The arrow is already on the bowstring, it must be fired, Xiao Ming said, though he was also concerned. But at this point, he had no choice but to press on. Go quickly and summon Captain Lu and Minister Peng to discuss our strategy. Li San acknowledged the order and left. Soon, Lu Fei and Peng Yukan arrived at the Prince of Qi's residence. After hearing Li San's report, Lu Fei said, Your Highness, if that's the case, during the banquet, we can ambush the Qingzhou army to the north. Li San said no one entered the grove on the north side. But the grassland in front of the southern grove is where the banquet will likely be held. The northern grove is separated from the Lotus Pond by several hundred meters. I'm afraid reinforcements might not arrive in time, Peng Yukan said. Lu Fei said casually, this time, I'll bring 30 elite soldiers to protect your highness. We can hold out for a while. Peng Yukan fell silent and looked at Lu Fei. Xiao Ming sighed. Captain Lu, my life is in your hands. At dawn, the first rays of sunlight pierced through the morning clouds and shone on the oil paper windows of the Prince of Qi's residence. The servants in the residence were already bustling about. Xiao Ming, who had barely slept all night, rose early. Li San was busy arranging the servants who would accompany Xiao Ming to the banquet. For a spring outing, a prince naturally had to bring many servants. Among these servants, Li San had secretly placed numerous secret guards. In addition to Lu Fei's 30 elite soldiers, there were over 20 secret guards disguised as servants to ensure Xiao Ming's safety. The Prince of Qi's residence appeared calm, but Lu Fei and Peng Yukan were already hard at work. The Qingzhou army had left the city the previous night and ambushed in the grove. Lu Fei was also planning how to ensure the Qingzhou cavalry could quickly come to their aid. Ancient battles were akin to street brawls, often lasting a long time. As long as Xiao Ming wasn't immediately captured by the powerful families, the Qingzhou army could buy plenty of time. By noon, Xiao Ming set out, surrounded by servants. On the grassland south of the Lotus Pond, Qin Chuanyun had already had his servants prepare the ingredients needed for the banquet, waiting for everyone to arrive. When Xiao Ming arrived, Qin Chuanyun, Sun Yuanzi, and the others were already present. Many of the powerful families sat on the grass, chatting. Your Highness, you've finally arrived, Qin Chuanyun said obsequiously as he approached Xiao Ming. The other powerful families stood up and bowed in greeting. Led by Qin Chuanyun to the main seat, Xiao Ming returned the greetings and said, Please, everyone, take your seats. Peng Yukan sat to Xiao Ming's left and right, while 30 heavily armored guards stood on either side. Sun Yuanzi glanced at the fully armored Qingzhou soldiers and smiled. Your Highness, today's banquet is meant to reconcile us with your Highness. After this, we will disband our private armies and return the land. Having these soldiers here somewhat ruins the mood. Before Xiao Ming could respond, Lu Fei said, Master Sun, you worry too much. Even when you travel, you bring your own guards. His Highness, a prince of noble birth, traveling with only 30 guards is already extremely modest. Captain Lu is right, Qin Chuanyun flattered. His Highness is a prince of the imperial family. When Her Highness the princess traveled recently, she had over 1,000 guards. There's no need to make a fuss over this. Master Sun, you're overthinking it. Sun Yuanzi's expression was haughty. In his view, since Xiao Ming had arrived, he had already fallen into his trap. That was why he dared to speak so disrespectfully. At this moment, he felt no need to grovel. He had his own plans. The Sun and Wang families had been allied through marriage for generations. The Wang family's secret dealings were all known to the Sun family, and they had participated in every one. Because of this, Sun Yuanzi knew that if Xiao Ming uncovered the Wang family's crimes, the Sun family would also be doomed. The other powerful families he had coerced into this plot were unaware that they were merely pawns in Sun Yuanzi's game. The Sun family had made thorough preparations. If this plan succeeded, all would be well. If it failed, they would flee to the grasslands. By then, not even Xiao Ming or even the emperor could touch them. These were Wang Qinche's original plans. Sun Yuanzi simply hadn't expected that the Sun family would be the ones to carry them out. After a moment of contemplation, Sun Yuanzi made up his mind. He said, It's not that I'm overthinking things. It's just that your highness has always been wary of us. Otherwise, why would the Wang family suddenly be destroyed? Although I'm not a member of the Wang family, I know Wang Qingzhou well. He would never dare to assassinate the princess. Your highness, you know the truth better than I do. With a cold laugh, Sun Yuanzi continued, using the Wang family incident, Your Highness immediately issued decrees to weaken us, the powerful families of Qingzhou. You couldn't wait, which shows how deeply you despise us. Instantly, the grassland fell into silence. Everyone's breathing seemed as loud as thunder. Qin Chuanyun's face turned pale, and his body trembled slightly. He said, Sun Yuanzi, what do you mean by this? You invited His Highness to this banquet. Why are you speaking so disrespectfully? Qin Chuanyun, you've disgraced us, the powerful families of Qingzhou. Tell me, in the entire Great Yu Empire, where are the powerful families not treated as honored guests by the princes? Yet you willingly degrade yourself to the level of commoners, no better than pigs or dogs. You've shamed all of us, Sun Yuanzi said, pointing at Qin Chuanyun without any courtesy. Wei Hong angrily said, Sun Yuanzi, what do you mean by this? Are you here to cause trouble? This is a grave disrespect. Although we've disbanded our private armies and returned the land, we're conducting our business openly and honestly. What's shameful about that? That's right. What's shameful about it? It's a disgrace, a humiliation to the powerful families. As soon as Wei Hong finished speaking, the powerful families led by Sun Yuanzi and those led by Qin Chuanyun began to argue, and the scene quickly descended into chaos. Everyone, stop arguing. Let Master Sun finish what he has to say, Xiao Ming suddenly said. Sun Yuanzi was impatient, eager to embarrass Xiao Ming as soon as he arrived. Your Highness, my meaning is simple. Please revoke your decrees and clear the Wang family's name, Sun Yuanzi said, a strange smile playing on his lips. What a fine way to clear the Wang family's name. If I admit to this, will you rush to Chang'an to report me, ensuring I'm punished and stripped of my title as prince? Xiao Ming said calmly. Exactly. The title of prince is not for the unworthy. Your Highness is clearly unworthy, as evidenced by the opposition of so many powerful families. Even Qin Chuanyun is acting under duress. Those who have virtue gain support, those who lack it lose it. Your Highness, can't you see that now? Ha ha ha, Xiao Ming suddenly laughed. What a fine saying, those who have virtue gain support, those who lack it lose it. Master Sun, why don't you ask the common people who has more virtue? What do those lowly commoners know? My virtue is the virtue of the powerful families. This empire belongs to the powerful families. Our interests come first, and you, Xiao Ming, are going against the tide. Since you refuse to repent, I have no choice but to seek justice for us. With that, Sun Yuanzi suddenly whistled. From the grove, the sound of charging soldiers erupted. Lu Fei's expression changed drastically, and he immediately led the 30 guards to protect Xiao Ming. At the same time, screams erupted from the banquet. Sun Yuanzi was shocked. The moment the whistle sounded, the servants at the banquet suddenly turned violent, killing over a dozen of the powerful families who had come with him. Several of them charged straight at him. Protect me! Sun Yuanzi shouted, and a dozen servants rushed forward. Qin Chuanyun was frozen in fear, staring blankly to the north. From the grove, more people emerged, all clad in silver armor, radiating killing intent. Sun Yuanzi has conspired to assassinate the Prince of Qi. Anyone involved will be executed without mercy, Li San shouted at the top of his lungs. The servants who had suddenly turned violent were actually secret guards disguised as assassins. In an instant, most of the powerful families who had conspired with Sun Yuanzi were either dead or injured. Sun Yuanzi himself was forced to retreat under the relentless assault of the secret guards. However, the private soldiers from the Sun family, charging out of the grove, quickly closed the distance, forcing the secret guards to temporarily withdraw to protect Xiao Ming. Sun Yuanzi laughed maniacally. Xiao Ming, you're truly a fool. Even though you knew this was a trap, you still came. Since you delivered yourself to me, don't blame me for what happens next. If I hadn't come, how would you traitors have revealed yourselves? Everyone knows the principle of capture the leader to defeat the rebels. Now, let's see whose side fate is on, Xiao Ming said coldly. The previous night, Sun Yuanzi and his allies had chosen to stay in a fortress outside the city rather than within Qingzhou, making it difficult to capture them. If Xiao Ming had rashly led the Qingzhou army to attack Sun Yuanzi's ambush, Sun Yuanzi would have fled in advance. In that case, Xiao Ming's plan to eliminate these powerful families in one fell swoop would have failed. If these families escaped, they would inevitably conspire to harm Kings Hu's interests, no matter whose banner they rallied under. This was especially true for Sun Yuanzi's faction. If they fled to the grasslands, they would become a future threat to Qingzhou. It was for this reason that Xiao Ming had taken the risk. After all, in an era of vast territories, sparse populations, and backward communication, capturing fugitives would be extremely difficult. As the two spoke, the private soldiers from the Sun family charging from the south were now less than 100 meters away from Xiao Ming. These soldiers wore a variety of armor, cloth, leather, and chainmail, and wielded an assortment of weapons, from swords and spears to clubs and more. Kill! Roars erupted from the charging soldiers. Xiao Ming noticed that among these soldiers, some wearing finely crafted scale armor were directing the troops to split into 3 groups. The central group charged straight at him, while the 2 flanking groups aimed to encircle him. Lu Fei also noticed this. He shouted to Xiao Ming, Your Highness, retreat. If they complete the encirclement, we won't be able to escape. Without a word, Xiao Ming and Peng Yukan sprinted northward, heading toward the approaching Qingzhou army. Seeing this, Sun Yuanzi was determined not to let Xiao Ming escape. This was a high-stakes gamble. The loser would not only lose their life but also their entire family and wealth. Sun Yuanzi had already staked everything. It was do or die. Charge. Sun Yuanzi brandished a sharp longsword and shouted to the other powerful families. The other powerful families drew their swords and, along with their servants, charged at Lu Fei and his men. Their faces were twisted with rage, like vengeful spirits. Your Highness, don't worry about us. You and Minister Pang, go. Lu Fei shouted as he was immediately surrounded by Sun Yuanzi and his men. Pang Yukan grabbed Xiao Ming. Your Highness, we can't afford to be soft-hearted now, otherwise, we'll only hold Captain Lu back. Facing 1,000 armed men charging at him was a scene Xiao Ming had only seen in movies before. Now he understood the immense courage it took for those movie heroes to stand against thousands of soldiers. The sheer momentum of the charge was terrifying, even if these were just poorly trained private soldiers from powerful families. Nodding, Xiao Ming quickly ran toward the Qingzhou army. Lu Fei and his men formed a line, blocking Sun Yuanzi and his forces. Seeing Xiao Ming fleeing toward the Qingzhou army, Sun Yuanzi's expression changed drastically. Archers, fire, he roared. As soon as he spoke, over 20 archers drew their bows and fired at Xiao Ming. Lu Fei, seeing this, let out a fierce roar. His sword moved with deadly precision. As a veteran of real battles, his strikes were efficient and lethal, with no wasted motion. The Sun family servants blocking his path were no match for him. Several fell in quick succession. Sun Yuanzi hid behind his servants, looking for an opening. As Lu Fei drove his sword into a servant's chest, Sun Yuanzi seized the moment to slash at Lu Fei's chest. Clang! A dull metallic sound rang out, and a deep scratch appeared on Lu Fei's armor. Lu Fei pulled his sword free, and a spray of blood erupted from the servant's chest, staining his armor. The thick smell of blood filled the air. Lu Fei grinned savagely. Master Sun, this armor was specially forged for me by His Highness. Pretty tough, huh? Sun Yuanzi cursed under his breath. Although Lu Fei and his men numbered only 30, they stood like an iron wall, firmly blocking the path. These men were the elite of the Qingzhou army, each worth 10 ordinary soldiers. Their full-body armor made them nearly impervious to ordinary sword strikes. In close combat, Sun Yuanzi's men had repeatedly struck at vital points, but to no avail. Meanwhile, Sun Yuanzi's servants were nearly all dead or wounded. Sun Yuanzi glanced at the private soldiers now only 10 meters away and sneered. Let's see how long you can hold out. With that, he quickly retreated. The 1,000 private soldiers were now upon them, led by a burly man wielding twin hammers. Lu Fei's heart sank. Xiao Ming had warned him that plate armor was vulnerable to blunt force. The twin hammers in the man's hands would be far more dangerous than swords or spears. Glancing at Xiao Ming, who was now halfway to safety, Lu Fei let out a battle cry and charged forward. He couldn't retreat yet. Whoosh, whoosh. Arrows whistled past Xiao Ming's ears. He felt a strong impact on his back, nearly knocking him off his feet. Without looking, he knew he had been hit by an arrow. Before coming, he had specifically worn a breastplate, with metal plates protecting his front and back. For extra safety, he had chosen a thicker set. Since it wasn't full-body armor, the weight was manageable. After a frantic sprint, Xiao Ming had used up almost all his energy. These past few days, he had been so busy with construction that he had neglected his archery and horsemanship. It seemed he would have to pick those up again. As the Qingzhou army came into view, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Looking back, he saw Lu Fei surrounded by Sun Yuanzi's private soldiers. Lu Fei is truly a fierce warrior. When your highness first came to Qingzhou, you replaced many of the local generals but kept Lu Fei. Looking back now, it seems your highness recognized his abilities, Pang Yukan said, panting heavily. When Xiao Ming first arrived in Qingzhou, aside from bringing his own generals, he could also select some local officers to serve as his personal guards. At the time, Xiao Ming had been foolish, allowing powerful families to replace many of his guards. Only Lu Fei had been kept. In truth, Xiao Ming had initially kept Lu Fei out of spite, wanting to slowly deal with this troublemaker. But Lu Fei's performance 3 years ago had impressed him, and despite his dislike, Xiao Ming had decided to keep him. I hope Commandant Lu is safe. Thinking of the past grievances with Lu Fei, which were all matters from Xiao Ming's previous life, but in recent days, Lu Fei has indeed been the only reliable person in the army. Your Highness, there's no need to worry. Back in the day, Commandant Lu could move freely even amidst the thousands of barbarian troops. These ragtag militias are no match for him, Pang Yukan said without a hint of concern. As they spoke, the Qingzhou army had already engaged in close combat with the Sun family's militia. The initially disorganized Qingzhou army quickly formed into a neat square formation amidst the chaos. The front row consisted of swordsmen and shield bearers, followed by spearmen, and the last row was again swordsmen and shield bearers. Kill! With a loud shout from the Qingzhou army, a row of spears thrust out from behind the shield wall, immediately felling a row of the Sun family's militia charging forward. Kill! The spears retracted, the shield bearers advanced a step, and then the spears thrust out fiercely again, followed by another round of agonizing screams. The Sun family's militia was in complete disarray, clumped together chaotically. They had never undergone strict battle formation training, usually only practicing with swords, spears, and staffs. In terms of individual skill, they were not inferior to the Qingzhou soldiers, but facing such a tight formation, they had no strategy to counter. As the spears thrust out, the Qingzhou army steadily advanced. When the front row of shield bearers fell injured, those behind immediately filled the gaps, maintaining the formation without a hint of disorder. Soon, the Qingzhou army pushed forward to where Lu Fei was. At that moment, Lu Fei was locked in a fierce battle with a burly man wielding twin hammers. Lu Fei's chest plate was deeply dented by a hammer blow. The burly man was even more severely injured, with long gashes on his exposed arms and legs, bleeding profusely. As the Qingzhou army approached, Lu Fei glanced approvingly at the formation he had trained and shouted to one of the commandants, "Advance! Kill!" Another roar erupted, and the Qingzhou army continued to advance like a harvesting machine. Sun Yuanzi, hiding in the distance, was filled with anxiety. He looked across at Xiao Ming, knowing there was no longer any chance to capture him. A wave of despair washed over Sun Yuanzi, and a hint of madness flashed in his eyes. He shouted, "Kill, kill, kill. Whoever brings me Xiao Ming's head will receive 500,000 taels of silver." Under normal circumstances, the Sun family's militia would have erupted in frenzy. But now, they were only filled with fear. The Qingzhou army's sharp spears were like the scythe of death, each thrust reaping lives. Sun Yuanzi repeatedly ordered his men to break through the shield wall, but they were all speared to death. Fear among the Sun family's militia grew, exacerbated by the increasing pile of corpses at the front. "Run! We can't win. I don't want to die." Amidst the continuous losses, the Sun family's militia finally collapsed. Signs of rout began to appear, with those who had fought bravely now retreating, some even fleeing outright. Seeing this, Sun Yuanzi roared, "No one is allowed to retreat. Those who retreat will be executed." With that, he killed a fleeing servant. But more and more deserters appeared, scattering like a receding tide. For every one Sun Yuanzi killed, 2 more took their place. Watching the growing number of deserters, Sun Yuanzi's face turned pale. He had failed. Once the militia scattered, the ambush would be a complete failure. After a moment's hesitation, he fled with a few close followers amidst the deserters. Some in the front lines of the Sun family's militia saw Sun Yuanzi fleeing and immediately shouted, "Master Sun has run away." Instantly, the Sun family's militia lost all will to fight. They had only been following orders, not even knowing whom they were supposed to kill. Now, with the Qingzhou army's appearance, they understood. With Sun Yuanzi gone, there was no reason to continue risking their lives. Most dropped their weapons and surrendered, while others scattered like birds and beasts. The battlefield was littered with over 500 corpses. The beautiful lotus pond was stained red with blood, the intense metallic smell of blood filling the air, nauseating. Looking at the devastation, Xiao Ming said to Lu Fei, "No matter what, we must capture Sun Yuanzi." "They won't escape," Lu Fei replied. As soon as he spoke, the sound of hoofbeats approached from a distance. 300 cavalry appeared, blocking the path of the fleeing Sun family's militia. The deserters were driven back, dropping their weapons and surrendering. 500 had died, and the remaining 700 to 800 surrendered. Sun Yuanzi's plan had been completely thwarted. Soon, the captives were herded together, but Sun Yuanzi and the other nobles were nowhere to be seen. "Where is Sun Yuanzi? Whoever speaks up will be rewarded." The 800 Sun family's militia squatted on the ground as Lu Fei questioned them. Xiao Ming and Peng Yukan also approached, scanning the crowd but not seeing Sun Yuanzi. "Strange, everyone should be here," Lu Fei said, gritting his teeth. Xiao Ming glanced at the dent in Lu Fei's chest plate and said, "You should return to the city and see a physician. Looks like you might have broken a few ribs. Who could have injured Commandant Lu like this?" Peng Yukan asked. Lu Fei pointed to a large man squatting in the crowd. "That guy. He's got some serious strength. If it were anyone else, they'd be dead. He's quite something, Your Highness. Can I have him? We'll discuss that later." "Let's find Sun Yuanzi and the others first," Xiao Ming said. The 3 of them scanned the surrendered militia again, and Xiao Ming said, "Have them walk past one by one." Lu Fei nodded and had the captives walk past Xiao Ming one by one. Soon, all 800 had passed, and several nobles hiding among them were captured, but Sun Yuanzi was still missing. "Damn it," Lu Fei frowned. Could he have been killed? Xiao Ming and Peng Yukan looked at the piles of corpses, and Xiao Ming asked, "What should we do with the bodies?" "Usually, we hire some laborers to bury them," Peng Yukan said. After saying this, Peng Yukan understood and said to Lu Fei, "Check each body." The Qingzhou army immediately began inspecting the corpses. Soon, they brought someone over. It was indeed Sun Yuanzi. In the chaos, seeing no way to escape, he had disguised himself as a corpse among the dead, planning to escape when laborers came to collect the bodies. But he was discovered. "Master Sun went through so much trouble to kill me, how thoughtful. But 500,000 taels of silver for my head seems a bit low. They say Master Sun is stingy, and it seems true." Sun Yuanzi snorted, "Do as you will. I want all of the great Yu Empire to see how you, Xiao Ming, treat the nobility. Your efforts to strengthen the empire are all for the throne, aren't they? Let's see which noble family will support you then." A spring breeze carrying a hint of warmth blew past, causing the leaves to rustle softly. If not for the current scene, this would have been a picturesque spring landscape. "I do not need the support of the nobility, nor does the great Yu Empire. The history shaped by the nobility over thousands of years should now be written by the countless common people of the land." Xiao Ming's impassioned voice rang out. In his eyes, Sun Yuanzi saw mockery, the same disdain they had shown toward the lowly commoners. "How dare you?" Sun Yuanzi could not believe that Xiao Ming would treat the nobility this way. Since ancient times, local nobility had always been the target of royal court's efforts to win over. Yet, this Prince of Qi was doing the exact opposite. It was precisely because of this that even Wang Chengzhou had not anticipated Xiao Ming would so decisively eliminate the Wang family, leading to his own demise. Peng Yuqin and Lu Fei cast admiring glances at Xiao Ming. It was precisely because of his mindset that they were willing to follow him to the death. Otherwise, if he relied on the nobility like other feudal lords, how would he be any different from them? Having lived at the bottom of society, they had personally experienced the oppression of the common people by the nobility, and they had been powerless to do anything about it. Now, they could finally laugh heartily. There are many things I dare to do, but unfortunately, your Sun family will never live to see them, Xiao Ming said to Lu Fei. Take all the nobles involved in the rebellion to the prison. They will be executed at the Eastern Market tomorrow. Lu Fei responded loudly and led the Qingzhou army to take the captives and Sun Yuanzi away. Peng Yuqin then asked, Your Highness, what about the families of these nobles? Remembering Peng Yuqin's earlier remark about being overly merciful, Xiao Ming said, Deal with them according to the law. Let this serve as a warning to the remaining nobility. Your Highness is wise. This official will handle it immediately, Peng Yuqin replied. According to the law, these nobles would have their families executed, their properties confiscated. Some would be beheaded, others sent to the army, and some exiled. If these rebellious nobles were let off lightly, it would only encourage other nobles to entertain more rebellious thoughts. When the cost of crime becomes low, people will take risks. This is human nature, unchanging through the ages. Your Highness, this matter has nothing to do with us. We had no idea Sun Yuanzi harbored such intentions. Qin Chuanyan approached, his face filled with fear. His hair was disheveled, his clothes torn, and he had fallen during the earlier escape, leaving him in a sorry state. Your Highness, please investigate clearly. The other nobles also knelt on the ground, trembling with fear. They were truly afraid. This was the first time the Qingzhou army had killed, and the corpses lying on the ground served as a warning to them. The dignity of the royal family was not to be violated. Rise. I know you sincerely support my decrees. I can clearly distinguish between good and evil. Xiao Ming gestured for them to stand. Qin Chuanyan immediately burst into tears. Your Highness, from now on, we will follow your lead without any second thoughts. Otherwise, may heaven and earth condemn us. Xiao Ming chuckled. Qin Chuanyan had been thoroughly frightened. In the past, when these nobles interacted with Xiao Ming, the worst they had faced was a scolding. The current situation was vastly different from before, and they were naturally terrified. Because the Prince of Qi before them was no longer a sleeping cat, but a man-eating tiger. To Xiao Ming, the nobles who obeyed his decrees still had some use. Having removed the fangs of these nobles, they were, in modern terms, local private entrepreneurs. His business still needed to cooperate with them to drive the economic development of the 6 states. He helped Qin Chuanyan up and patted his shoulder. I have seen your efforts these past days, Qin Yuanwei, and I am quite pleased. From now on, you will take over the businesses of the Wang and Sun families in the Chamber of Commerce. To the enemies, he would make an example. To those who submitted, he would share the benefits. This was how to divide the nobility. As soon as Xiao Ming spoke these words, the other kneeling nobles felt as if they had been given a reassurance. Qin Chuanyan was stunned for a moment, then overjoyed. Taking over the business shares of the Wang and Sun families would quickly make up for his losses. Moreover, with the status of merchants in the 6 states rising, being a pure merchant no longer seemed so lowly. Thank you, Your Highness. From now on, whatever you command, the Qin family will go through fire and water without hesitation, Qin Chuanyan said. With this matter settled, some laborers soon arrived to clean up the battlefield. Xiao Ming bid farewell to Qin Chuanyan and the others and headed back to Qingzhou City. Although he had not directly participated in the battle, he was still injured. The arrow had pierced through the chest armor on his back, though it had only penetrated slightly, causing a superficial wound. However, he dared not be careless. He was well aware of the medical conditions in the Great Yu Empire. If he were to contract tetanus, he would be done for. Thinking of the medical conditions in the Great Yu Empire, he wondered if he should add a medical department to the Bowen Academy. In ancient wars, many soldiers did not die on the battlefield but from injuries and illnesses. Before the advent of antibiotics, the mortality rate of injured soldiers on the battlefield was very high. It was only with the advent of antibiotics that this phenomenon improved. Your Highness, your back injury is minor, but Commandant Lu's injury is more severe. It seems like the bones in his chest are broken, the medical officer's son reported after examining Xiao Ming in the medical hall within Qingzhou City. During the battle, Lu Fei had not felt much, but now he was clearly in pain. Xiao Ming said, My injury is nothing, just clean it. Commandant Lu's injury needs to be bandaged. Medical officer Sun nodded. Although Commandant Lu's ribs are broken, fortunately, his internal organs were not injured. Otherwise, this old man would have been powerless. Your Highness, this kind of injury is just routine for me, no need to worry. Lu Fei chuckled, then added seriously, but this time, some soldiers were severely injured. I hope Medical Officer Sun can take good care of them. Medical Officer Sun had already examined the soldiers' injuries. One soldier had a severe sword wound, caused by a blade piercing through his armor. He probably won't survive, Medical Officer Sun sighed. Lu Fei's expression darkened. In truth, he knew that such sword wounds were usually fatal. Listening nearby, Xiao Ming suddenly said, he might still survive. First, disinfect the wound with alcohol, then apply some fresh meat to it. Medical officer Sun was stunned. What is this alcohol? Applying fresh meat to a wound? Does your highness also know medicine? I know a little, Xiao Ming replied. In ancient times, treatment methods for injuries were limited, especially for deep wounds. Many people died from infections and inflammation. The two measures Xiao Ming proposed, disinfection and preventing infection, were crucial. High concentration alcohol did not appear until after the Ming and Qing dynasties in modern times. In the current Great Yu Empire, where even distilled liquor was scarce, the use of alcohol for disinfection in medicine was unheard of. However, while other places lacked it, he had the necessary conditions here. Medical officer Sun, just listen to His Highness. The current His Highness is truly knowledgeable and talented, Lu Fei, lying on the bed, chuckled. Medical officer Sun frowned. A physician's heart is benevolent, how can we act recklessly? If your highness cannot provide a reason, this old man dare not use such methods. This put Xiao Ming in a difficult position. The principle of alcohol disinfection couldn't be explained clearly with words alone, it required experiments to prove. Fresh meat contained antibiotics, which could prevent inflammation to some extent. However, while Xiao Ming understood these things, he couldn't convince medical officer Sun with mere words. Medical officer Sun was a stubborn man, highly confident in his medical skills, and always scornful of unorthodox methods. Xiao Ming said, in that case, medical officer Sun, why not follow my instructions? A human life cannot be treated so carelessly, medical officer Sun frowned. Lu Fei interjected, since you can't save him anyway, there's no harm in trying. This old man only said he might not survive, not that he would definitely die. The method your highness speaks of is unheard of. If your highness truly can treat the wounded, I have a patient here with a festering wound that cannot be healed, medical officer Sun said. Hearing this, Xiao Ming replied, in that case, I will prove it to you, medical officer Sunday. After briefly treating the wound on his back, medical officer Sun led Xiao Ming to the outer room of the medical hall. There, a middle-aged man in tattered clothes lay on the ground, emitting a foul odor. Beside him was a girl about 7 or 8 years old, softly weeping. Seeing medical officer Sun, the girl pleaded tearfully, medical officer Sun, please save my father. My mother died early, and he's all I have left. I'll even sell myself to pay the medical fees. Medical officer Sun sighed. Xiao Hong, it's not that I won't save him, but his wound has already festered. I am powerless. Xiao Hong continued to sob, heartbroken. The pitiful cries made Xiao Ming's heart ache. Although he was now a prince of the kingdom, his soul was still that of an ordinary person from his previous life. He understood the hardships of the common people and knew how difficult life was for those at the bottom of society. A simple illness could often ruin a family. Now, such an event was unfolding before his eyes, and these were his own subjects. Medical officer Sun, go find some maggots from green-headed flies and place them in the patient's wound, Xiao Ming said. Medical officer Sun was stunned and said indignantly, Your Highness, how can you be so frivolous? Maggots eat flesh and bone. How can they be used to treat wounds? Medical officer Sun, just do as I say. Otherwise, he will only die. Tell me, do you have any other methods? Xiao Ming suddenly spoke sternly. He didn't blame medical officer Sun. The gap in knowledge was too vast. To people of this era, the methods he proposed seemed utterly absurd. Medical officer Sun fell silent. The Prince of Qi had repeatedly suggested these strange methods, and now, seeing his serious expression, it was clear he wasn't joking. With a sigh, medical officer Sun complied. Maggot therapy was no secret in modern times. It wasn't used for fresh wounds but for treating infected, festering wounds. In modern medicine, this was called debridement. Only by completely cleaning away the necrotic tissue could the wound heal. The larvae of green-headed flies were easy to find in the Great Yu Empire, where toilets were everywhere. Medical officer Sun ordered an apprentice to quickly fetch clean larvae and place them in the middle-aged man's wound. Your Highness, what should we do now? Medical officer Sun asked, now completely at a loss. Remove the outer layer of necrotic tissue and let the maggots clean out the remaining rotten flesh, Xiao Ming instructed. He wasn't a medical professional, but the detailed steps for this treatment, along with visual materials, were clearly documented in the technology database. While an apprentice handled the festering wound, Xiao Ming began explaining the principles of maggot therapy for infected wounds to medical officer Sun, also touching on the roles of alcohol and fresh meat. However, while maggot therapy was somewhat understandable, the concepts of alcohol disinfection and antibiotics left medical officer Sun utterly confused. Without empirical evidence, he couldn't grasp these ideas, especially since they were entirely foreign to him. I've said all I can. A physician's heart is benevolent. If there's hope to heal the patient, why should medical officer Sun care about the method? Xiao Ming tossed the ball back to medical officer Sun. The man was stubborn and pedantic, always preaching about a physician's benevolence. This argument left medical officer Sun in a dilemma. If he didn't follow the instructions and something went wrong, it would damage his medical ethics. Xiao Ming had Zhao Long fetch some alcohol and fresh meat for the medical hall, instructed Lu Fei to rest there, and then return to the palace. He would return in a couple of days to see the results. The rebellion of Sun Yuanzi had to be addressed properly. Back at the palace, Xiao Ming personally wrote an article condemning Sun Yuanzi and his accomplices for their treasonous acts. After receiving the draft, Fan Zheng had the newspaper office typeset and print it. Over the next few days, news of Sun Yuanzi's rebellion spread throughout the 6 states. Xiao Ming's personal involvement in rooting out the Sun family became a hot topic of discussion in streets and alleys. In a tavern in Qingzhou, several scholars sat together, reading a newspaper. The scholar holding the newspaper was dressed more elegantly than the others. He had bought the newspaper, which could only be purchased at the newspaper office. Although each copy cost only 1 copper coin, many scholars still couldn't afford it. Brother Du, what does the newspaper say? Hurry up and read it. The scholar addressed as Brother Du was swaying his head as he read the newspaper, while the others grew impatient. The events of the previous day's battle outside Qingzhou had already spread into the city, but few knew the details. Now that the newspaper had published the story, many were eager to learn the truth. Scholar Du gently put down the newspaper and clasped his hands toward the direction of the Prince of Qi's palace. Who would have thought that His Highness the Prince of Qi would personally risk his life to root out the traitorous Sun family? Such bravery is truly a model for us all. What do you mean by risking his life? The other scholars grew even more anxious. Only then did Scholar Du begin to recount the story, and the scholars listened as if entranced. After hearing the tale, one scholar said, His Highness first eliminated the Wang family, and now the Sun family and nearly 30 other noble families. Almost half of the nobility in the 6 states have been removed. Exactly. Now the Qin and Wei families have published articles in the newspaper, firmly supporting His Highness's policies. It seems the winds of change are blowing in the 6 states. With the nobility losing power, it's the perfect time for us commoners to rise. We must all strive harder, another scholar added. Of course. I'm currently taking the selection exam for the Bowen Academy. If I can get in, my career is half set. Isn't it obvious? Different categories mean different things to do after graduation, Scholar Du said matter-of-factly. That's why it's strange. The sages taught us that studying is for self-cultivation, governing the country, and bringing peace to the world. It's about becoming a high-ranking official and serving the nation and its people. If that's the case, why does the Bowen Academy need so many categories? The classics, history, philosophy, and literature should suffice, one scholar argued. I disagree. I think the Bowen Academy is different from private schools. Scholars don't have to focus solely on passing the imperial exams. They can do other things too, another scholar countered. Brother So, are you saying you won't take the imperial exams anymore? Scholar Du asked a scholar wearing patched clothes. Scholar So nodded. I take the imperial exams every year, and every year I fail. My family is getting poorer, and I can't even afford the travel expenses for the exams anymore. Rather than copying books in the bustling market, I'd rather take the Bowen Academy exams. Even if I don't become an official, I can still live a decent life. Brother So, that's not the right attitude. As the saying goes, wealth cannot corrupt, poverty cannot sway. Even if you don't take the imperial exams, you can still apply for the political history category at the Bowen Academy. Serving in King's Hu's government would be a good path. Brother Zhang, it's not that I don't want to. But just look at the number of applicants for the political history category. It's like 10,000 people trying to cross a single log bridge. I'm already in my 20s, I can't afford to waste more time. Scholar Su sighed deeply. The atmosphere grew awkward. Scholar Du said, we've gone off topic. We were talking about the Sun family's rebellion, and now we're discussing the Bowen Academy. Everyone laughed bitterly. It was precisely because of the fall of the Sun family and other noble clans that they were paying attention to the Bowen Academy. With the nobles gone, there would be many vacancies in the 6 states. Now was the perfect time to become an official. Unlike the scholars' reactions, when the newspaper reporters read the news to the villagers of Zhu family village, there was an outburst of cheers, followed by continuous shouts of long live the prince. The reputation of the Prince of Qi was once again deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. He was a feudal lord who feared no noble clans and worked for the benefit of the common people. Now, this feudal lord stood tall in their hearts like a hero. Who else would dare to attend a banquet knowing it was dangerous, all for the sake of eradicating the harm caused by the noble clans? More villagers were concerned about what would happen next. According to the newspaper, the properties of these noble clans would be confiscated, and families whose lands had been seized by the nobles could report to the local government. After verification, the land would be returned to them. This news excited the villagers even more. Many had already received fertile land after the Wang family incident. The tangible benefits made the villagers believe this was no lie. The Prince of Qi kept his promises. After cheering, they listened carefully while calculating how much land had been taken from them by the noble clans. Including the newly cultivated land, many families now had over 100 acres. Father, if we get all our land back, will we be able to farm it all? Zhu Wuliu asked his father. Zhu De said, your third brother is right. With so much land in the production team, we won't be able to farm it all unless we buy more plow oxen. Let's wait and see after this harvest. The production team said if the harvest is good, we'll sell some grain to buy plow oxen. Before, we worried about not having enough land to farm. Now, we worry about having too much. Zhu Wuliu's father laughed heartily. Zhu Wuliu's mother glared at her husband. You're happy now, but don't complain when your back breaks from the work. I'll still be happy, Zhu Wuliu suddenly said. I still need to get married. The whole family burst into laughter. On the threshing ground, the villagers of Zhu family village gathered in groups, their eyes filled with dreams of a better future. Land was the lifeblood of farmers. Now that Xiao Ming had given them land, he had given them everything. As the Zhu family chatted and laughed, Zhu Sansi, who had been silent, suddenly said, "Father, Mother, I want to join the army." "What the hell are you talking about? We don't even have enough people to farm the land, and you want to join the army?" Zhu Wuliu's father scolded, almost kicking him. When the Qingzhou army surrounded the Sun family's militia, Zhu Sansi had been carrying firewood to sell in the city. Seeing the battle, he wasn't scared. Instead, he was awed by the majestic armor of the Qingzhou soldiers. Back home, he couldn't stop thinking about the Qingzhou army, itching to wear such impressive armor himself. How wonderful it would be to be one of those soldiers in the battle formation. "Father, if the Qingzhou army hadn't surrounded the noble clan's militia, could we have gotten our land back? To put it bluntly, what if the barbarians attack again? What good is all this land if we can't protect it?" Zhu Sansi argued. Zhu Sansi's father fell silent, and the surrounding villagers stopped talking, struck by his words. Only then did they realize that everything they had now was something the Prince of Qi had fought for through blood and sacrifice. The prince was willing to risk his life for the people of his fiefdom. Shouldn't they also do their part to protect the prince and their land? "Sansi, have you thought this through? If you join the prince's army, you can't be a coward on the battlefield," Zhu Sansi's father said seriously. Zhu Sansi was thrilled. "Father, you agree? This kid is usually quiet, but what he said today left me with no rebuttal. You're right. If no one joins the army, how will the prince fight the barbarians?" "I'll join the army too," a voice came from a nearby family. "Me too." Soon, the threshing ground was filled with the voices of young men eager to enlist. The reporter reading the newspaper in the middle stopped. He silently recorded what he had seen today. Suddenly, he remembered a question he had asked his teacher years ago: "What is the people's will?" His teacher had replied, "The people's will is food. The people's will is an endless supply of soldiers. The people's will is the laborers who transport grain to the battlefield. Lose the people's will, and a nation will lack soldiers, unable to afford even a single defeat. With the people's will, even after 100 defeats, an endless supply of soldiers will eventually win the war." This was exactly the scene his teacher had described. As a reporter, the more places he visited, the more he saw. Qingzhou was constantly changing, and these changes reflected the Prince of Qi's vision. Although he had initially resisted this job, he now found himself enjoying it. Continually delivering news and reflecting the issues of the common people to the higher UPS, the newspaper office was the bridge between the prince's palace and the grassroots. He felt he wasn't an official advisor, but he was doing even more than one. Putting away the newspaper, he headed to the next village, eagerly anticipating more changes in Governor's mansion. Peng Yukan was reviewing reports submitted from various prefectures. The Sun family's militia had been annihilated, and the next day, at the eastern market of Qingzhou, all participants in the incident were publicly executed. The crowd that gathered to witness the event was so large that the execution ground was completely packed. People came to see this extraordinary event with their own eyes. Having been oppressed by the nobility for many years, the common folk now saw the downfall of the noble clans. When Sun Yuanzi was brought to the execution ground, countless people threw stones and rotten vegetables at him, a clear reflection of the deep resentment the people held against the oppression they had endured. However, while Xiao Ming was now recuperating from his injuries, Peng Yukan found no time to rest. On one hand, he had to deal with the problem of the noble family's dependence, and on the other, there was the matter of the Bowen Academy. After assigning these two tasks to him, Xiao Ming seemed to have washed his hands of the matter, leaving Peng Yukan to handle everything while he went off to compete with Medical Officer Sun in medical skills. Looking at the pile of official documents on his desk, Peng Yukan couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. The Prince of Qi could be so serious at times, yet at other times, he seemed completely unserious. "Chief Secretary Peng, here is the registration list for the Bowen Academy." A fair-skinned, tall young man walked in. The young man wore a green official robe, a stark contrast to Peng Yukan's purple one. In the Great Yu Empire, the color of an official's robe indicated their rank. Officials of the 3rd rank and above wore purple robes, those of the 4th and 5th ranks wore vermilion, 6th and 7th ranks wore green, and 8th and 9th ranks wore blue. Additionally, the ornaments on their belts were made of jade, gold, silver, or copper, further distinguishing their ranks. Peng Yukan glanced at the young man and smiled, asking, "Xing Chang, it's been a month since you arrived in Qingzhou. How do you find it?" The young man, named Zhan Xing Chang, was from Chang'an. Peng Yukan had noticed his talent back when he was in Chang'an. After Qingzhou needed a large number of talented individuals to fill official positions, Peng Yukan had written to Chang'an, and a month ago, Zhan Xing Chang arrived in Qingzhou. Peng Yukan appointed him as the Sima, a mid-level official, of Qingzhou. Qingzhou is indeed different from other places, and the Prince of Qi is also unlike other princes, Zhan Xing Chang said after a moment of thought. Peng Yukan seemed intent on testing Zhan Xing Chang, so he asked, "What exactly is different? Tell me." Since ancient times, the foundation of a nation has always been agriculture. Although His Highness also values agricultural production, he seems to place even greater emphasis on the profits of commerce. While commercial profits can bring sudden wealth, they are like rootless duckweed. If war breaks out and supplies run short, trade routes will be cut off, and the people of the fiefdom will ultimately rely on grain to survive, Zhan Xingchang explained. Moreover, merchants chase profits, much like how barbarians follow water and grass. Wherever the profit lies, the merchants will go, never staying in one place for long. They lack a sense of responsibility toward their nation and people. Some even bribe officials for personal gain, harming the country and its people. While merchants are not yet a significant force and can be suppressed, if they grow too powerful in the future, their harm could rival that of the noble clans, Zhang Xingchang added calmly. Peng Yukan looked surprised, his eyes filled with delight as he gazed at Zhang Xingchang. Your views are quite similar to His Highness's, Peng Yukan said. His Highness said the same thing. Zhang Xingchang asked in surprise. Peng Yukan nodded. His Highness said that agriculture is the foundation of the nation, commerce is the foundation of wealth, and industry is the foundation of strength. None of the three can be neglected. While merchants do chase profits, as long as the state controls the businesses that are vital to the nation's survival, they won't be able to cause trouble. Zhang Xingchang said, since His Highness has such foresight, I need not worry. Peng Yukan laughed heartily. Xingchang, having you travel thousands of miles to Qingzhou only to appoint you as the Sima of Qingzhou, isn't that too demeaning for you? Zhang Xingchang bowed and clasped his hands. How could I dare to complain? I was merely waiting at home for an official position. Now that I have a post and can serve His Highness, I am already satisfied. Good. Your ability to remain calm in the face of honor or disgrace is one of the reasons I value you. I have been serving as the governor of Qingzhou concurrently, and the position of Sima is meant to assist the governor in handling administrative affairs. When the time comes and you are capable, I will recommend you to His Highness to be appointed as the governor. Zhang Xingchang's expression remained unchanged, showing no trace of excitement. He said, if I were to become the governor of Qingzhou based solely on your recommendation, how many officials in Qingzhou would truly respect me? I only wish to prove myself through my abilities. Peng Yukan's smile grew wider. I know your temperament, but even a talented individual needs a discerning patron. How about this? I currently have a task that I cannot handle alone, and I have never been fond of the business of confiscating properties and exterminating families. I will leave the problem of the remaining noble clans to you. This will also give His Highness a chance to see your capabilities. Chief Secretary Peng, this matter is of great importance. Zhang Xingchang hesitated. If it were a trivial matter, I wouldn't have assigned it to you, Peng Yukan said seriously. Consider it part of your official duties. You must complete it. Seeing Peng Yukan's firm expression, Zhang Xingchang had no choice but to nod in agreement. After discussing this matter, the two turned their attention to the Bowen Academy. Both of them had anticipated the rush of scholars from the 6 prefectures to apply for the political history category. It's a pity that His Highness's efforts are being misunderstood. Isn't the purpose of studying to pass the imperial exams and achieve success? Peng Yukan's thoughts were no different from those of the scholars. Zhang Xingchang remained silent. After arriving in Qingzhou, he had carefully observed the local customs and thoroughly investigated the Prince of Qi's various unusual decrees. In the end, he reached a conclusion that even he found hard to believe. That is, the Prince of Qi did not believe that the purpose of studying was solely to become an official. Since ancient times, the hierarchy of scholars, farmers, artisans, and merchants placed scholars at the top. A single step into officialdom could elevate one above 10,000 others. Moreover, the Prince of Qi seemed to hold Confucian teachings in low regard, as there was not a single Confucian scholar among his subordinates. The ancient lands of Qi and Lu were the hometown of Confucius, and the Kong family of Kufu had been revered for generations, admired by scholars. Yet, despite the many vacancies in the 6 prefectures, the Prince of Qi seemed to have no intention of considering the Kong family of Kufu. Instead, he established his own academy to select officials, a truly unique approach. This prince's way of doing things is different from ordinary people. If he were like everyone else, he wouldn't be the Prince of Qi, and the 6 prefectures would still be in the hands of the noble clans, Zhang Xingchang said with a faint smile. Peng Yukan was momentarily stunned, then chuckled wryly. Zhang Xingchang was right. If the Prince of Qi had followed the old ways, Qingzhou would not have undergone such changes. Times create heroes, and perhaps this Prince of Qi was an eccentric genius. At that moment, in the medical hall, Xiao Ming, who was discussing medical techniques with Medical Officer Sun, sneezed. Medical Officer Sun joked, Your Highness, is someone speaking ill of you behind your back? Perhaps it's Chief Secretary Peng. He's always been sharp-tongued. Whenever I see him, I feel like avoiding him, Xiao Ming said. Medical Officer Sun, nearing 70, had a keen eye for people. He said, Chief Secretary Peng may be quick-tempered, but the common folk in the city have a good impression of him. However, the new Sima in the Qingzhou government office also seems quite capable. You're talking about Zhang Xingchang, the Sima of Qingzhou. Xiao Ming had some impression of this person. He had been recommended by Peng Yukan and later appointed as the Sima in the Qingzhou government office. The position of Sima in the Great Yu Empire was relatively minor, roughly equivalent to a modern-day city mayor's secretary. Yes, I think his name is Zhang Xingchang, Medical Officer Sun seemed to recall. Currently, among Xiao Ming's advisors, Peng Yukan was his top civil official, Lu Fei his top military officer, and Li Kaiwen his top merchant. Beyond these, he truly lacked capable individuals. In the past, when he hadn't been involved in governance, he hadn't noticed this. But now that he needed capable people, he found himself short-handed. Although Peng Yukan was competent, his abilities were limited. He couldn't handle everything. Moreover, Peng Yukan excelled in logistics. He was adept at managing horse administration, agricultural production, and infrastructure construction. However, when it came to handling special events, he often found himself at a loss. In essence, Pang Yukan was similar to a figure like Xiao He, highly skilled in administrative affairs but not suited to be a strategic advisor. Simply put, Pang Yukan was somewhat rigid and lacked finesse in political maneuvering. Almost every scheme against the noble clans had been planned by Xiao Ming alone, with Pang Yukan offering little assistance. So, what exactly is impressive about him? Xiao Ming asked. He has many ideas, medical officer Sun said casually, as he didn't have a deep impression of this Sima. It's just that the common folk who come to me for treatment often mention this Sima. They say that a few days ago, Sima Zhan set a trap and captured a group of bandits, which amazed the local people. Really? Xiao Ming showed interest. Medical officer Sun continued. Indeed, the people spoke of it as if it were a miracle. They said Sima Zhan used some empty city stratagem, and over 100 bandits didn't dare to enter the village. At the time, only Sima Zhan and a few constables were in the village. Xiao Ming had been busy dealing with the local noble clans and had neglected many administrative matters in Qingzhou. He hadn't heard about this incident. As for why bandits appeared outside Qingzhou, it was simple. These bandits were former militiamen of the noble clans. When the Wang family was destroyed, some of their militiamen joined the Qingzhou army, while others became bandits. It wasn't unusual for a former militiaman to become a bandit leader. That's impressive. He has courage, Xiao Ming praised, though he remained somewhat skeptical. Recently, he had developed a habit of doubting first and verifying later. At his position, he had to question everything, otherwise, he might die without knowing how. What others said was one thing, but seeing it for himself was another. Setting aside the matter of Zhan Xingchang, Xiao Ming asked Medical Officer Sun, how effective is the maggot treatment for festering wounds? Over the past 2 days, Medical Officer Sun had been using the method Xiao Ming taught. Admittedly, the maggots had cleaned the patient's necrotic flesh very thoroughly. Now, following Xiao Ming's instructions, he disinfected the wound with alcohol, covered it with fresh meat, and changed the dressing every 3 hours. The patient seemed to be showing signs of improvement. Your Highness, where did you learn these unorthodox medical techniques? Medical Officer Sun almost called them unorthodox methods but quickly corrected himself. In truth, Xiao Ming was also sweating. He was betting on the fact that the environment of this era was relatively clean, with fewer bacteria on insects. Moreover, the maggots weren't dug out of a latrine but were found in a rotten egg. That's a long story. I'll tell you when the time is right, Xiao Ming avoided explaining. Medical Officer Sun was frustrated. Since Xiao Ming wouldn't say, there was nothing he could do. After all, this was the ruler of the 6 prefectures, a prince of the empire. He couldn't force him to speak, though he really wanted to. For Medical Officer Sun, this was undoubtedly a breakthrough in medical techniques. However, Xiao Ming suddenly said, I can teach you more methods. I've established a medical division in the Bowen Academy. If you're willing to pass on your lifelong knowledge to the students, I'll teach you. How about that? Medical Officer Sun's expression shifted repeatedly. His skills had been passed down from his father, who had learned them from his grandfather, and so on. Outsiders were never taught. This was their livelihood, passed down through generations. Your Highness, I'm afraid this old man is incapable of that, Medical Officer Sun politely declined. Xiao Ming was immediately displeased. Over the past few days, he had discovered a frustrating truth. Whether it was medical skills or culinary techniques, these people never shared their knowledge with outsiders. It was always passed down from one generation to the next. This was why they placed such importance on having male heirs and were extremely patriarchal. Since women rarely engaged in business, skills were only passed down to men. As a result, these people relied on ancestral skills to make a living, but it also led to a severe lack of social resources. The reason Medical Officer Sun had become the medical officer was simply that his family was the most renowned medical family in Qingzhou. There was no one else. In that case, I won't force you. But I won't hide my medical knowledge. Anyone who comes to the Bowen Academy to study medicine will be taught by me. And I believe that once they graduate, they won't be inferior to your descendants, Xiao Ming declared. Sweat broke out on Medical Officer Sun's forehead. The man before him was someone who had manipulated the noble clans of the 6 prefectures with ease. How could his small medical family withstand the Prince of Qi's schemes? But if he really went to the Bowen Academy to teach, it would violate his family's ancestral rules. Medical Officer Sun was torn. Seeing Medical Officer Sun's hesitation, Xiao Ming thought his combination of carrot and stick was working. He had only been bluffing. He was human, not a superman. Teaching Lu Tong and others chemistry, and Chen Qi and others physics, had already drained his energy. He truly didn't have the strength to lead a medical division now. But if Medical Officer Sun joined, it would be different. At the very least, he could teach some basic medical knowledge. Xiao Ming only needed to transcribe the medical knowledge from the technology database for him to study. He didn't expect King's Hu's medical standards to reach any great heights in a short time. He just wanted these people to learn some basic surgical knowledge. After all, he didn't want his soldiers to die from minor injuries. As the two stared at each other, a figure in green entered the medical hall. It was Lu Luo. She walked up to Xiao Ming and whispered something in his ear. Xiao Ming's expression immediately turned Strangian like the usual tranquility. The entrance of the Prince of Qi's mansion was unusually lively today. A small sedan chair with green embroidered curtains was parked in front of the mansion, and the sound of a woman's soft weeping could be heard from inside. Outside the sedan chair stood two fierce-looking matrons, who were cursing and scolding. Xuan stood at the entrance of the mansion, her hands on her slender waist, her willow-like eyebrows furrowed, exuding an air of unyielding determination. Miss, do you even know who is inside this sedan chair? When His Highness the Prince of Qi and our young lady were inseparable, you probably didn't even know where you were, one of the matrons said, waving a handkerchief with an arrogant expression. That's right. At this time last year, His Highness would always send a sedan chair to fetch our young lady. Humph, you have quite the nerve to block us. When His Highness arrives, you'll regret it, the other matron snapped angrily. Xuan's delicate face turned pale. Shut up. Who do you think you are, daring to make a scene in front of the prince's mansion? If you keep spouting nonsense, I'll tear your mouths apart. Oh ho, you little brat, try it? Come on, one of the matrons taunted, putting on a shameless face. Xuan was furious and turned to the servants behind her. Slap their mouths. At that moment, a man on horseback approached the mansion. It was Qian Daifu, returning from the mines. Although Qian Daifu was now in charge of mining operations, he still lived in the Prince of Qi's mansion. Every time he returned, he would come to see Xiao Ming. When the two matrons saw Qian Daifu, their faces lit up with joy. One of them scurried over to him and leaned in close. Steward Qian, you're finally back. The other matron quickly added, Steward Qian, look at this maid from the prince's mansion. She's utterly lacking in discipline. When Qian Daifu saw the two matrons, his expression turned strange. Unlike Xuan, he didn't seem angry but instead wore a polite smile. Aren't you the matrons from Miss Hongyun's entourage? Qian Daifu said with a smile. Seeing Qian Daifu's courteous demeanor, the two matrons immediately became more emboldened. One of them turned to the sedan chair and said, Young lady, Steward Qian is here. Now we don't have to deal with this wicked maid. Xuan was even more furious. The sedan chair had arrived at the mansion's entrance an hour ago, and the two women had tried to barge in without explanation. When Xuan came out, the two matrons had immediately started berating her, acting as if they were the mistresses of the prince's mansion. Xuan was initially frightened, but she was not one to back down. She stood her ground and refused to let them in. Now she asked, Steward Qian, what exactly is going on? Qian Daifu chuckled and pulled Xuan aside. The young lady in the sedan chair is named Hongyun. She was His Highness's, acquaintance from the pleasure houses. Just leave this matter alone. When His Highness returns, let him handle it. We servants shouldn't meddle in our master's affairs. Xuan's anger subsided slightly. She snorted and turned back into the mansion. She couldn't believe that in the past 6 months, Xiao Ming had never mentioned having such an acquaintance. She wasn't afraid. Even though they were maids serving consort Zhen, their status was still higher than that of a pleasure house woman. The gates of the prince's mansion opened, and the two matrons exclaimed with joy, Young lady, the gates are open. Let's go in. A woman in a red dress stepped out of the sedan chair. Though not stunningly beautiful, she had a certain charm. She glanced at the gilded plaque of the prince's mansion and gracefully walked inside. With Xuan stepping aside, Qian Daifu had no choice but to lead the woman to the main hall to wait. Not long after, Xiao Ming and Xuan returned to the mansion. When Xuan told him that a woman named Hongyun had come looking for him, Xiao Ming's heart nearly sank. This was a debt left behind by his predecessor. He had no obligation to take on this burden and felt no emotional attachment to this woman. On the way back, all he could think about was how to send her away. Your Highness, Qian Daifu greeted as Xiao Ming entered the mansion. After bowing to Xiao Ming, Qian Daifu gestured toward the main hall. Your Highness, Miss Hongyun is waiting for you inside. Xiao Ming sighed in frustration. Couldn't you have found an excuse to send her away? Why did you bring her into the mansion? Your Highness, Qian Daifu was at a loss for words. Had he been away for so long that he no longer understood Xiao Ming's temperament? In the past, Xiao Ming would have given him an approving look at a time like this. Frowning, Xiao Ming said, Never mind, I'll handle it myself. Xuan, standing beside Qian Daifu, was beaming with joy. She said, Your Highness, there's no need to trouble yourself. I'll have someone drive her out right away. Yes, drive her out, Xuan chimed in. As they spoke, a voice called out, Your Highness. The voice carried a tone of melancholy. Xiao Ming looked over and saw Hongyun, his predecessor's former lover. Hongyun was once the top courtesan in Qingzhou, with both beauty and charm. In a small place like Qingzhou, even a mediocre woman could be appealing, and Hongyun was far from mediocre. Back then, Xiao Ming had spent his days frolicking with Hongyun. To the current Xiao Ming, those memories felt like scenes from a cheesy romance novel. However, no matter how one looked at it, this was just a fling from his predecessor's life. Moreover, Hongyun had been recommended by Wang Shijia. After that, Hongyun had returned to her hometown for a visit and had been gone for over half a year. Miss Hongyun, Xiao Ming forced the words out of his throat. Hongyun looked at Xiao Ming, a smile in her eyes. But to Xiao Ming, the smile seemed fake, the kind of smile one puts on for show. He had seen plenty of such smiles in his previous life. Your Highness, it's been half a year. Why are you calling me Miss Hongyun now? Hongyun said. Although Hongyun had been Xiao Ming's lover in the past, it wasn't like her to come running to him as soon as she returned. Moreover, their relationship had been purely transactional. His predecessor had paid for entertainment, and to put it bluntly, Hongyun had been nothing more than a plaything. After all, the previous Xiao Ming had been a product of his time, deeply entrenched in feudal thinking. Therefore, Xiao Ming felt no emotional burden. But as he thought about it, he found it strange. He decided to cut to the chase. Miss Hong Yun, you must have come here for a reason. Hong Yun nodded. I never expected that in just half a year, Qingzhou would have changed so much. On my way here, I heard about your highness's efforts to govern diligently. Today, I came to share a secret about the Wang family. What is it? Xiao Ming asked. Hong Yun glanced at Qian Deifu and Zuin. Your highness, may we speak in private? Zuin said, Your highness, be careful. The atmosphere in the main hall was tense. Xiao Ming and Hong Yun stared at each other for a long time before Hong Yun let out a soft sigh. It's only been half a year, yet your highness treats me like a stranger. Miss Hong Yun, let's get to the point. Do we really need to exchange sweet nothings and talk about eternal love? Besides, you've always been entangled with the Wang family. Do you think I don't know that? Xiao Ming said indifferently. Hong Yun chuckled lightly. Your highness has indeed changed. It seems that over the past 5 years, your highness has truly been biding your time. Back then, I found it strange why a prince of the empire would mingle with the Wang family. Xiao Ming frowned and remained silent. Hong Yun had first met Xiao Ming at a banquet hosted by the Wang family. That very night, Wang Shijia had sent Hong Yun to Xiao Ming's mansion, and Xiao Ming had been overjoyed at the time. But now, things had changed. Looking back, Xiao Ming couldn't help but feel wary of Hong Yun. Turning to gaze at the blooming peach tree outside the main hall, Hong Yun continued, Now that the Wang family is gone, I have no more reservations. Your highness is of noble birth, and I know I am unworthy of entangling with you. All I ask is for my freedom and a comfortable life in my later years. Hearing this, Xiao Ming breathed a sigh of relief. It wasn't that he was heartless, but the entanglement had happened before his time. However, from his memories, Hong Yun had always been a shrewd woman, and now it seemed that was indeed the case. If she had thrown a tantrum or made a scene, she would have been driven away. But by offering a secret about the Wang family in exchange, she had earned herself a favor. What do you want? As long as it's not excessive, I will grant it, Xiao Ming said, treating this as a debt his predecessor had left behind. Hong Yun thought for a moment and said, I hope your highness can redeem my freedom and provide me with some silver. After this, we shall never meet again. That's simple enough, Xiao Ming replied. I can agree to that. Now, can you tell me the secret about the Wang family? Hong Yun lowered her head, as if weighing her words, before finally saying, Wang Qinshuo conspired with the Huianchuo tribe to launch a joint attack on Qingzhou this autumn and winter. What? Xiao Ming's expression changed drastically. This is no joking matter. Hong Yun explained, I was in the Wang mansion at the time and overheard this while passing by the rooms of Wang Qinshuo and his son. At first, I thought it was just a joke between father and son, but after returning to Qingzhou and learning about the barbarian cavalry, I realized it was true. Those barbarian cavalry had entered Qingzhou through a cave in Kengshu to scout the area. Xiao Ming's expression turned grave. Only a few people, including Lu Fei, knew about the cave in Kengshu. Now that Hong Yun mentioned it, there was no doubt about the truth of her words. Traitors. Xiao Ming slammed his fist on the table. In history, it was not uncommon for borderland noble families to collude with foreign tribes, but he never expected it to happen in his own fiefdom. Hong Yun sighed. Though I am just a woman, I understand the importance of loyalty to one's country. That's why I came to inform you, hoping your highness can report this to the court and prepare early. Thank you, Miss Hong Yun. Though you may have fallen into the world of pleasure, your sense of righteousness surpasses that of many men, Xiao Ming said with a faint smile. Hong Yun shook her head. I am just a woman who wishes to live a peaceful life. I do not want to see the world plunged into chaos. Regardless, your information is crucial. I will have Steward Qian redeem your freedom and prepare 5,000 taels of silver for you, Xiao Ming said. Hong Yun nodded, gave Xiao Ming a deep curtsy, and then slowly walked away. Watching Hong Yun's retreating figure, Xiao Ming fell deep in thought. From the very beginning, he had been puzzled by the appearance of barbarian cavalry deep within Qingzhou. The cave Lu Fei had discovered was extremely well hidden. How could the barbarians have known about it? The only explanation was that someone had colluded with them and provided the information. Moreover, the recent ban on warhorse trade by the barbarians now made sense. Prohibiting the sale of war materials before a conflict was a clear sign of impending war. However, now that the Wang family had been eliminated, the Huianchuo tribe had lost their internal collaborators. It was unclear whether their plans would change. If this was part of the barbarians' grand strategy, they might still attempt to attack Kengshu, regardless of the Wang family's involvement. 6 months? This is going to be tough, Xiao Ming muttered, stomping his foot in frustration. The barbarians were a constant threat hanging over the Great Yu Empire like a sword. The empire's repeated defeats in wars had left its officials terrified at the mere mention of the barbarians. The Great Yu Empire was no longer the ambitious nation it had been at its founding. It had become a nation focused on maintaining the status quo. The officials were only concerned with maintaining internal control, while they chose to retreat step by step in the face of the barbarian threat. Tribute payments and land concessions seemed to have become the go-to solutions for dealing with the barbarians. But a wolf could never be satiated, and the barbarians were precisely such insatiable wolves. This matter was of grave importance, as it threatened the safety of his fiefdom. Xiao Ming couldn't afford to take it lightly. Moreover, he had to admit a harsh truth: the barbarians held a relative military advantage over the Great Yu Empire. Due to the empire's chaotic horse administration, there were virtually no cavalry units within the empire. This meant that the empire was perpetually on the defensive, lacking the ability to launch offensives, while the barbarians could come and go as they pleased, leaving the empire in a passive position. However, in Xiao Ming's view, human factors played a significant role in the empire's repeated defeats against the barbarians. In any war, the training, discipline, and fighting spirit of the soldiers were crucial. Yet, the Great Yu Empire's armies lacked the fighting spirit to face the barbarians, and their training and discipline were relatively weak. This only exacerbated the empire's already disadvantageous position in wars. It seems it's time to start propaganda and foster hatred, Xiao Ming muttered to himself as he slowly walked out of the main hall. Only by making the people of his fiefdom despise the barbarians could they unite to fight against them in the future. Otherwise, if the people remained fearful of the barbarians and lacked the will to fight, his fiefdom would remain in grave danger. As he stepped out of the main hall, Qian Deifu had already seen Hong Yun off. He said, "Your Highness, Miss Hong Yun has left. Hehe, it seems your Highness has truly changed. Even Miss Hong Yun is no longer of interest to you. Do I have time to indulge in women now?" Hong Yun told me that Wang Qinshu had colluded with the barbarians, planning to attack Kangsu this autumn. This is what we should be worried about, Xiao Ming said sternly. Qian Deifu's face immediately paled. In his eyes, Xiao Ming saw fear. "Your Highness, what should we do? Should we report this to the Emperor? The barbarians have always coveted the Central Plains. It seems they are planning to make a comeback. Report to the Emperor? 3 years ago, he didn't care if I lived or died. Do you think he'll care now? Your Highness, are you saying you plan to face the barbarians alone?" Qian Deifu looked incredulous. Xiao Ming nodded. "That's right. This time, I will protect my fiefdom myself. In these times, no one can be relied upon. I can only depend on myself." The Wang family's schemes, Princess Pinjiang's calculations, and King Wei's secret plots, each incident reminded Xiao Ming that he was surrounded by wolves. There was no one he could truly trust. The only person he could rely on was himself. "Your Highness, this is no trivial matter. Even with the full strength of the Great Yu Empire, we have been ceding territory and paying reparations for years. How can your Highness expect the 6 prefectures to stand against the barbarians?" Qian Deifu continued to persuade. From the moment he could remember, the name barbarians had been synonymous with terror. As a child, the maids in his household would often scare him by saying, "The barbarians will come and take you away." This showed how deeply ingrained the fear of the barbarians was in the hearts of the Great Yu Empire's people. Qian Deifu's reaction was within Xiao Ming's expectations. The events of 3 years ago had left an indelible mark of terror on Qian Deifu. At that time, when Kangsu fell, the barbarian cavalry surged into the heart of the 6 prefectures, burning, killing, and looting without restraint. On their way to Chang'an, they could see corpses lying in pools of blood. Many of the bodies were missing their heads, as the barbarians used heads to tally military achievements. To boost their records, many barbarians slaughtered civilians indiscriminately. This memory was vivid in Xiao Ming's mind, showing how deeply the incident had affected his predecessor. It was also because of this invasion that the 6 prefectures suffered greatly, and even after 3 years, they had not fully recovered. "All I need to do is defend Kangsu and prevent the barbarians from setting foot in my fiefdom." At this stage, this was the extent of what Xiao Ming could do. Launching a counterattack into the grasslands was virtually impossible, as Kangsu's overall strength was insufficient to support an offensive against a grassland empire whose power rivaled that of the Great Yu Empire. After all, the population base was limited, the army was limited, food supplies were limited, and silver reserves were limited. But can we hold them off? Qian Deifu grew anxious. "Your Highness, as long as we preserve our strength, there will always be opportunities in the future." Qian Deifu. Xiao Ming's patience wore thin. "This is my fiefdom. Without it, I am nothing. If I return to Chang'an, forget about my father. Do you think the other princes will let me live out my life in peace?" Qian Deifu fell silent. Xiao Ming was right. Since the founding of the Great Yu Empire, each emperor had sired numerous sons, but only a handful had survived to the end. Take Emperor Xiao Wengxuan's line, for example. Of his sons, only King Wei and King Kong remained alive. The other 10 princes had all turned to dust. This pattern had repeated with each generation of princes, and now it was Xiao Ming's turn. "This old servant understands." Qian Deifu's expression suddenly became resolute. "Consort Zhen once instructed me to protect your Highness at all costs. If your Highness stays in Kangsu to resist the barbarians, this old servant will stand by your side." "Good. That's the kind of loyalty I expect from my people," Xiao Ming said. This wasn't blind courage or overconfidence on his part. Over the past few months, he had come to realize one thing: he had no way out. If he wanted to survive, he had to carefully manage his fiefdom. And now that the barbarians were eyeing his territory, he couldn't let that happen. The suddenness of this matter left Xiao Ming with no desire to stay in the mansion. Instead, he headed to the governor's office. At that moment, Pang Yukan was discussing something with a young official. Seeing Xiao Ming arrive, Pang Yukan said, "Your Highness, weren't you discussing medical techniques with medical officer Sun? Why are you here?" "The barbarians plan to attack Kangsu this autumn and winter." Before Xiao Ming could speak, Qian Deifu, who had followed him, blurted out, The young official standing beside Peng Yukan smiled lightly and asked, if the barbarians plan to attack Kangshu, it must be a highly secretive matter. How did your highness come to know of it? Peng Yukan seemed to share the same thought, but then he remembered something and said to Xiao Ming, Your highness, this is Zhan Xingchang, the one I mentioned to you. Xiao Ming took a closer look at Zhan Xingchang and said, So you're Zhan Xingchang? Chief Secretary Peng said you are resourceful and decisive. Why don't you tell me how we should respond? To achieve victory, one must know both the enemy and oneself. First, how did your highness come by this information? Zhan Xingchang asked calmly, without a hint of subservience. Exchanging a glance with Qian Deifu, Xiao Ming explained how Hong Yun had come to him and revealed the Wang family's plans. Peng Yukan frowned and said, Your highness, the words of a courtesan may not be reliable. Isn't your highness being a bit hasty? It's better to believe it and be prepared than to dismiss it and regret it later. Chief Secretary Peng, have you forgotten about the barbarian cavalry last year? Those riders likely didn't end up outside Qingzhou by accident. It seems they took a wrong turn while searching for someone, Xiao Ming said. Zhan Xingchang said, In that case, we should send people disguised as merchants to the grasslands to gather intelligence and closely monitor the barbarians' movements. That's the first step. But if this is confirmed, what then? Xiao Ming asked again. Your highness should know better than I do. We must defend Kangshu at all costs to protect the 6 prefectures. What if I want to reclaim the lost northern territories? Xiao Ming asked. Of course, we should also build fortresses and implement a scorched earth policy. This is what is known as the advance and fortify strategy, Zhan Xingchang replied, his expression unchanged. Peng Yukan stroked his beard with satisfaction and said, Xingchang, please elaborate on this advance and fortify strategy. Zhan Xingchang continued, the most critical aspect of attacking the grasslands is the supply line. However, facing the powerful barbarian cavalry, the supply line is extremely vulnerable. Therefore, we should build a fortress every day's journey apart. This will ensure that supplies can be transported to the fortresses. Secondly, the grassland cavalry is not skilled in siege warfare, while defending cities is our strength. With the fortresses close together, they can quickly support each other. If the barbarians bypass the frontline fortresses and attack Kangshu, we can dispatch troops from the fortresses to cut off their supply lines, ensuring an invincible position. Xiao Ming nodded. This Zhan Xingchang truly had some skills. The best way to deal with nomadic tribes was the fortress advancement tactic, combined with a scorched earth policy to deprive the barbarian cavalry of supplies. However, this strategy also required the Qingzhou army to have sufficient field combat capabilities to ensure the fortresses could advance. Let's set aside the advance and fortify strategy for now. We don't have the capability to launch such an offensive yet. Let's focus on how to defend the city, Xiao Ming said. Zhan Xingchang replied, We need strong city walls and fire tubes. Xiao Ming's eyes narrowed slightly. Fire tubes, an early form of cannon, were already in use in the Great Yu Empire. However, they fired stone projectiles and had limited range, so they were not taken seriously. Yet Zhan Xingchang proposed using fire tubes for defense, a remarkably forward-thinking idea for this era. These fire tubes were the predecessors of cannons. With the capabilities of Xiao Ming's steel workshop, crafting precise firearms was impossible, but crude cannons like fire tubes were within reach. Fire tubes? What are those? Peng Yukan looked puzzled. As a civil official, he had little knowledge of military weapons, so he asked. Fire tubes were the local term for cannons in the Great Yu Empire. The earliest cannons came in various shapes, with tube-like designs being the most common, hence the name fire tubes. In Xiao Ming's previous world, fire tubes were also known as fire lances. Back then, the use of fire lances began in the Song dynasty and matured during the Yuan and Ming dynasties. By the late Ming dynasty, the Ming army was heavily equipped with firearms. However, even with firearms more advanced than those of the Qing army, the Ming dynasty still met its downfall. Therefore, Xiao Ming did not believe in the supremacy of weapons, as it was the people who wielded them that determined the outcome of wars. Over the past few months, Xiao Ming had deeply realized that the core of governance was to unite the people of his fiefdom around him. Only when his commands were followed by all could he achieve true stability. Of course, under this premise, equipping the army with more advanced weapons would make it invincible. As for fire tubes, Chief Secretary Peng will soon find out what they are, Xiao Ming said, exchanging a glance with Zhan Xingchang before smiling. Then he added, but the name fire tube is too crude. Let's call them cannons instead. Cannons. Zhan Xingchang was momentarily stunned. That name does have a ring to it. Zhan Xingchang had brought up the idea of using cannons for defense, indicating that he had some understanding of them. Xiao Ming then asked, since you mentioned cannons, do you know how to cast them? I'm afraid not, Zhan Xingchang admitted. But I have seen the power of fire tubes. No, cannons. A single shot can reach about 300 meters. If filled with stone pellets, they can cause widespread damage to the enemy. Peng Yukan chuckled upon hearing this. After all that talk, you don't even know how to make cannons. How can we achieve strong city walls and powerful cannons? Zhan Xingchang looked embarrassed. He had forgotten that this was not Chang'an. Zhan Xingchang may not know, but I do, Xiao Ming said with a faint smile. He had only wanted to find out if the Great Yu Empire's cannon-making techniques were similar to those of his previous world. Since Zhan Xingchang didn't know, he decided not to press further. Your Highness knows. Peng Yukan and Zhan Xingchang were both surprised. Xiao Ming nodded. Without some trump cards, how could I dare to boast about defending Kangsu? Zhan Xingchang's face lit up with excitement. If we place 100 cannons on the gates of Kangsu and command them effectively, the city will be impregnable. Xiao Ming gave a bitter smile. 100 cannons sounded easy, but it was incredibly difficult. Cannons were not like plate armor, they weighed several tons each. After all, when materials were not up to standard, the only solution was to make the cannon barrels thicker and sturdier to reduce the risk of explosions. Although King's steel industry had advanced, casting cannons was still a highly technical task. The first challenge was the material. The cannons Xiao Ming planned to produce would not be comparable to the crude fire tubes of the Great Yu Empire, which Zhan Xingchang had marveled at for their 300-meter range. Those were practically garbage. Without knowing the technological levels of the West, Japan, or the barbarians, Xiao Ming could only rely on his knowledge to improve the performance of the cannons as much as possible. Even so, he estimated that the best he could achieve was the level of the late Ming dynasty, with performance comparable to the redcoat cannons. The technology database contained various methods for manufacturing cannons, but even the most skilled chef couldn't cook without ingredients. More advanced cannons required materials and boring techniques that Qingzhou did not yet possess. It would take time to explore and develop these. If they were to produce red coat cannons now, whether made of bronze or iron, the cannons would have to be cast, which required molds. Creating these molds was no simpler than producing the cannons themselves. 100 cannons? I'd be satisfied with 10, Xiao Ming sighed. Casting cannons from scratch was a daunting task. The experimental phase alone would likely take several months. Moreover, cannons required trained operators, and training artillerymen was another challenge. Zhan Xingchang did not argue with Xiao Ming. He understood that even the artillery bureau in Chang'an found it difficult to produce cannons, let alone Qingzhou. Setting aside the matter of cannons, Xiao Ming changed the subject. You may not know about cannons, but do you know how to build fortresses? I have some knowledge in that area, Zhan Xingchang replied confidently. Xiao Ming nodded. Ancient scholars were often modest, and some knowledge usually meant expertise. He said, in that case, go to Kangsu and conduct a field survey. When you return, submit a plan for how to improve the city's defenses. Zhan Xingchang had traveled thousands of miles to Qingzhou to fulfill his ambitions and put his knowledge to use. Now was his chance to prove himself in front of Xiao Ming. He solemnly said, Yes, Your Highness. Peng Yukan nodded slightly beside him and said to Xiao Ming, By the way, Your Highness, I've also assigned Zhan Xingchang to handle the problem of the remaining noble clans. He'll have his hands full with so much work. Oh, is that so? It seems Chief Secretary Peng holds you in high regard. Tell me, how do you plan to deal with the remnants of the noble clans? Zhan Xingchang was about the same age as Xiao Ming had been in his previous life, so their mental ages were similar. Faced with Peng Yukan, an old stick in the mud, Xiao Ming preferred interacting with people like Zhan Xingchang. Your Highness, Qingzhou is in a state of recovery. Taking drastic measures would harm us as much as the enemy. The rise of the noble clans began with large families relying on their numbers and influence, gradually growing into the unmanageable situation we see today. Therefore, in dealing with these remnants, I believe the ringleaders should be executed as a warning, the secondary leaders enslaved, and the rest numbering in the thousands or even tens of thousands should not be punished too harshly. Instead, they should be dispersed to other prefectures. This way, they can no longer form a cohesive force in their new locations, Zhan Xingchang explained. You're right. The Sun family, including its main and branch lineages, numbers over 10,000 members. With Sun Yuanzi dead, these people can no longer remain in Qingzhou. By splitting them up and relocating them to other counties and prefectures, large clans will become small, and small clans will become ordinary families, never to reunite. From then on, the 6 prefectures will no longer have noble clans. After a brief exchange, Xiao Ming left the governor's office. Zhan Xingchang had left a good impression on him, but whether he was truly capable remained to be seen. For now, Xiao Ming's most important task was figuring out how to produce cannons as quickly as possible. With King's limited troops, he couldn't afford a war of attrition with the barbarians, especially with King Wei lurking in the shadows with ill intentions. The possibility of a barbarian invasion in the autumn. Apart from Peng Yukan, military generals like Lu Fei soon received the news. Your Highness, as long as the equipment and weapons can keep up, defending Kangzhou City won't be a problem. But so far, even the equipment for the Qingzhou camp hasn't been settled. Can you hurry Chen Wenlong along? Lu Fei shot a sideways glance at Chen Wenlong, who stood with his eyes fixed straight ahead, his teeth clenched in frustration. Chen Wenlong had a calm temperament, while Lu Fei was hot-headed. Naturally, the two didn't get along. Chen Wenlong replied, Commander Lu, producing plate armor isn't easy. Producing 1,000 sets in a month is already quite an achievement. But Your Highness said we could produce 100 sets a day. Are you trying to deceive me? Lu Fei, his chest wrapped in bandages, glared and questioned. Now it was Xiao Ming's turn to blush. When the hydraulic hammer was first implemented in the steel workshop, he had confidently claimed they could produce 100 sets of plate armor a day. Later, reality had slapped him in the face. It wasn't that he had misjudged the production capacity. The problem was the insufficient supply of iron ore. Now he understood that while smelting iron and steel was relatively easy, mining was a different story. After the shallow layers of ore were exhausted, the mines had to be dug deeper. Then, whenever it rained, the mines would flood, turning into ponds. Once the rain stopped, the first task was to drain the water from the mines before mining could resume. At the same time, the deepening of the mines increased the difficulty of transporting the ore. The 3 iron mines under Qian Daifu's management were producing less and less ore. The same problem was occurring with the coal mines. In the past, Qingzhou had never engaged in large-scale steel production, so the shortages of coal and iron ore during the rainy season hadn't been noticeable. But now, the steel workshop was not only producing weapons and armor but also bearings for ox-powered water wheels and farming tools for civilian use. Chen Wenlong glanced at Xiao Ming and said to Lu Fei, "Your Highness is clearly worried, so you can see I'm not deceiving you." "Your Highness, what's going on? If this continues, we'll only have 8 or 9,000 soldiers ready in 6 months. These soldiers, trained for only half a year, are no match for the barbarians, who are born riders and archers. Without the advantage of superior armor and weapons, we'll suffer heavy losses." Xiao Ming rubbed his forehead and leaned back in his chair. "Do you think I don't want to equip the entire new army with plate armor? The reality is what it is, and I'm helpless." With plate armor production already lagging and now the need to produce cannons, Xiao Ming was truly overwhelmed. Now he understood why ancient states struggled to maintain a standing army of even 100,000 soldiers. Feeding, clothing, and equipping an army was expensive, and maintaining weapons like plate armor added to the cost. Cavalry was an even greater expense. Each cavalryman needed 4 horses and a dedicated auxiliary soldier to tend to the equipment and horses. These auxiliary soldiers were similar to the squires of Western knights, responsible for maintaining the cavalry's gear and horses. And the war horses were no small expense either, requiring high-quality fodder, which cost a fortune. The workshop district was a major source of income but also a major expense. The slaves in the workshops needed food, clothing, and other necessities, not to mention the costs of Qian Daifu's mines. In short, while he had earned a lot recently, he had also spent a great deal, with most of the silver going into production. Even agricultural investments like oxen and farming tools had consumed a significant portion. Lu Fei fell silent. Chen Wenlong comforted him, "Commander Lu, don't worry. If we have enough materials, military needs will naturally take priority." "That's right. You focus on training the troops. I'll handle the armor and weapons," Xiao Ming said. Lu Fei had no choice but to relent. After sending Lu Fei away, Xiao Ming said to Chen Wenlong, "With King's Hu's mineral supply insufficient, it seems we'll have to purchase from outside." "That's possible, but your highness must be wary of slander in the court," Chen Wenlong warned. Xiao Ming frowned. Although he was a feudal lord, he wasn't free to act as he pleased. He was still subject to the court's restrictions. Iron ore was strictly controlled in the Great Yu Empire. Generally, other feudal lords rarely purchased iron ore from outside, relying instead on internal supplies. Because large-scale purchases of iron ore could only mean one thing, the feudal lord was mass-producing weapons and armor. This was a sensitive issue. With no major conflicts in the Great Yu Empire, if a feudal lord couldn't meet his needs with local ore and had to purchase from outside, what were his intentions? "I understand. I may have to report this to the court. In the meantime, balance production as best you can and prioritize the needs of the Qingzhou army," Xiao Ming sighed. With his power still growing, he couldn't afford to act recklessly. Otherwise, he might lose his life, and all his hard work over the past months would be for nothing. "Yes, your highness," Chen Wenlong nodded. Qian Daifu had been silent in the main hall. After Chen Wenlong left, he asked, "Your highness, how should we deal with the water in the mines? I'll have the machinery department prepare a few more ox-powered water wheels for you. Since mining is temporarily halted, focus your efforts on prospecting, especially for wolframite, followed by tin and lead ores," Xiao Ming said. The reason for seeking the latter 2 ores was to prepare for the possibility of cast iron cannons failing, in which case they would have to resort to bronze cannons. Cast iron cannons had a high risk of exploding. Pure copper cannons were simply too expensive. Copper coins were still in use throughout the Great Yu Empire. Qian Daifu nodded. After giving instructions to the 3 regarding the barbarian threat, Xiao Ming personally wrote a report about the barbarians and sent it to the courier station for swift delivery to Chang'an. Meanwhile, he went to the machinery department to discuss cannon production with Chen Qi. Chang'an. In the imperial palace, the willows were sprouting new leaves, and peach blossoms were in full bloom, creating a vibrant scene. Empress Zhao was strolling through the rear garden with a group of concubines. Consort Zhen walked beside Empress Zhao. Over the past 6 months, the concubines had noticed that Empress Zhao and Consort Zhen were growing closer. Some of the more astute concubines had already discerned the underlying implications and dared not show any disrespect to Consort Zhen. A few days ago, Prince Xiao had arrived in the capital to meet the emperor. Xiao Wengsuan personally went out of the city to welcome him, showing the importance he placed on Prince Xiao. Back in the day, without Prince Xiao's assistance, Xiao Wengsuan would never have secured the throne. It was no surprise that Prince Xiao's daughter had become the current Empress Zhao. Now, with the position of Crown Prince in flux, Prince Zhao's arrival in the capital spoke volumes. However, the Crown Prince's recent assertiveness in court suggested he was feeling confident. As for Consort Zhen, she seemed to be gaining more of the emperor's favor lately. But the palace was a place where news traveled fast. The actions of Prince Xiao Ming, against the local nobility in Qingzhou had already caused a stir in the palace. Consort Zhen, yesterday in court, many ministers impeached Prince Qi, seemingly quite dissatisfied with his actions in Qingzhou. As they strolled leisurely through the garden, Empress Zhao spoke to Consort Zhen. The imperial harem was a place where news traveled fast, and the concubines close to her had already informed her of this matter. Not only were King Hu's policies vastly different from those of the Great Yu Empire, but recently, rumors of Xiao Ming targeting and massacring local noble families had also been spreading like wildfire. What kind of place was the Great Yu Empire? It was a land where aristocratic families had ruled for thousands of years, deeply entrenched in the empire. Xiao Ming's actions had greatly displeased other noble families. Moreover, the Wang and Sun families of Qingzhou had been active in Chang'an for some time, and some court officials had accepted bribes from the Wang family. Naturally, they now sought to speak out on behalf of the Wang family. After all, Prince Qi was far away in Qingzhou, and even if they criticized him openly in Chang'an, there was little he could do about it. I have also heard about this matter. However, the Wang family attempted to assassinate the princess, and the Sun family later plotted a rebellion. Ming'er likely had no choice but to act. Consort Zhen defended Xiao Ming. Empress Zhao and Consort Zhen walked ahead alone. Empress Zhao glanced back at the concubines following them, ensuring they were far enough away, and then said in a serious tone, "That's just Prince Qi's side of the story. But the ministers in court are skilled at turning black into white and white into black. Some are saying that Prince Qi framed the Wang family to eliminate the noble clans. Your Majesty, the ministers who say such things are truly malicious. They are slandering my Ming'er. I beg your Majesty to stand up for Prince Qi." Consort Zhen's face turned pale, and she moved to bow to Empress Zhao. Empress Zhao quickly stopped her, her expression gentle. "Sister, the ministers wouldn't speak without reason. There must be someone behind this." After Princess Pingyang detoured to Jinling City, she sent someone to Chang'an in haste. Only then did the impeachment of Prince Qi begin. Princess Pingyang? King Wei. A chill ran down Consort Zhen's spine. Where has my Ming'er offended them? Both of these individuals held immense power and enjoyed the emperor's favor. However, Empress Zhao had always been wary of King Wei and Princess Pingyang. In her eyes, King Wei and Princess Pingyang were not people she could control, especially now that the two were growing closer. In Chang'an, the two had not aligned themselves with any prince, and her attempts to win them over had all failed. If the two were to side with her, the crown prince's position would be truly secure. But the problem was this: in the struggle for power, there were only enemies and allies, no neutral parties. Since she couldn't figure out these two, she remained cautious. Qingzhou bordered King Wei's fiefdom, making it the perfect place to keep King Wei in check. Who can say? Empress Zhao said casually. Now that King Wei is wealthy and powerful, with a strong army, perhaps he has other ambitions. At this point, she suddenly stopped. You should just take my words as they are and not spread them. I was merely speaking offhand. But don't worry, the crown prince has spoken up for Prince Qi in court. Consort Zhen breathed a slight sigh of relief. Thank you, Your Majesty, and the Crown Prince. There's no need for such formalities. The Crown Prince has always held Prince Qi in high regard. When they were in Chang'an, they got along well. After all, they are brothers and should help each other, Empress Zhao chuckled. Consort Zhen, though without power or influence, had managed to maintain her status in the palace through her intelligence. From the beginning, she had understood Empress Zhao's intentions, to pressure her into aligning with the Crown Prince and ensuring Xiao Ming's loyalty. But now, she had little choice. When Xiao Ming had been indulging in pleasure and showing no ambition, she hadn't worried much about him. But now, with Xiao Ming's actions in Qingzhou making waves in Chang'an, she couldn't sit still. She had always loved reading and knew that in the rise and fall of dynasties, few princes survived. Those who did were often powerless and insignificant. Previously, she had hoped Xiao Ming would improve himself, but not to become a powerful feudal lord. She had wanted him to live a peaceful and stable life. But now, everything was moving in an unpredictable direction. She had never been fond of political schemes, but for Xiao Ming's sake, she had no choice but to act in Chang'an. She saw things clearly now. Although the emperor was somewhat dissatisfied with the crown prince, the crown prince's position remained secure, especially with the support of Empress Zhao's father, Prince Xiao. For now, the crown prince's position was stable, and what Xiao Ming needed most was time. Aligning with the crown prince would give him a powerful ally in Chang'an, someone who could shield him from slander and schemes. Empress Zhao's earlier mention of the crown prince defending Xiao Ming in court was a clear hint. Your Majesty is absolutely right. The Crown Prince and Ming'er are as close as brothers and should support each other, Consort Zhen said slowly. Empress Zhao's eyes sparkled with satisfaction. Consort Zhen had never explicitly supported the Crown Prince, but now, with Prince Qi under attack in court, this was her opportunity. The Crown Prince, following her instructions, had led his faction in defending Xiao Ming in court. And now, she had reaped the rewards. She pressed on. Prince Qi is no longer a child. It's time for him to marry. I have a niece named Zhao Ronger. I'll bring her to the palace soon. If you find her suitable, I'll bring it up with the emperor. If he agrees, it will be a joyous occasion. That's true. I have been worried about Ming'er's marriage. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your thoughtful consideration. On behalf of Ming'er, I thank you. Consort Zhen smiled, though inwardly she was reluctant. But at this point, she had no other choice. The marriages of princes were nothing more than political alliances, a fact Consort Zhen understood well. Xiao Ming's wife would inevitably be a woman from a prominent family. Empress Zhao sought to further bind Xiao Ming to her through marriage, but the emperor's thoughts on the matter remained unknown. With a sigh, Consort Zhen realized that, whether she and her son wanted it or not, they were now entangled in the power struggles of the Great Yu Empire. As they walked, a voice suddenly called out from nearby, "The emperor approaches." The concubines turned and bowed in the direction of the voice. Xiao Wingsuan was walking toward them. "Empress, consort, what are you discussing so cheerfully?" Xiao Wingsuan seemed to be in a good mood, his face beaming with a smile. Empress Zhao replied, "Your Majesty, Consort Zhen and I were just discussing selecting a consort for Prince Qi." Selecting a consort for Prince Qi. Xiao Wingsuan's expression remained unchanged, but a flicker of something passed through his eyes. "So, you already have someone in mind." "Indeed. My niece, Zhao Rong'er, is well educated and quite beautiful. I think she would be a good match for Prince Qi," Empress Zhao said. Xiao Wingsuan nodded thoughtfully. "I have met Zhao Rong'er. She is indeed a fine young lady. But there's no need to rush Prince Qi's marriage. I have my own plans. Your Majesty has already made arrangements." Empress Zhao was genuinely surprised, her expression one of astonishment. Consort Zhen was equally taken aback, as she had never heard Xiao Wingsuan mention this before. Xiao Wingsuan nodded. The marriages of the princes of the Great Yu Empire are no trivial matter. They must be considered with the stability of the empire in mind. "Yes, Your Majesty." Empress Zhao bowed, her expression tinged with disappointment. Her plan to further win over Xiao Ming had failed. Seemingly unwilling to dwell on the matter, Xiao Wingsuan turned to Consort Zhen with a smile. "Consort Zhen, I hear that Xiao Ming has created something called glass in Qingzhou." Princess Pingyang was so intrigued that she went there to see it. "I, too, am curious. What exactly is this glass?" "Your Majesty has been busy with state affairs these days, and I dared not disturb you. The treasures Prince Qi sent have been kept with me," Consort Zhen replied, her face showing a hint of guilt. Xiao Wingsuan chuckled. "Perfect. Since I have some free time today, let's go and see what this glass is." Then he turned to Empress Zhao. "Empress, please continue your stroll. Don't let my presence spoil your enjoyment." "Yes, Your Majesty," Empress Zhao replied, understanding that Xiao Wingsuan wanted to be alone with Consort Zhen. As they walked to the Bishui Pavilion together, Xiao Wingsuan's expression darkened, and he said sternly, "Consort Zhen, do you know your crime?" I know my crime," Consort Zhen replied. Xiao Wingsuan was a man who had weathered many storms, and it was impossible for him not to have guessed the general situation. Xiao Wingsuan's anger flared. "Isn't the struggle among the princes chaotic enough? Now you've dragged Xiao Ming into it. Do you realize you're harming him?" Tears welled up in Consort Zhen's eyes. How could I not know Empress Zhao's intentions? But Ming'er is far away in Qingzhou, and so many ministers in court are slandering him. I am powerless to defend him. What else can I do? Xiao Wingsuan sighed. "Do you really think I've grown senile? Do you think I can't discern the truth from the minister's words? I have indeed been harsh with Ming'er, but that's because I was frustrated with his lack of ambition. If I truly hated him to the core, would he still be alive 3 years ago?" "Your Majesty," Consort Zhen was stunned. But why did I send him to Qingzhou, right?" Xiao Wingsuan shook his head. "You often say that parents who love their children plan for their future. If a powerless prince were given a prosperous fiefdom, it would only harm him. Now that he's far from Chang'an, which prince would see him as a threat? Your Majesty's coldness and harshness toward him were to prevent Ming'er from becoming the target of other princes' jealousy?" Consort Zhen asked, puzzled. Xiao Wingsuan smiled with satisfaction. "If I hadn't been harsh and strict with him, would he have curbed his unruly behavior? Now, his actions in Qingzhou are like night and day, proving that my decision back then was correct. He has finally turned over a new leaf." Consort Zhen wiped away her tears and smiled. "It was my and Ming'er misunderstanding of Your Majesty. It turns out Your Majesty truly had his best interests at heart." Xiao Wingsuan helped Consort Zhen sit down. "That's why I don't want Ming'er to be dragged into the struggle for the throne. I will ignore the rumors and slander in court. If that's the case, I thank Your Majesty on behalf of Ming'er," Consort Zhen said joyfully. Compared to Empress Zhao, the emperor was the true pillar of support for the Great Yu Empire. With Xiao Wingsuan's promise, she no longer needed to worry. However, if not for today's events, Xiao Wingsuan might never have revealed his true thoughts. Having been married for over a decade, Consort Zhen knew Xiao Wingsuan well. He was a man who kept his thoughts hidden deep within. Without this ability to endure, he would never have attained his current position of supreme power. "We are husband and wife. There's no need for thanks. But now, Xiao Ming has finally proven himself useful," Xiao Wingsuan said with a smile. The reason for his good mood today was not unrelated to the minister's impeachment of Xiao Ming for massacring the noble families in his fiefdom. As the ruler of the empire, Xiao Wingsuan was well aware of the deep-seated issues plaguing the Great Yu Empire. After nearly 200 years of rule, some problems had become too entrenched to resolve, like a disease that had spread too far. The most serious of these issues was the 6 major families carving out their own territories, while local noble clans dominated the counties. Having ascended the throne with the support of Prince Xiao, Xiao Wingsuan understood better than anyone the dangers posed by these non-imperial princes. The current struggle for the throne might appear to be a conflict among the princes, but in reality, it was a power struggle among the non-imperial princes. As their influence grew, they were no longer content with merely manipulating the princes. Their ambitions were becoming increasingly apparent. Thus, when Xiao Wingsuan learned that Xiao Ming had eradicated the noble families in his fiefdom, his initial reaction was shock, followed by excitement. It was as if the frustration he had long harbored toward the non-imperial princes had found an outlet in Xiao Ming. Consort Zhen smiled. I wouldn't say he's proven himself useful, but as long as he doesn't cause trouble for your majesty, that's enough. Xiao Wingsuan chuckled. This time, he has truly impressed me. In front of the other concubines, Xiao Wingsuan rarely spoke so candidly, as his words would quickly reach the ears of the princes behind them. Only in front of Consort Zhen did he feel at ease, free from the need to overthink his words. Though the harem was filled with beauties, how many of them had he truly chosen himself? Most had been accepted to consolidate his power, women he did not truly care for. Only Consort Zhen had caught his eye during the selection process, as she was a woman whose thoughts he did not need to constantly decipher. It was precisely because of this that his love for Xiao Ming was deep, but so was his frustration. Being a man who disliked explanations, this had led to a situation where father and son did not understand each other. Consort Zhen smiled faintly, recalling Xiao Wingsuan's mention of selecting a consort for Xiao Ming. Your Majesty, earlier you mentioned selecting a consort for Ming'er. Was that truly your intention? At this, Xiao Wingsuan frowned. The consort I have in mind for him is not from a noble family, but from the Fei family. This way, his safety in the latter half of his life will be assured. After all, no matter what, he will only ever be a feudal lord. Do you understand? Consort Zhen nodded. She understood Xiao Wingsuan's meaning. While he was not as cold towards Xiao Ming as he appeared, among all the princes, Xiao Ming was not his favorite. This was simply a father's love for his son. In the end, Xiao Wingsuan's primary concern was the stability of the empire, and at this point, Xiao Ming was not particularly significant, as he held little weight. The Fei family. Consort Zhen exclaimed in delight. The Fei family, known for producing 3 generations of high-ranking officials and having disciples and former subordinates all over the empire. Exactly. Although the Fei family is not a local power or a prince, their reputation is unmatched. If Ming'er marries into the Fei family, no matter who becomes emperor in the future, they will have to consider the Fei family's influence. Of course, this is assuming Ming'er has no intentions of rebellion, Xiao Wingsuan explained. Consort Zhen's heart swelled with joy. The Fei family was a prestigious clan that many princes had sought to marry into but failed. A gentle, warm breeze wafted through the Bishui pavilion, carrying with it the faint scent of spring from the newly sprouted greenery in the courtyard. Consort Zhen's delighted expression did not escape Xiao Wingsuan's notice. He smiled and said, however, don't get too excited just yet. The Fei family is not an easy one to deal with. Prince Qi's marriage will have to wait for some time. As long as the consort is a daughter of the Fei family, it will be worth it even if Ming'er has to wait a few more years. But your majesty, please make sure to choose a good one from the Fei family for Ming'er. Of course. At the very least, it must be a daughter from the main branch of the Fei family to be worthy of my son. Although Xiao Ming had many faults in the past, a prodigal son who returns is more valuable than gold. Now, he must be worthy of the Fei family. Consort Zhen nodded. But your majesty, what about Empress Zhao? You don't need to worry about that. The crown prince's consort is the daughter of the current grand chancellor, Fei Ji. If Prince Qi also marries a daughter of the Fei family, it will only strengthen the relationship. Empress Zhao won't oppose it. Then I can rest easy, Consort Zhen said. After discussing Xiao Ming's marriage, Xiao Wingsuan changed the subject. By the way, where is the glass that Prince Qi sent me? It's right here. Consort Zhen led Xiao Wingsuan to an inner room, where a delicate wooden box contained 9 crystal-clear glass goblets. Xiao Wingsuan's eyes widened in amazement as he picked up one of the goblets and examined it closely. Pure as water, smooth as jade. Was this glass really produced in King's Hu's workshops? There's no doubt about it. These days, many merchants have flocked to Qingzhou just for this glass, Consort Zhen replied. This Prince Qi. In the past, I refused to give him silver to squander. Now, it seems the 1 million taels I gave him are probably beneath his notice. But engaging in commerce is one thing, he must not neglect the governance of his fiefdom. After all, a calamity is about to strike, Xiao Wingsuan frowned. A calamity. Consort Zhen felt a sudden sense of foreboding. This year, the barbarians of the grasslands suddenly banned the sale of war horses to the Great Yu Empire. I've received news that the barbarians intend to cross Kangzhou and continue south. Last year's heavy snow caused significant losses for the barbarians, and they now covet the lush, fertile lands of the south. Consort Zhen covered her mouth in shock. Your Majesty, if that's the case, what should we do? When the founding emperor established the system of enfeoffment, it was to have the princes guard the borders, protecting the nation above and bringing peace to the people below. As a prince and feudal lord, Prince Qi must defend Kangzhou. Otherwise, what use is his title as a feudal lord? But your Majesty, Qingzhou was ravaged by the barbarians 3 years ago and has yet to recover its former glory. How can Prince Qi defend it now? Consort Zhen, concerned for her son, knew all too well the dangers posed by the barbarians. Currently, there were 4 feudal lords guarding the northern borders, Prince Zhao, who guarded Liangzhou, Prince Liang, who guarded Lingzhou, Prince Yang, a member of the imperial clan who guarded Jizhu, and Prince Qi, who guarded Kangzhou. In the north, these 4 feudal lords guarded the key entry points for the barbarians into the central plains. Among them, Prince Zhao's fiefdom was famous for its Sonjia cavalry, which had fought the barbarians to a standstill in numerous battles with victories and defeats on both sides. Behind Prince Zhao was Chang'an, the seat of the Great Yu Empire's emperor. It was precisely for this reason that Xiao Wingsuan placed such importance on Prince Zhao. Prince Liang's black feather iron guards were equally renowned. Unlike Prince Zhao, who relied on cavalry to counter cavalry, Prince Liang had built numerous fortresses along the border with the barbarians, garrisoning them with his black feather iron guards. Over the years, several fortresses had been breached, but his fiefdom remained secure. Prince Yang of Jizhu was Xiao Wingsuan's youngest brother. His fiefdom bordered Prince Ji's to the east. Compared to Prince Liang, Prince Yang's situation was somewhat worse. However, relying on fire tubes and crossbows, Prince Yang had repelled several barbarian invasions. As a member of the imperial clan, he received support from the imperial guards sent by Xiao Wingsuan, as well as large quantities of fire tubes and crossbows from the Chang'an Artillery Bureau. Compared to these 3 feudal lords, Prince Ji was clearly in the worst position. Qingzhou was far from Chang'an, and by the time reinforcements arrived during a barbarian invasion, it would already be too late. Moreover, the events of 3 years ago had left Qingzhou severely weakened, its people impoverished, and its army reduced to a fraction of its former strength. Thinking of this, how could Consort Zhen not worry? Xiao Wingsuan frowned at Consort Zhen's words. You underestimate your son too much. In the past 6 months, Prince Qi has earned enough silver to make up for the losses of 3 years ago. Moreover, he has reorganized the Qingzhou army, equipping them with a strange type of armor and restoring a military system similar to the militia system. Now, his fiefdom's army numbers at least 20,000. Both you and I have underestimated his capabilities. With the incorporation of the local militias, I believe his forces now number at least 30,000. So many. Consort Zhen could hardly believe that in such a short time, Xiao Ming had rebuilt the Qingzhou army to half its former strength at its peak. A strange smile played on Xiao Wingsuan's lips. Is there any doubt? That boy even managed to win over Pang Yukan, the chief secretary I sent to him. He probably thinks I don't know anything, but he's still too naive. This child. There's nothing in the world that your majesty doesn't know. But your majesty, although Prince Qi is not the most filial, he would never dare to defy you. Consort Zhen's heart raced as she thought about how reckless Xiao Ming had been to poach someone from the emperor's side. Seeing Consort Zhen's worried expression, Xiao Wingsuan suddenly laughed. It's fine. I never liked Pang Yukan anyway. Let him stay in Qingzhou. He probably knows he can't return to Chang'an. That blockhead has finally come to his senses. So your majesty means to let Prince Qi defend Kangzhou on his own this time? Consort Zhen probed. Exactly. 3 years ago, he brought great shame to the royal family. If he can't defend Kangzhou this time, he might as well die there. If he succeeds, he will prove his worth. No matter who ascends the throne in the future, they will still need him to guard the north. Otherwise, he will still face death. And if he succeeds, I will swallow my pride and send him a daughter of the Fei family. Consort Zhen's heart ached. She understood that Xiao Wingsuan was not targeting Xiao Ming specifically. Even if it were the crown prince defending Kangzhou, Xiao Wingsuan's attitude would be the same. A prince fleeing from battle was a disgrace to the royal family and would bring ridicule from the entire empire. She finally understood why Xiao Wingsuan had said that Xiao Ming's marriage would have to wait. A family like the Fei, with 4 generations of high-ranking officials, would never willingly marry their daughter to a prince who abandoned his fiefdom and people to flee back to Chang'an. She also finally understood why Xiao Wingsuan had repeatedly said that he would rather Xiao Ming die than see him return to Chang'an in disgrace. Looking in the direction of Qingzhou, Consort Zhen thought, Minger, this time you must prove yourself. From now on, success or failure depends on this. In the Bishui Pavilion, Xiao Wingsuan continued to admire the glass goblets for a while longer. Seeing that Consort Zhen still looked worried, he comforted her, but you don't need to worry too much. The barbarians' southern invasion is a matter of national importance. I won't treat it lightly. If Prince Qi can't hold out, I will order King Wei to send reinforcements. To the west is Prince Yang, and to the south is King Wei. If even that isn't enough, there are still my imperial guards. Consort Zhen wanted to say that King Wei might not be reliable, but she swallowed her words. This was just Empress Zhao's one-sided claim. Bringing it up now, without solid evidence, would only anger Xiao Wingsuan, especially since he had always trusted King Wei. If that's the case, I can rest easy. The rest will depend on fate. I only hope your majesty will support Minger as much as possible, Consort Zhen said softly. Xiao Wingsuan nodded, seemingly unwilling to continue the topic. Instead, he pointed at the goblets and asked, by the way, did Prince Qi say what these cups are for? Are they just decorative? Minger said they are for drinking wine. He claimed that only glass goblets can truly showcase the clarity of drunken Qingzhou, Consort Zhen replied. Xiao Wingsuan seemed to like the glass goblets very much, almost reluctant to put them down. That's a good point. They are indeed perfect for drinking wine. But there seem to be too few of them. What's the difficulty in that? Consort Zhen smiled. I'll just ask him to send more. That wouldn't be appropriate. Qingzhou is facing such a crisis, and I'm taking his things for free, Xiao Wingsuan said. Consort Zhen chuckled. Your Majesty's words today are worth countless glass goblets. How could it be considered taking for free? Xiao Wingsuan laughed heartily. Consort Zhen had always been clever, and her words were always pleasing. After spending some time in the Bishui pavilion, Xiao Wingsuan left with the glass goblets. Even so, he still wanted to help Xiao Ming. After all, the barbarians' southern invasion wasn't just Xiao Ming's problem, it concerned the safety of the entire Great Yu Empire. However, just 3 days later, a memorial made it clear what Xiao Ming needed now. My esteemed ministers, you have all read Prince Qi's memorial. The evidence is clear, the barbarians have colluded with the noble families of Qingzhou to attack Kangzhou this autumn. What should we do about this? In the Chengqing Hall, Xiao Wengsuan sat on the throne, with ministers lined up on both sides of the steps. On the left were civil officials, and on the right were military officials. The crown prince and other princes stood at the front. Your Majesty, the barbarians' annual tribute demands have been increasing year by year. We have already ceded territories like Yuzhu to them, yet they remain unsatisfied. Their greed knows no bounds, and their desire to destroy our great Yu Empire remains unquenched. This time, we must not yield. Only by fighting can we deter these savages. A minister in a purple robe stepped forward, his voice impassioned. As soon as he finished speaking, another minister stepped forward. General Luo Quan, you are mistaken. The barbarians are merely preparing to demand more tribute, as they have done in previous years. A little silver will suffice to appease them. Going to war would only waste resources and harm the people. I urge your Majesty to reconsider. Minister Kui, how much more tribute must we give? Over the years, we have given enough. The barbarians fear strength, not kindness. The more tribute we give, the stronger their armies become. Their horses grow stronger, their supplies more abundant, and their weapons sharper. If this continues, the great Yu Empire will fall, and you, Kui Hao, will be remembered as a traitor for all eternity. Luo Quan glared, his voice filled with anger. Kui Hao's face turned red with rage. General Luo, you have no idea how expensive it is to run a household. Have you calculated how much silver a war would cost? How many soldiers would die? Most importantly, can we even win? Even Prince Xiao, with his formidable forces, struggles against the barbarians. Who can stand against them in Kangzhou? Exactly. If not for the annual tribute, would the barbarians have withdrawn when Prince Zhao's Liangzhou was besieged? A bunch of cowards. It's because of you that the barbarians have grown so powerful. You fools. Stupid warmongers. As the two argued, the court descended into chaos, with ministers hurling accusations at each other. Enough. Xiao Wengsuan roared. As always, whenever the barbarians were mentioned, the ministers split into two factions, those advocating for war and those advocating for peace. Since his ascension to the throne, the barbarians had grown increasingly powerful. At that time, his reign was still unstable, and the barbarians took advantage of the situation, capturing territories like Yuzhu. Losing the strategic pass of Shanhaiguan, he had no choice but to negotiate a truce with the barbarians, ceding cities like Yuzhu in exchange for time to stabilize his rule. At the same time, he rebuilt Kangzhou to block further barbarian incursions. He understood that even if he didn't cede these cities, he couldn't hold them. Moreover, he risked losing Qingzhou and even the regions north of the Yangtze River. Adding to this, King Wei had pleaded with him at the time, and Xiao Wengsuan himself feared the barbarians. In the end, he agreed to pay annual tribute under the advice of the peace faction. For a while, this arrangement maintained peace. However, the barbarians' greed knew no bounds. Even after receiving tribute, they continued to harass the borders, repeatedly demanding more. The tribute gradually became a heavy burden on the Great Yu Empire. By the time his rule was secure, the barbarians, enriched by the tribute, had grown even stronger, while the Great Yu Empire grew weaker. The voices of the peace faction in the court grew louder. Xiao Wengsuan understood the fear in his ministers' hearts. It was the same fear he felt. After all, spending silver was better than losing wealth and status. But now, with the barbarians invading again, he had no way out. He could only fight to stop the war. The ministers fell silent at Xiao Wengsuan's shout. Then Xiao Wengsuan said, Prince Qi's memorial makes it clear. This time, the barbarians have colluded with the noble families of Qingzhou to attack Kangzhou from within. This shows that the barbarians have been planning this for a long time. Their goal is not tribute but to capture Kangzhou and threaten the heart of the Central Plains. The fertile lands of Jiangnan are the source of the Great Yu Empire's food and wealth. If we lose them, the empire will be in grave danger. Your Majesty is wise. The fertile lands of Jiangnan must not be lost, a minister shouted. Your Majesty is wise, Luo Quan said, clasping his fists. At this point, the second prince spoke up. Father, we must be cautious. The barbarians are known for their feints. Perhaps this attack on Kangzhou is just a diversion, and their true target lies elsewhere. Even if we must fight, we shouldn't commit all our forces to Qingzhou. Instead, we should let Prince Qi defend Kangzhou while we wait and observe. Let Prince Qi defend Kangzhou? Have you forgotten how he fled back to Chang'an 3 years ago? The fourth prince suddenly interjected with a sneer. As soon as these words were spoken, the ministers in the hall erupted in mocking laughter. So, fourth brother, are you volunteering to defend Kangzhou? The crown prince asked, glancing sideways at the fourth prince. The fourth prince's face turned pale. I never said that. Qingzhou is Prince Qi's fiefdom after all. Outsiders shouldn't interfere. The glaring sunlight extended into the court, illuminating the fine dust particles floating in the air. The heated arguments between civil and military officials, as well as the princes, filled Xiao Wengsuan's heart with irritation. Like everyone else, he knew that the Great Yu Empire was no match for the barbarians. When Prince Xiao had visited the capital recently, his words had been filled with apprehension about the barbarians. Although Prince Xiao's underlying message was a plea for more money and supplies from Xiao Wengsuan, it was clear that the once mighty Xiao family, known as the Iron Curtain of the North, was showing signs of strain. Meanwhile, Prince Liang and Prince Yang were barely holding their own against the barbarians' constant raids. Over the years, the treasury's funds and the equipment from the artillery bureau had been funneled to these three northern princes. Coupled with the annual tribute payments, the Great Yu Empire's treasury was now empty, leaving no resources to support Xiao Ming. This was precisely why the imperial guards couldn't be deployed lightly. They were the last line of defense for Chang'an. Thus, the second prince's words resonated deeply with Xiao Wengsuan, while the fourth prince's remarks displeased him. The crown prince's retort to the fourth prince was exactly what Xiao Wengsuan himself wanted to say. Enough. Stop arguing. I have made my decision. We cannot increase the tribute this time. The treasury is already in deficit, and we have no money left to give to the barbarians. Moreover, constant concessions will only make the barbarians despise the Great Yu Empire even more. This time, we do not seek to defeat the barbarians, but to make them understand that the Great Yu Empire cannot be pushed around. Your Majesty is wise. Luo Quan and other military officials shouted in unison. Meanwhile, many civil officials looked as if they were mourning a great loss, their faces pale with fear. They dreaded the possibility of the barbarians reaching Chang'an, where they would lose their wealth and the comforts of their luxurious lives. Your Majesty, we cannot fight. Kui Hao suddenly knelt on the ground, kowtowing repeatedly. Following him, half of the civil officials also knelt, shouting, Your Majesty, we cannot fight. Once the conflict begins, the Great Yu Empire will never know peace again. The nation will be destroyed. Your Majesty, we cannot fight. At this point, even some military officials knelt down. A surge of anger rose in Xiao Wengsuan's heart. In the past, only civil officials had been like this, but now even military officials were cowering in fear of the barbarians. He suddenly felt a deep sense of sorrow. When had the Great Yu Empire become filled with cowards and those who sought only to survive? Father, I have a plan that can both stop the barbarians from advancing south and prevent them from blaming the court. The third prince suddenly spoke up. Xiao Wengsuan's eyes lit up. Speak quickly. Father, this plan is not suitable to discuss in open court. The third prince hesitated. Xiao Wengsuan waved his hand and said to the ministers, Court is dismissed. We will discuss this matter again tomorrow. Yes, Your Majesty. The ministers rose and left the Chengqing Hall in an orderly manner. Once the ministers had left, only the third prince remained in the hall. Xiao Wengsuan then asked, What is your plan? It's quite simple. This time, the barbarians are advancing south merely to demand more tribute, using the threat of attacking Kangzhou and the heart of the Central Plains as leverage. Kangzhou is Prince Qi's fiefdom, and further south is King Wei's territory. To protect their own lands, Prince Qi and King Wei will naturally fight the barbarians with all their might. If they can hold Kangzhou, the barbarians will retreat in disgrace. If Prince Qi and King Wei cannot hold Kangzhou, we can still negotiate peace with the barbarians before the city falls. After all, if even Prince Qi and King Wei combined cannot stop the barbarians, the imperial guards and the armies of other princes, rushing from thousands of miles away, will be of little use. By then, the Great Yu Empire will be in grave danger. At that point, we can publicly declare that Prince Qi and King Wei acted without imperial orders and punish them to appease the barbarians, securing peace for the Great Yu Empire, the third prince explained slowly. After presenting his plan, the third prince looked somewhat pleased with himself. In his view, this was the most sensible course of action. Scoundrel! How could I have such a venomous son? Xiao Wengsuan suddenly erupted, grabbing a memorial and hurling it at the third prince. You are asking me to betray my brothers, my son, and the entire empire. I, Xiao Wengsuan, may not be as wise as the founding emperor, but I would never stoop to such despicable acts. The third prince remained calm, as if he had anticipated Xiao Wengsuan's reaction. He said, Father, didn't you see it clearly in court today? The peace faction is backed by Prince Zhao, Prince Liang, and Prince Yang. They are the ones who fear the barbarians. If you insist on going to war, the northern princes and the Great Yu Empire will become estranged. Xiao Wengsuan's expression changed. Over the years, the relationship between the imperial family and the various princes had grown increasingly distant, no longer as close as it had been during the founding emperor's reign. This was especially true for the non-imperial princes. After several generations, their ties to the imperial family had weakened, and they no longer fully obeyed the emperor's commands. This was why, since the founding emperor's time, the emperors of the Great Yu Empire had maintained relationships with the princes through marriages. The third prince's words were not impossible. Everyone in the Great Yu Empire knew that Xiao Wengsuan and Prince Zhao were as close as brothers, but in reality, the more they acted this way, the more their relationship was a facade. Prince Zhao was the northern shield of the empire. If he secretly colluded with the barbarian army could march straight to Chang'an. This was precisely why Xiao Wengsuan was so wary of Prince Zhao. Making Empress Zhao the empress and her nephew the crown prince were both attempts to placate Prince Zhao. After all, among the various princes, Prince Zhao's army was the most formidable. Used correctly, he was a valuable asset. Used incorrectly, he was a deadly weapon. The same was true for Prince Liang and Prince Yang. Over the years, the treasury had given these three princes a great deal of silver to defend against the barbarians. If they were to turn against the empire now, at this thought, Xiao Wangsuan couldn't bear to imagine the consequences. His earlier determination began to cool. Now in his 50s, he no longer had the fiery passion of his youth. As he calmed down, he suddenly felt a sense of dread. He didn't want to lose the throne or the wealth and luxury before him. The third prince observed Xiao Wangsuan's expression and sneered inwardly. He knew his father too well. Xiao Wangsuan loved the throne more than anything else. Father, the barbarians have repeatedly harassed us. This time, we cannot let them go unpunished. But if we engage in a full-scale war with the barbarians, the Great Yu Empire risks falling apart. After all, the princes each have their own agendas. That's why I proposed this plan. It is all for the sake of the Great Yu Empire and for you, father. Besides, at that time, it would only be a pretense of punishment to appease the barbarians, the third prince said again. Xiao Wangsuan felt a wave of exhaustion. He waved his hand. Let me think about it carefully. You may leave now. The third prince bowed and left. Outside the imperial palace, Li Zhong was waiting for the third prince, Xiao Zhan. Seeing him emerge from the palace, Li Zhong stepped forward and asked, Your Highness, how did it go? I've said everything that needed to be said. Given father's temperament, he will surely adopt my plan. The third prince gently fanned himself with a paper fan, exuding confidence. Li Zhong, upon hearing this, revealed a sly smile. Your Highness, this is a plan that kills two birds with one stone. The most important target is King Wei. When the barbarians invade, neither King Wei nor Prince Qi will be able to stop them. Once Qi and Wei fall, the barbarians, driven by their greed, will inevitably continue to seize the remaining lands in the north. The territories north of the Yangtze River will be lost. Therefore, if we can take this opportunity to weaken King Wei, the fertile lands south of the Yangtze will belong to your uncle, King Chu. When the time comes, all we need to do is wait for the right moment. If the barbarians reach the gates of Chang'an, the emperor will have only two options, perish with the city or flee to Linen and establish a new capital. At that point, he will have no choice but to rely on your uncle. How could the throne escape you then? And if, by misfortune, the emperor perishes, your highness can ascend to the throne with your uncle's support. My uncle has already mentioned this in his letter. I never expected his vision to be so far-reaching. I only hope the barbarians don't just raid and retreat this time, the third prince said with a cold smile. Li Zhong chuckled. They certainly won't. According to my sources, the barbarians have already ceased hostilities with the Ottoman Empire. This time, they won't retreat easily. The fate of the north is sealed. The barbarians are poor at naval warfare, so the natural barrier of the Yangtze River will ensure our safety. Your highness should not hesitate any longer and must make preparations early. The third prince sighed softly. Very well. Once I ascend the throne in Linen, I will work diligently to gradually reclaim the lost northern territories. Your highness is wise, Li Zhong said with a smile. The next day, during the morning court session, after a night of contemplation, Xiao Wangsuan addressed the civil and military officials. The matter of the barbarians' southern invasion requires careful consideration. After all, the Great Yu Empire and the barbarians are currently at peace, and we should not make rash assumptions. Prince Qi and King Wei, as feudal lords, are responsible for defending their territories. If the barbarians invade, they must resist with all their might to show the barbarians the strength of the Great Yu Empire. If the two princes cannot hold them off, we will negotiate peace and increase the tribute to appease the barbarians. Meanwhile, the other princes must also strengthen their defenses. If the barbarians remain unreasonable, we will fight them to the death. Your Majesty is wise. Kui Hao and other ministers exclaimed with joy. Luo Quan clenched his fists, ready to speak again, but a fellow military official beside him shook his head subtly. From Xiao Wangsuan's expression, it was clear that he had already compromised. The crown prince and other princes remained silent, each harboring their own plans. Prince Xiao had instructed the crown prince to side with the peace faction, and though he did not speak, many of the peace-seeking ministers were his allies. In Prince Xiao's view, Xiao Wangsuan was aging, and in a few years, the crown prince would ascend the throne. Therefore, it was crucial to stabilize the barbarians and preserve the northern territories until he could secure his rule. The fourth prince, backed by Prince Liang, shared the same sentiment. If the barbarians invaded, it would be the northern princes who suffered, while the southern princes could use the opportunity to grow stronger. Thus, the northern princes were not foolish. If the barbarians truly invaded, their priority would be negotiation, with resistance as a secondary measure. However, Prince Qi has explicitly stated in his letter that his fiefdom lacks high-quality iron and coal. I believe we should not make things difficult for him. He should be allowed to purchase coal and iron within the Great Yu Empire. Xiao Wangsuan spoke with a tone of resignation. This was the only way he could help Xiao Ming. The ministers raised no further objections. If the barbarians truly invaded, they could simply watch from the sidelines, letting Prince Qi and King Wei bear the brunt of the attack. If they failed, peace could be negotiated. This would show the barbarians that the Great Yu Empire was not an easy target. At that point, increasing the tribute and ceding Prince Qi and King Wei's territories could secure peace. If the barbarians refused to negotiate, then the imperial guards could be mobilized for a decisive battle. After announcing this decision, Xiao Wengxuan seemed utterly exhausted and ordered the eunuch to dismiss the court. 3 days later, Qingzhou. A bunch of cowards. In the Prince Qi's mansion, Xiao Ming angrily threw the imperial edict from Chang'an to the ground. Peng Yukan was horrified and immediately picked it up. Your Highness, if the eunuch sees this, he will surely report your disrespect to His Majesty. What is there to fear? The barbarians are invading, and the great Yu Empire is on the brink of disaster. And what are they doing? Each one is only thinking of their own interests. It's utterly absurd, laughable, and a disgrace to the entire world. Xiao Ming fumed. Along with the edict, a secret letter from Consort Zhen had arrived, detailing everything that had happened in the court. At least General Luo is a true man, Lu Fei said. General Luo may be righteous, but even he cannot stand against the traitors in the court. Xiao Ming retorted. Zhan Xingchang pondered for a moment and said, Your Highness, the edict orders us to defend Kangzhou alone, with King Wei providing support. This plan is likely the poisonous scheme devised by the third prince. Mother mentioned that father was furious in the palace that day, so it must be true. My third brother is probably already dreaming of the north falling and him ascending the throne in linen. Exactly. This plan is primarily aimed at weakening King Wei. We are merely collateral damage, Zhan Xingchang explained. From the perspective of the other ministers and princes, it's clear that Prince Xiao, Prince Liang, and Prince Yang have no intention of getting involved in the defense of Kangzhou. As long as their own fiefdoms remain safe, that's all that matters to them. Peng Yukan nodded. Xingchang is right. It seems the fate of Prince Kong has now fallen upon us. Xiao Ming nodded as well. Back when the barbarians attacked Shanhaiguan, the court in Chang'an had acted no differently, sacrificing one fiefdom in exchange for 10 years of peace. Unfortunately, Prince Kong, a wise and noble ruler, chose to take his own life in his mansion rather than surrender. I will not let Prince Kang's tragedy repeat itself in Qingzhou. At least there's one piece of good news. Father has agreed to let us purchase high-quality iron and coal from other provinces, Xiao Ming said. He had never expected help from others, and the recent court confrontation between Xiao Wengxuan and the various princes only confirmed this. Zhan Xingchang said, Your Highness, now is the time to demand money, grain, iron, and coal from King Wei. Otherwise, defending Kangzhou will be extremely difficult. Ha ha ha, you're absolutely right. Xiao Ming suddenly burst into laughter. Zhan Xingchang was indeed cunning. At this moment, King Wei must be furious. He probably never expected that his smooth-sailing reign would be betrayed by the other princes. As the first line of defense against the barbarians, King Wei would undoubtedly hope that Xiao Ming could hold Kangzhou. Therefore, asking for some support wouldn't be unreasonable, Chief Secretary Peng. There's no need to look so gloomy. I'm just laughing bitterly. It's clear now that father won't send a single soldier to Kangzhou. We have no choice but to rely on ourselves. At this point, all we can do is give it our best and leave the rest to fate. Since that's the case, why not go all out? Not only will I demand money and grain from King Wei, but I'll also demand them from father. Those who want to watch me fail will have to pay for the show. Xiao Ming, who had been laughing heartily, suddenly stopped and spoke seriously. Lu Fei cursed, Your Highness is right. Those bastards want to sit back and reap the benefits? No way. Peng Yukan sighed deeply, feeling sorrow for the great Yu Empire. This incident had revealed the true intentions of the non-imperial princes. Even Xiao Wengxuan could no longer issue decrees entirely according to his own will. Ignoring Peng Yukan, who he found too verbose, Lu Fei asked, So, Your Highness, are you planning to go to Jinling City to find King Wei? Why should I go to him? King Wei will come to me. Xiao Ming chuckled. In Jinling City, at King Wei's mansion. Just as Xiao Ming had predicted, King Wei was furious after receiving the imperial edict. The servants in the mansion were all trembling with fear. Third brother, why are you so angry? Princess Pingyang, who was still staying in Jinling City, had been startled by King Wei's shouting and came to see what was happening. She soon learned that King Wei had received news from Chang'an, ordering him and Prince Qi to defend Kangzhou at all costs. King Wei's face was red with anger. It's obvious that the court has been manipulated by the other princes. They want to deliberately weaken my forces and force me into direct conflict with the barbarians. And my brother, the Emperor, how could he fall for that third prince's poisonous scheme? That third prince truly lives up to his nickname, Venomous Snake. His plan is indeed ruthless. But it also hits the Emperor's weak spot. I know my brother well, he cares most about his throne. At his age, he just wants a few more years of peace and stability, Princess Pingyang said. King Wei fumed, he gets to enjoy peace, but what about me? If Kangzhou falls and the barbarians cross Qingzhou, where will I have left to stand? My brother has been blinded by these people. This plan harms 2 imperial princes and further weakens the royal family. Princess Pingyang frowned. King Wei had hit the nail on the head. If Prince Qi and King Wei were destroyed, the only remaining imperial prince would be Prince Yang. I suppose my brother had no choice. Look at the ministers advocating for peace, almost all of them are aligned with Prince Xiao, Prince Liang, and Prince Yang. If my brother insisted on war, he risked these princes not only refusing to help the royal family but even aiding the barbarians. Besides, the barbarians invading Kangzhou is ultimately Prince Qi's problem. After all, when the barbarians invaded Prince Zhao's territory in the past, he had to handle it alone, Princess Pingyang explained. King Wei slowly exhaled. Princess Pingyang's words left him speechless. When the barbarians had attacked Prince Zhao in the past, he too had stood by and watched. However, back then, Xiao Ming had provided money, grain, and equipment. Fine. It seems I have no way out this time. If Prince Qi can't hold Kangzhou, I may not be able to defend my own territory either. Princess Pingyang smiled. Actually, brother, you don't need to worry too much. If Prince Qi can hold Kangzhou, the Great Yu Empire will remain stable. He can hold Kangzhou. King Wei sneered. Although Prince Qi has done some impressive things recently, it all seems a bit childish. Brother, while that may be true, if you want to minimize the losses in Wei, you'll have to set aside your prejudices and help Prince Qi. Let him do the heavy fighting for you. That way, you'll have fewer problems to deal with. King Wei nodded. That's a good point. It seems I'll have to make another trip to Qingzhou to discuss this matter with Prince Qi. Indeed. If that's the case, I'll have my people in the court stop causing trouble for Xiao Ming over the noble families, Princess Pingyang said. This Prince Qi really doesn't know if he's unlucky or fortunate. A few days later, a large fleet set sail from Jinling City, slowly making its way to Qingzhou. 3 days later, the fleet arrived at the docks outside Qingzhou City. At the docks, Xiao Ming was waiting on horseback. Just as he had expected, King Wei couldn't wait to see him. Nephew? Nephew. King Wei disembarked from the ship and rushed towards Xiao Ming, embracing him tightly when he reached him. Xiao Ming coughed. Third uncle, you're going to crush me. King Wei laughed heartily and patted Xiao Ming's shoulder. Nephew, you've gotten so thin. This time, your uncle has brought you many good things to help you regain your strength. As he spoke, he glanced back at the crates being unloaded from the ship. Xiao Ming clasped his hands in gratitude. If that's the case, then I thank you, uncle. No need for thanks. I'm sure you understand why I'm here this time. I may have to rely on you quite a bit, King Wei said. Xiao Ming smiled. So, uncle, you've heard the news too. Those good-for-nothings in Chang'an are so scared of the barbarians they can't even keep their pants on. This time, they're making the two of us face the barbarians. It's outrageous. King Wei was equally furious. Exactly. If I had been in court, I would have drawn my sword and cut down those cowards. As they walked and talked, it was now noon. Xiao Ming said, Third uncle, I've prepared a banquet by the lotus pond outside the city. Why don't we go there? King Wei was taken aback. He knew about Xiao Ming's execution of the local noble families by the lotus pond. By arranging the banquet there, Xiao Ming was likely reminding him that he wasn't someone to be trifled with. Forcing an awkward laugh, King Wei pretended not to understand and said, Let's go, let's go. It's good to be outside. Enjoying the scenery while eating is wonderful, just wonderful. Surrounded by their guards, the two arrived at the lotus pond, where a banquet had already been set up. Servants were bustling about. Xiao Ming invited King Wei to sit down and then said, It's just a simple meal. I hope you don't mind, uncle. King Wei glanced at the many dishes he had never seen before and said, Nephew, you're too modest. This visit isn't about the food but about discussing how to deal with the barbarians' southern invasion. Xiao Ming pretended not to understand. Didn't father make it clear? The two of us are to defend Kangzhou together. Since you're older and your fiefdom is much wealthier than my Qingzhou, naturally, you'll be the main force in defending Kangzhou. King Wei's expression tightened. He knew that even if Xiao Ming was foolish, he wouldn't be easily fooled on this matter. By the lotus pond, the blood that once stained the ground had long been washed away by a heavy rain. The serene scenery made it impossible to tell that a brutal battle had taken place here not long ago. The king of Wei smiled as he watched Xiao Ming, waiting for his response. Third uncle, if Kangzhou cannot be held, can your fiefdom truly withstand the onslaught? Or are you still counting on the kings of Yan and Chu to come to your rescue? Xiao Ming said coolly. Now, he no longer needed to spare the king of Wei's pride. The recent court debate had made it clear to him that the Great Yu Empire was overrun with treacherous ministers, its vassal kings harboring nothing but malice, while his father, the emperor, clung to his lofty ambitions yet refused to relinquish his extravagant luxuries. No one could help him, he would have to endure this alone. The king of Wei looked awkward. Nephew, you know full well my relationship with the kings of Yan and Chu. If they don't take this chance to kick me while I'm down, I'd consider myself lucky. This time, I believe only by joining forces can we overcome this crisis together. Don't you agree? Xiao Ming thought this at least sounded reasonable. Before, the king of Wei's words had been nothing more than an attempt to use him as a pawn. Preparing for the barbarian invasion had kept Xiao Ming busy to the point of exhaustion. He said, Third uncle, since you've come to Qingzhou, you must have a use for me. Let's speak plainly, you're here because you want my Qingzhou army to bear the brunt of defending Kangzhou while you conserve your forces, avoiding deployment unless absolutely necessary. After all, you still need to guard against the kings of Yan and Chu, am I right? The king of Wei froze. He hadn't expected Xiao Ming to be so direct. With a bitter smile, he dropped his usual jovial demeanor. It seemed his nephew could no longer be judged by his past self. Since you've put it so bluntly, I won't mince words either. You must have seen through the schemes of those vassal kings, especially the king of Chu. He's likely waiting for the barbarians to sweep through the north, wiping out the other vassal kings for him. As for the kings of Zhao and the others, they clearly have no desire to provoke the barbarians, hence the seemingly contradictory decisions in court. Behind it all, this is nothing more than a power struggle among the vassal kings. The king of Wei spoke slowly. He paused, then continued, the emperor was forced into a corner this time. Over the years, the imperial family has poured money and grain into resisting the barbarians, only to enrich the likes of the kings of Zhao, Liang, and Yong. Meanwhile, the southern vassal kings have grown fat off our efforts, growing stronger while the imperial family weakens. If the barbarians invade and destroy the two of us, the balance between the imperial family and the vassal kings will tip irreversibly. At that point, it would only be a matter of time before the throne changes hands. Xiao Ming nodded. The king of Wei's words struck at the heart of the matter. Clearly, this was a sinister plot by the vassal kings to further weaken the imperial family, paving the way for their own ambitions. After the first generation of vassal kings from the founding emperor's era passed, any semblance of loyalty between the imperial family and the vassal kings had vanished. Their ever-expanding ambitions, in this brutal age, would inevitably lead to endless turmoil. Third uncle sees things clearly, but as it stands, father has no other choice. Right now, he can only rely on us. If we hold firm, we can thwart their schemes, Xiao Ming said. The king of Wei had said all this to redirect Xiao Ming's resentment toward the other vassal kings, drawing them closer in alliance. He replied, so you see, it's not that I'm unwilling to help you, I must also guard against unforeseen threats. Xiao Ming smirked inwardly. Had he been the original Xiao Ming, he might have actually considered this so-called imperial kinship. But the truth was, he had no real ties to the king of Wei or even Emperor Xiao Wengxuan. In Chang'an, the only person he cared about was consort Zhen, his mother in this life, who still treated him with maternal concern. As for defending Kangzhou, he truly didn't want the king of Wei's men involved. The man was more than capable of stabbing him in the back. He sighed. I was too naive. Third uncle's foresight is truly profound. In that case, I'll lead the Qingzhou army to defend the city with all our might. If we're overwhelmed, I hope you'll reinforce us in time. The king of Wei was overjoyed but kept his expression neutral. Feigning emotion, he grasped Xiao Ming's hand. Nephew, if we repel the barbarians, I'll personally commend your merits to the emperor. Xiao Ming smiled politely, then shifted the topic. I must thank third uncle for this. While I can defend Kangzhou, you must have seen my memorial to Chang'an. I'll need your help with this matter. The king of Wei's hand twitched. Last time, Xiao Ming had extorted a hefty sum from him. Was he about to demand more now? But since he needed Xiao Ming to hold off the barbarians, he couldn't refuse. Reluctantly, he said, I do have some iron and coal. If you need them, I'll have them sent to Qingzhou. Then I must thank you again, third uncle. With enough iron and coal, Kangzhou might still stand a chance. Otherwise, even if I wish to defend it for you, I fear I won't have the strength. Xiao Ming sighed. The king of Wei's lips twitched. He had planned to offer a token amount to placate Xiao Ming, but now he didn't dare. Iron and coal were just a matter of silver, and the king of Wei was known as the wealthiest man in the empire. He could afford it. But if the barbarians breached his lands, his losses would be catastrophic. Gritting his teeth, he said, don't worry, nephew. Even if I have to buy it, I'll ensure you have enough iron and coal. Again, my deepest gratitude, third uncle. Now, let's eat and drink. The banquet was ready. Xiao Ming raised his cup, inviting the king of Wei to join him. As he drank, Xiao Ming glanced at the king of Wei only to find the king glancing back at him. The two exchanged a smile, one a seasoned fox, the other a young one. For this banquet, Xiao Ming had the palace kitchen prepare many dishes he had personally taught them. The king of Wei, a known gourmand, savored every bite, praising the flavors endlessly. By the end of the feast, the king of Wei was thoroughly satisfied. Having arrived in Qingzhou at noon, the king of Wei couldn't possibly return today. Xiao Ming instructed Zuan to arrange accommodations for him in the palace. Unlike last time, after tasting such delicacies, the king of Wei was inclined to linger in Qingzhou for a few more days and didn't refuse the arrangement. With the king of Wei's promise, the Qingzhou army's shortage of ore would be temporarily alleviated. But for Xiao Ming, this was far from enough. In this era, even in the king of Wei's fiefdom, the output of coal and iron was pitifully low. The entire Great Yu Empire's annual production likely couldn't meet King Hu's current demands. After all, in the modern world, a single steel mill's yearly output could surpass the entire ancient world's combined production. Your Highness, next should be the King of Yang, right? After the banquet ended, the King of Wei, surrounded by his guards, retired to the palace. At this moment, Zhan Xingchang suddenly spoke to Xiao Ming. Xiao Ming nodded. This time, being forced to play the fool and defend Kangzhou, he certainly wouldn't do it without sufficient benefits. From south to north, east to west, he intended to extort them all. Even if he couldn't get anything, he would at least send letters. At a time like this, expecting him to spend silver to buy coal and iron was nothing short of treachery. He could easily use this as grounds to complain to Xiao Wengxuan. Right, the king of Yang, the king of Zhao, the king of Yin, none of them should be spared. Send letters to all of them. Whoever refuses to contribute, will submit memorials to Chang'an, Xiao Ming said. His memorial had mentioned using silver to purchase supplies, but the premise was that the other vassal kings would send troops in support. Now, with him standing alone, if they weren't willing to pay for his efforts, who would willingly play the fool? Zhan Xingchang smirked mischievously. Your Highness, leave this matter to me. I'll make sure these vassal kings cough up something. Xiao Ming had full confidence in this cunning advisor. Go ahead. If you succeed, this prince will reward you handsomely. Acknowledging the order, Zhan Xingchang and Peng Yukan headed to the governor's office. Xiao Ming then made his way to Qingzhou City. With the king of Wei here, he would undoubtedly try to gather intelligence about the city. Xiao Ming needed Li San to stay vigilant, especially regarding the artillery molds being crafted in the armaments department. Before submitting his memorial to Chang'an, he had already summoned Chen Qi to study the issue of artillery molds day and night. Given the current situation, bronze cannons were out of the question. He couldn't afford them. Even if he gathered all the copper in his fiefdom, he could only produce a few at most. Bronze cannons weren't much better. Qingzhou lacked significant reserves of copper, lead, or tin. After much deliberation, he could only opt for cast iron cannons. Although cast iron cannons were less durable than bronze or copper ones and more prone to sudden explosions, given the short time frame, this was the only way to produce more artillery. Thanks to blast furnace iron smelting and crucible steel making, King's Hu's steel output had increased dramatically. Moreover, the knowledge repository contained ready-made information on cast iron cannons. He didn't need to go through the trial and error phase of early cannon development but could directly apply mature casting techniques to produce them. Even so, some technical challenges remained insurmountable. The success rate for cast iron cannons was estimated at only 30 to 40%. In other words, for every 10 cannons produced, only 3 or 4 would be usable, as many barrels would crack during cooling due to thermal expansion and contraction. The internal mold water cooling technique required to ensure barrel integrity was beyond King's Hu's current capabilities. They would need steam engines before even considering it. As Xiao Ming had anticipated, the King of Wei was not one to sit idly by in Qingzhou. His men were busy gathering information about recent interesting events in the city. Naturally, most of what they learned revolved around the noble families, followed by novelties like newspapers and glass. Newspapers? How intriguing. Newspapers were plentiful in the Qi Palace, and the King of Wei easily obtained a copy from Xiao Ming to peruse. Xiao Ming stayed close to the King of Wei, doing his best to keep this restless uncle in check. Rather than letting him snoop around, it was better to show him what could be revealed. Third uncle, if you like it, you could try something similar in your fiefdom, Xiao Ming said, subtly leading the King of Wei into a trap. The reason he could publish newspapers was due to movable type printing and advanced paper-making techniques. That won't be necessary, though it's similar to the notices at the city gates. The King of Wei was no fool. The identical script in the newspapers clearly wasn't handwritten by scholars. Xiao Ming undoubtedly had a special method, but the King of Wei wasn't particularly interested. To him, letting commoners know so much was pointless. After glancing at the newspaper, the King of Wei picked up a piece of glass. Nephew, the barbarian invasion must have hit your business hard, no? With war looming, merchants usually fled from danger, especially since most were connected to various vassal kings. Yet, far from declining, King's Hu's commerce seemed more bustling than ever. Merchants worried about the war speculated that if Qingzhou fell, its goods would become rare treasures, driving prices sky high. Indeed, it has. My Qingzhou Chamber of Commerce has actually been earning more silver lately. We've received plenty of goods in lieu of payment: grain, copper, iron, cloth, and the like. That's precisely why I dare defend Kangzhou. The King of Wei seethed inwardly. He didn't know what evil spirit had possessed this kid, but lately, everything seemed to go his way. Meanwhile, despite his earlier maneuvering, the King of Wei found himself plagued by misfortune. This glass is quite remarkable. I'd like to buy some on my return. How much do you have left? The King of Wei changed the subject. Once glass production scaled up and artisans honed their skills, output increased rapidly. Qingzhou now had a substantial stockpile. Third uncle, you can have as much as you want, Xiao Ming replied. The King of Wei nodded, enamored with the glass. He planned to use it lavishly to decorate his palace upon returning. However, he had also heard that glass wasn't cheap. A single bottle cost at least 20 or 30 taels of silver. In truth, another reason Xiao Ming stayed close to the King of Wei was to ensure he quickly sent someone back to his fiefdom to arrange the delivery of coal and iron. Having seen King's Hu's novelties, the King of Wei was somewhat satisfied. Yet he knew King's Hu's real secrets lay in the armaments department, a place no outsider had ever entered. Very well. I'll have someone prepare silver to exchange for glass and gather iron and coal to send to Qingzhou, the King of Wei said slowly. Summoning a guard, he whispered a few instructions, and the man departed. Then, the King of Wei turned to Xiao Ming. Nephew, if the barbarians breach Kangzhou, your prosperous Qingzhou will be lost. Soap, glass, fine wine all will become extinct. The Great Yu Empire's vibrant world will be destroyed. By then, no matter how much you have, there'll be nowhere to sell it. Third uncle speaks wisely, Xiao Ming said lazily. This was precisely why he had to defend Kangzhou at all costs. The Great Yu Empire couldn't afford chaos, not yet. If order collapsed, where would he sell his goods? Without silver, how could he develop his fiefdom? At the very least, he and the King of Wei shared a common goal this time, to temporarily maintain the empire's fragile balance for their own ends. As they spoke, Ziwan called from outside the door, Your Highness. What is it? Xiao Ming asked. There's a man named Luo Xian at the gate requesting an audience. He claims to be the son of General Luo Quan. Pfft. The King of Wei spat out his tea. Luo Xian. Xiao Ming was also slightly startled. Luo Quan was the leading figure of the Great Yu Empire's hawkish faction. Every time the barbarians invaded, General Luo Quan was always the first to advocate for war. In fact, this general had clashed with the barbarians multiple times, with victories and defeats evenly split, earning him immense prestige within the imperial army. Luo Xian was Luo Quan's second son. Back in Chang'an, Xiao Ming and Luo Xian had been quite familiar with each other, though not in a friendly way. Rather, they had been mutually antagonistic. At the time, Luo Xian had despised Xiao Ming's reckless behavior in Chang'an. On several occasions, Luo Xian had thwarted Xiao Ming's attempts to forcibly take common women for himself. The king of Wei composed himself and sighed. General Luo is truly a pillar of the state. He must have sent Luo Xian here to assist your highness. General Luo has always advocated using war to stop war against the barbarians. Unfortunately, his stance is too lofty, and few support him. This time, he must be acting out of sheer desperation, Xiao Ming said. He then turned to Zuai. Bring him in at once. Zuai acknowledged the order and soon returned with a young man in military attire, his features sharp and heroic. This was none other than Luo Quan's son, Luo Xian. Luo Xian pays his respects to His Highness the Prince of Qi and His Highness the King of Wei. Noticing the King of Wei in the main hall, Luo Xian was momentarily surprised but quickly bowed. Xiao Ming stood and helped Luo Xian up. No need for formalities, second brother. Seeing you here in Qingzhou brings me great joy. Please, take a seat. Luo Xian bowed again before sitting down in the lower seat. The King of Wei smiled. Second brother, what brings you to Qingzhou? Though they had speculated earlier, they still needed to confirm Luo Xian's purpose for coming. Luo Xian replied, with the barbarians invading and the court filled with voices advocating peace, my father could no longer stand it. He sent me to Qingzhou to assist your highness in thwarting the barbarians' southern advance. Just as I thought. General Luo is truly wise and righteous. This prince deeply admires him. I, too, will spare no effort in this matter. Second brother, if you don't mind, why not join my army? We can plan our resistance together, the King of Wei said with a hearty laugh. Luo Xian's expression shifted slightly. His father had explicitly instructed him to come to Qingzhou to assist Xiao Ming, not the King of Wei. The King of Wei's words put him in an awkward position. Xiao Ming inwardly cursed the King of Wei for his shamelessness, which was truly unparalleled in the world. No wonder the King of Wei had thrived. His sheer audacity was enough to guarantee his success. He glanced sideways at the King of Wei. Third uncle, second brother clearly stated he's here to assist me. Isn't it inappropriate for you to poach him like this? Unless, of course, you're planning to lead the Wei army to defend the city in my stead. Ahem, I was merely making conversation. Just idle talk, the King of Wei immediately deflated. As the saying went, a tiger father does not beget a dog son. Luo Xian had inherited his father's martial prowess. Having followed General Luo Quan onto the battlefield and personally fought the barbarians, he was well versed in countering them. Moreover, Luo Xian was renowned for his exceptional combat skills. Ordinary generals were no match for him. Once, he had single-handedly charged into barbarian ranks to behead a centurion, earning widespread fame. It was precisely for this reason that the King of Wei had shamelessly tried to recruit him. Luo Xian's eyes flickered between Xiao Ming and the King of Wei. He was not just brave but also astute, recognizing that the apparent harmony between the two was merely superficial. This aligned perfectly with his father's warning. The King of Wei would not genuinely resist the barbarians and would undoubtedly use Xiao Ming as cannon fodder. Though the vassal kings of different surnames harbored their own schemes, the imperial vassal kings were no different. The two were bound to engage in covert struggles over this matter. That was why his father had instructed him to go directly to Qingzhou because, no matter what, Kangzhou was part of Xiao Ming's fiefdom. There was no escaping this fate. Ignoring the King of Wei, Xiao Ming addressed Luo Xian. Second brother, with the barbarians invading, Qingzhou is sorely lacking in talent. Your arrival is truly timely. As for my past offenses in Chang'an, I hope you can forgive me. Luo Xian's impression of Xiao Ming was still rooted in their Chang'an days. Had his father not ordered him to come, he would never have willingly served under Xiao Ming. Still, he thought that once the barbarian crisis was resolved, he could return home. Enduring this temporarily was bearable. He said, Your Highness, as long as we can stop the barbarians, let's not dwell on past trivialities. Xiao Ming nodded. Well said. I'll have Colonel Lu Fei come over to take you to the army for an inspection. Luo Xian agreed. He had little to say to Xiao Ming and preferred to see the state of the Qingzhou army's training firsthand. The King of Wei seemed deflated, clearly displeased that Luo Xian would remain with the Qingzhou army. This barbarian invasion had indeed brought Xiao Ming no small number of advantages. Xiao Ming immediately sent for Lu Fei. With war imminent, Lu Fei alone might not be enough to handle everything. Though he wasn't familiar with Luo Xian either, the man was a figure of renown. If he could be of use, all the better. Your Highness, you summoned me. Moments later, Lu Fei arrived in the main hall. He had been training the Qingzhou army and was still clad in his plate armor. The heavy armor, combined with his towering and muscular frame, made Lu Fei appear exceptionally fierce. Upon seeing Lu Fei, Luo Xian seemed intrigued, his expression brightening with excitement. His eyes first swept over Lu Fei's plate armor before settling on the man himself. So this is the Colonel Lu Fei who retook Kangzhou 3 years ago? Truly, meeting you in person surpasses hearing your name. You are indeed a formidable warrior, Luo Xian said. Lu Fei studied Luo Xian, noting his imperial army uniform, and looked puzzled. And you are? This is Luo Xian, the second son of General Luo Quan, Xiao Ming explained. Lu Fei exclaimed, an honor? So you're the renowned Colonel Luo Xian. The two instantly recognized a kindred spirit in each other. Xiao Ming said, Colonel Luo has come to Qingzhou to assist us in resisting the barbarians. For the foreseeable future, he'll be working alongside you in the Qingzhou army. Take good care of him. Hearing this, Lu Fei beamed. Your Highness, rest assured. Colonel Luo is our guest. This general will ensure he's well looked after. Colonel Lu, there's no need for formalities. I'm here to assist His Highness. You remain in command of the army. Simply let me know where I'm needed, Luo Xian said. Watching the three interact so warmly, the king of Wei grew increasingly sour. He said, nephew, I won't linger in Qingzhou any longer. I'll return tomorrow to expedite the delivery of iron and coal. I trust you'll do everything in your power to hold Qingzhou. Xiao Ming couldn't wait for him to leave. He had no time to entertain him now. Third uncle, don't worry. I'll give it my all. The next day, the king of Wei and his grand fleet departed from Kingshu's docks. Xiao Ming watched the fleet with envy, wondering when Qingzhou would have such a mighty fleet of its own. In Kingshu's shipyard, his galleons were still under intense construction. He could only hope that, as Zhang Liang had promised, they would have 3 galleon warships by the end of the year. Once the cannons were mounted on the galleons, he would take his first step into the era of sailing warships. But the thought of cannons gave him another headache. The battlefield demanded a large number of them, which meant yet another heavy burden. It seemed that building a powerful navy truly required endless investment. After seeing off the king of Wei, Xiao Ming headed straight to the armaments department. Chen Qi and the craftsmen were busy casting iron molds. The knowledge repository in Xiao Ming's mind was filled with cannon casting methods. Naturally, Xiao Ming wouldn't repeat the mistakes of his predecessors. This time, he adopted the iron mold casting method, a technique that had existed since ancient times but wasn't applied to cannon production until the Qing dynasty. The method itself wasn't technically difficult. The real challenge lay in the fact that current craftsmen simply hadn't thought of it. Sometimes, the difficulty wasn't the technology itself but discovering it. Now, Xiao Ming had taught Chen Qi and the others the complete iron mold casting technique. For these skilled craftsmen, mastering it was only a matter of time through experimentation. Your Highness, we're currently making the clay cannon mold, Chen Qi said as soon as he noticed Xiao Ming's arrival. The cannon casting project had kept him awake for days, constantly pondering the method Xiao Ming had taught him. The weapon Xiao Ming called a cannon filled Chen Qi with excitement. As Xiao Ming had said, if the cannons were successfully cast, Chen Qi's name would go down in history. But after days of leading the craftsmen in attempts, he realized cannon production wasn't so simple. They had already failed several times just making the molds. Looking at the pile of failed clay molds, Xiao Ming asked, failed again? Chen Qi looked exhausted and ashamed. Your Highness, the craftsmen are still unfamiliar with the process. The clay molds keep failing. But now that they've gained some experience, I think we're close. Xiao Ming nodded and observed the craftsmen shaping the clay molds. The iron mold casting process began with dividing the cannon into 4 to 7 sections based on size and creating a clay model for each. Then, for each section, a 2-part iron mold was made using the clay model. The inner surface was smoothed with a turning tool to ensure precision before being dried for use. Pre-made handles were embedded in the clay molds, becoming part of the iron mold during casting. To cast the iron mold, the first section, the cannon's muzzle, was placed upside down on a clay slab. One half of the mold was filled with clay and dried before being covered with another slab and clamped tightly for casting. Once the first half was cast, the process was repeated for the other half. This step-by-step method produced a complete set of interlocking iron molds. For actual cannon casting, the inner surface of the iron mold was coated first with a mixture of fine rice husk ash and sand, followed by a second layer of finely ground coal dust. The mold was then heated, the clay core inserted, and molten iron poured in. After solidification, the iron mold was immediately removed. While the cannon was still red hot, burrs were cleaned, and the clay core extracted, leaving the finished cannon. To reduce the risk of explosions, Xiao Ming planned to replace the clay core with a hollow ceramic one, injecting water into it to cool the barrel, a crude but effective method to improve quality. With Zhan Xingshang handling the extortion of other vassal kings, Xiao Ming threw himself into the armaments department, determined to produce the cannons alongside Chen Qi. The barbarians' invasion would undoubtedly involve a massive force. To stop them from taking Qingzhou, they needed sturdy walls and powerful cannons enough to shock the barbarians into retreat. Unlike the fire tubes of the Great Yu Empire, Xiao Ming's cannons had a range of 3 to 4 li, enough to give the barbarians a nasty surprise. As Chen Qi had said, after days of failure, the craftsmen were finally getting the hang of it. Though no cannons had been cast yet, the production standards were already set. Xiao Ming categorized the cannons into 6-pounder, 9-pounder, 12-pounder, 18-pounder, 24-pounder, 32-pounder, and 42-pounder classes. Since these cannons were for city defense, heavy artillery was necessary. Xiao Ming opted for 18-pounders. Anything larger, like 32 or 42-pounders, would be overkill. Even 18-pounders could serve as naval guns. Besides, higher poundage cannons were bulkier and harder to transport. By the end of the day, half of the clay molds for the 18-pounder cannons were completed. The rest would have to wait until tomorrow. After the clay molds came the iron casting. At this rate, it would take at least 10 more days before the first cannon could be produced. Nearly 10 days had passed since receiving news of the barbarians' invasion. At this pace, the first cannon wouldn't be ready for another month. And the barbarians' invasion was likely only 5 months away if not sooner. The thought made Xiao Ming work even harder. After leaving the armaments department, he returned to the palace, turning his attention to granulating gunpowder. As everyone knew, the more powerful the gunpowder, the more devastating the cannon. Currently, the Great Yu Empire's gunpowder ratios were imprecise, but the formula itself was no secret, and the materials were easy to obtain. After dinner, Xiao Ming summoned Lu Tong. Gunpowder was a chemical matter, so Lu Tong was the obvious choice. Green Rose and Purple Iris assisted, and the 5 of them worked in a side hall illuminated by lanterns. Before Xiao Ming were charcoal, saltpeter, sulfur, and a small scale. As he measured the ingredients, he instructed Lu Tong, grind these into fine powder. Be careful. This stuff explodes. Lu Tong paled, his hands trembling slightly. Since studying chemistry under Xiao Ming, he had learned that every chemical they handled was potentially lethal. Now, Xiao Ming had him working on gunpowder, something with terrifying destructive power. The pressure was immense. But with the barbarians invading, he clenched his teeth and bore it. This was a matter of national vengeance. To defeat the barbarians, he'd do anything even if it meant eating the gunpowder raw. Watching Lu Tong grit his teeth as if wrestling with the ingredients, Xiao Ming grew nervous. Gently. The finer the powder, the better. Don't use too much force. Are you trying to kill me? Your Highness, will this gunpowder really explode? In the dim night, only the side hall of the palace was illuminated. Lu Luo, who was naturally timid, looked on the verge of tears. Ziwan glared at Lu Tong. Shame on you, handpicked by His Highness to study chemistry, yet you're so useless. Move aside, let me do it. Without waiting for a response, she took over Lu Tong's task and began carefully grinding the saltpeter. Lu Tong's expression turned awkward. As a man, how could he lose to a woman? Steadying himself, he silently picked up another rolling pin and resumed grinding. Xiao Ming had summoned Lu Tong tonight for hands-on instruction. Though gunpowder wasn't a secret in the Great Yu Empire, not everyone knew how to make it. The formula he was using, 1 part sulfur, 2 parts saltpeter, and 3 parts charcoal, was the optimal ratio for black powder. Over the past few days, Xiao Ming had researched the various gunpowder formulas used in the Great Yu Empire, only to find a chaotic mess of inconsistent ratios. Unsurprisingly, the resulting gunpowder was weak and unreliable. Thus, from the very beginning, his gunpowder would have an advantage. Naturally, Lu Tong was unaware of this formula. After tonight's lesson, he would not only understand it but also oversee gunpowder production. After all, casting cannons was one thing, but equipping them involved many other tasks. Gunpowder, cannonballs, and artillery mounts were all separate challenges. However, tonight's goal wasn't just to teach Lu Tong how to make traditional black powder. Xiao Ming intended to upgrade it further into granulated gunpowder, a method to enhance its potency. Granulated gunpowder had appeared in the West by the 15th century in his original world, so replicating it now wasn't technically difficult. Once Ziwan and the others had ground the sulfur, saltpeter, and charcoal into fine powder, Lu Tong mixed them according to Xiao Ming's specified ratio. Soon, a small pile of black powder lay before them. Your Highness, is this it? Lu Tong asked excitedly. The process hadn't been dangerous at all. That's it. Xiao Ming had been exaggerating earlier to keep Lu Tong cautious. The real danger began now. Lu Tong had only heard of gunpowder before but had never seen it. Curious, he asked, Your Highness, how is this used? King's Hu's first batch of gunpowder had been born under his hands, and Xiao Ming felt a thrill. He scooped up a small amount and carried it to a more distant spot. Then, lighting a small twig with a candle, he said, like this? The moment the flame touched the powder, a sharp crack rang out, followed by thick blue smoke and the acrid smell of gunpowder. Ah! Lu Luo, unprepared, screamed and hid behind Xiao Ming. Even the braver Ziwan paled slightly. The gunpowder burned rapidly, vanishing in a flash of white light. To those unfamiliar with it, the spectacle might have seemed like sorcery. Lu Tong, who had been nervous earlier, now looked fascinated. Your Highness, it burns incredibly fast. But just this alone can't kill barbarians, can it? Of course not. But you'll see its real power soon enough. Xiao Ming waved, and a servant approached carrying a cylindrical object. Lu Tong frowned. Your Highness, what's this? Xiao Ming grinned. It was essentially a firecracker shell made from rolled paper. The bottom had already been sealed with yellow clay, leaving only a small opening at the top for gunpowder. You'll find out tomorrow. Xiao Ming filled the firecracker with gunpowder, then sealed the top with more clay. Using a needle, he poked a small hole for the fuse. Once the clay dried, the firecracker would be ready. Originally, Xiao Ming had planned to teach Lu Tong the cold mixing method for granulating gunpowder, but it was already late. That lesson would have to wait until tomorrow. Dismissing Lu Tong, Xiao Ming instructed Purple Iris to tidy up. The gunpowder production lesson was over. After seeing Lu Tong off, Lu Luo and Ziwan lingered instead of returning to their quarters. Stretching, Xiao Ming asked, why haven't you gone back yet? Your Highness works tirelessly day and night on governance, and now you're exhausting yourself preparing for the barbarian invasion. Though Lu Luo and I cannot assist in political matters, we can at least serve you in daily life, Ziwan said dutifully. Xiao Ming studied them. Since ancient times, relationships had been built on mutual understanding. Lately, he had treated the palace servants well, and in return, they were deeply grateful. The servants worked harder than ever. They say women can rival men. Who says you can't help me with governance? There's something I'll need your assistance with soon, Xiao Ming said suddenly. With war looming, every person in Qingzhou had to be utilized. Ziwan blinked in surprise. What does your highness need us to do? For now, the Qingzhou army's armor problem had been temporarily resolved. But soldiers couldn't just wear armor over bare skin, they needed proper clothing and shoes. With the barbarians at their doorstep, Xiao Ming had no choice but to prioritize military needs above all else. Many Qingzhou soldiers currently wore straw or hemp sandals, which were impractical for marching. Xiao Ming wanted them equipped with cloth shoes. In this era, spinning and weaving were women's work, so mobilizing women for this task was essential. However, sending men to organize this would be inappropriate, as women rarely left their homes. But if Ziwan and Lu Luo took charge, things would be different. First, as Xiao Ming's personal attendants, they carried enough authority that no one would dare oppose them. Second, both were skilled in weaving and familiar with textile work. They were perfect candidates to establish this era's first textile and uniform factory. Otherwise, the weaving machine technology he possessed would go to waste. Explaining his idea, Xiao Ming watched as Ziwan and Lu Luo burst into laughter. Your Highness, we can certainly help with this. But since when did you learn about spinning and weaving? Purple Iris covered her mouth, giggling. In this era, men plowed and women wove textiles were purely women's domain. No wonder she found it amusing. Sigh. For the sake of the people in my fief, I'm willing to do anything. Xiao Ming responded righteously as Ziwan and Lu Luo looked at him with puzzled expressions. But after hearing his words, their faces turned serious, filled with admiration. In their eyes, Xiao Ming now truly had the bearing of a wise and noble ruler. In ancient times, what girl didn't secretly admire a handsome prince or a refined scholar? You could see this kind of fantasy everywhere in the old romantic novels. Xiao Ming smiled with satisfaction. His former self only knew brute force and never understood the heart of a woman. You can't force love, going with the flow brings true joy, he thought. Leaving behind a tired figure, Xiao Ming returned to his room to rest. It wasn't time yet to sleep on a beauty's lap. The next day, at noon, a loud boom suddenly echoed through the Prince Chi's residence, shattering the peaceful air. The guards rushed toward the sound, weapons drawn. When they reached the side hall, they found Prince Chi unharmed. The others nearby, however, were pale and visibly shaken from the explosion. In the center of the hall, a glass bottle had shattered into countless pieces. The floor was littered with glass shards, some of which still gave off a faint smoke. Your Highness, is this the power of gunpowder? Asked Lu Tong, clearly stunned. Xiao Ming nodded. Exactly. Lu Tong gasped. If that was just a small amount, then wouldn't a full barrel blow up the entire palace? As soon as he said it, everyone turned to glare at him. Realizing his poor choice of words, Lu Tong quickly tried to fix it. Ahem, my bad, Your Highness? I didn't mean to say this palace. I meant the Bowen Academy? No, I meant it would blow me up. After spending time with Lu Tong, Xiao Ming had come to know his bad habit, blurting out whatever came to mind. Be careful, Xiao Ming warned. If you really blow yourself up, I won't be able to save you. Now that you've seen the power of this black powder, it's time for you to learn how to granulate it. Lu Tong clearly had no idea what that meant. Just like the night before, Xiao Ming decided to demonstrate the entire process personally. Granulating gunpowder isn't complicated. The key is adding a binder to the powder. This is called the cold mix method. First, Xiao Ming mixed the powder in a wooden mortar, then added alcohol to turn the mixture into a damp paste. He stirred the mixture continuously with a wooden pestle. It was very important not to let sand or stone particles enter the mix. Any collision during grinding could cause a spark and ignite the powder. As he carefully demonstrated, Xiao Ming explained, traditional black powder is powerful, but it has a problem. During storage or transport, the ingredients can separate just like how liquids of different densities layer. This reduces the powder's performance and affects the weapon's reliability. Granulating the powder fixed this problem. It wasn't a difficult technique, it was simply that people in the past hadn't realized it was necessary. Now that Xiao Ming understood the issue, it was easy for him to fix. Lu Tong watched Xiao Ming's every move with intense focus, afraid to miss a single step. This wasn't something you could afford to mess up. Remember, Xiao Ming said firmly, no sand, no metal tools. Only use wood. You can't afford sparks. Every step in the process was done with wooden tools to avoid metal-on-metal contact. After the mixing, Xiao Ming waited until the mixture was nearly dry, then added a little more water and stirred it again to ensure an even blend. Once finished, he spread the mixture out under the sun to dry. Luckily, it was spring and the sunlight was strong enough to dry it quickly since he wasn't making a large batch. Then it was time for the quality test. He took a small portion of the dried granules and lit them on a sheet of paper. The powder burned rapidly but the paper remained intact. Xiao Ming nodded with satisfaction. You see this, he said to Lu Tong. If it burns fast without damaging the paper, the powder is good. Lu Tong nodded. Then Xiao Ming scooped up some of the granules and was about to light them in his palm. Your Highness, let me do it. Lu Tong said quickly. If anything goes wrong, at least you won't get hurt. All right, Xiao Ming said casually, and before Lu Tong could react, he lit it. The granulated powder flared up in Lu Tong's hand fast and harmless. Surprised, Lu Tong said, I don't feel any heat. If it were hot, Xiao Ming replied, that would mean the powder failed. Now, I've taught you what you need to know. When you go back, begin production. Just remember, if the paper shows black marks or your hand feels hot, the powder is not up to standard. Regrind and redo it until it's perfect. He added, once the granules are done, sort them by size. First break them up, then use sieves with different mesh sizes. Only keep the ones suitable for cannons. The rest use as ignition powder. Any leftover dust must be discarded. Lu Tong nodded solemnly. The technique wasn't difficult, and he understood it. He bowed and turned to leave. But Xiao Ming called out, Lu Tong, this work is serious. No sloppiness allowed. If something goes wrong, I'll take your head. Lu Tong felt a chill crawl down his back. Over the past few days, Xiao Ming had treated him almost like a mentor would a student. But when it came to things that affected King Hu's safety, Xiao Ming didn't tolerate carelessness. Lu Tong turned and said firmly, if anything goes wrong, I'll bring you my head myself. Xiao Ming nodded. Technology is one thing, but the spirit of craftsmanship is just as important. Even the best designs are worthless if built by careless hands. He had seen it in his past life. The fall of the Ming dynasty wasn't due to poor firearm design, but because of corruption and laziness. Officials stole funds, craftsmen cut corners, and the weapons that were produced were useless in real battle. Guns misfired, cannons exploded, soldiers couldn't even fire in defense. That's why, here in Qingzhou, Xiao Ming placed great emphasis on cultivating a true craftsman's mindset. No shortcuts, no carelessness. On this matter, he showed no mercy. He had worked too hard to build this industrial foundation, and neither the nomads nor the rest of Great Yu would give him a second chance. Just as Lu Tong stepped out, a soldier rushed in, panicked and shouting, Your Highness? Something's happened. Captain Lu and Captain Luo are fighting. They're fighting. Everyone in the palace exchanged glances. Just 2 days ago, Lu Fei and Luo Xian had seemed like kindred spirits, as close as brothers who had shared the same pair of pants in childhood. Xiao Ming had been relieved to leave Luo Xian in Lu Fei's hands, planning to settle the gunpowder matter before hosting a banquet to deepen ties with Luo Xian. Who would have thought they'd come to blows so quickly? That's right, Your Highness. This morning, the soldiers egged them on, saying they wanted to see who was the better fighter between Colonel Lu and Colonel Luo. The two colonels seemed eager to test each other too, so they started sparring. Isn't it normal for soldiers to compete in the military? Xiao Ming relaxed, thinking the soldier was overreacting. Your Highness, at first, it was fine. But then Colonel Luo lost and claimed Colonel Lu only won because of his superior armor, saying he lacked the dignity of a noble. And you know our Colonel Lu, he hates it when people bring up nobility or wealthy families. He immediately turned on Colonel Luo, saying Luo Xian only earned his military merits by riding on his father's coattails and was all reputation without substance. Then they really started fighting. Hearing this, Xiao Ming was convinced. No matter what, Luo Xian was a noble from Chang'an. Though he had disapproved of Xiao Ming's past behavior, he still carried some of the airs of a noble-born young master. And this was precisely what the locally born officers of the Qingzhou army despised most. At first, the two had bonded over their mutual renown, but once they spent time together, their differences became irreconcilable. Ah, they really know how to make trouble for me. Xiao Ming sighed and headed to the Qingzhou army camp with Zhao Long and Zhao Hu. He welcomed Luo Xian's arrival. It was, after all, General Luo Quan's goodwill. He couldn't afford to alienate the man. Moreover, Luo Xian was originally from the Imperial Guard. His presence here likely had Emperor Xiao Wangsuan's tacit approval. Xiao Ming's feelings toward his nominal father were complicated. From this perspective, the emperor's decision in court had truly been a last resort. But if the two couldn't reconcile, he'd have to side with Lu Fei. He was, after all, Xiao Ming's trusted officer. Of course, it would be best if he could mediate their conflict and win Luo Xian over. This was an opportunity to befriend General Luo Quan, a man of unparalleled prestige in the Imperial Guard. At the Qingzhou camp, Lu Fei and Luo Xian were locked in fierce combat, exchanging heavy blows. However, Luo Xian seemed to be faring worse. After another exchange, Luo Xian staggered back 3 steps and spat, and I thought you were a real man. Relying on your armor to gain an advantage, how shameless. After fighting Lu Fei for so long, Luo Xian realized the man was like an iron barrel. Every hit Luo Xian landed only hurt himself. Clenching his aching fists, he seethed with anger. Lu Fei grinned. Colonel Luo, that's where you're wrong. On the battlefield, are you going to fight the barbarians? Bear asked. Ridiculous. Just this alone proves you've never faced true barbarian elites. Those bastards are far more shameless than me. They never fight head-on. They'll just shoot arrows at you, run when you chase them, and shoot again when you stop. Nonsense. I've spilled as much barbarian blood as you. Luo Xian roared. Lu Fei was about to retort when he noticed Xiao Ming approaching. He immediately shut his mouth and pretended nothing had happened. What's going on, you two? 2 days apart, and this is how you greet each other? Xiao Ming said, eyeing Luo Xian's bruised face. Lu Fei removed his helmet, revealing a shameless grin, and played the victim. Your Highness, Colonel Luo bullied me. He looks down on those of us from humble backgrounds. Lies? All I said was that it's dishonorable to duel me while wearing armor. Luo Xian argued. You did say it. Lu Fei bellowed. Xiao Ming rubbed his temples. Gentlemen, you're a Qingzhou army colonel and an Imperial Guard colonel. brawling like street thugs in front of the soldiers. Aren't you afraid they'll laugh at you? Only then did the two realize their surroundings. Many soldiers were stifling giggles. Lu Fei scowled. What are you looking at? Get back to training. Anyone who makes a mistake in formation will answer to me. The soldiers immediately resumed drills. Xiao Ming said, this isn't the place to talk. Come with me. Leading them to a small grove outside the camp, Xiao Ming addressed Luo Xian. Second brother, the Qingzhou army doesn't care about lineage. That's why Colonel Lu reacted so strongly. I hope you won't take it to heart. Luo Xian was a proud man. He hadn't wanted to come to Qingzhou in the first place, and now this conflict with Lu Fei left him even more displeased. Your Highness needn't explain. If the Qingzhou army doesn't welcome me, I'll return to Chang'an. We can't afford to serve a noble like you anyway, Lu Fei muttered, looking skyward. Xiao Ming glared at Lu Fei. Enough. Everyone in Qingzhou knows you're a troublemaker, Lu Fei. Second brother may have been wrong, but you're not blameless either. Keep this up, and forget about your custom plate armor. Lu Fei panicked. He could live without anything else but not his armor. He'd grown attached to it, especially the custom-fitted set that even arrows struggled to pierce. A troublemaker but also a scoundrel at heart, Lu Fei forced a smile. Colonel Luo, my apologies. I was in the wrong. Next time, I'll take off the armor, and we'll spar properly. Humph. As if I'd spar with you again. Never. Luo Xian turned to leave. Lu Fei, who had only conceded for the sake of his armor, made no effort to stop him. Xiao Ming called out, second brother, think about why General Luo sent you to Qingzhou. If you can't endure a little hardship, you might as well return to Chang'an and live a comfortable life as a colonel under your father's wing. Let the Qingzhou officers look down on you as just another pampered noble because they'd be right. While they shed blood against the barbarians, you chose to retreat. Luo Xian froze mid-step. Why had he come to Qingzhou? Wasn't it for the dream of driving the barbarians out of the central plains? The moon of Qin, the passes of Han. 1,000-mile march, none return again. If only Dragon City's general were still here. No barbarian horse would cross the Yin Mountains. Xiao Ming recited the poem softly, his voice swelling with passion, stirring Luo Xian's blood. The poem's solemn beauty seemed to linger in his heart. For centuries, the sons and daughters of Han had faced foreign invasions with iron will and triumphed. What a line! If only Dragon City's general were still here. No barbarian horse would cross the Yin Mountains. Luo Xian turned back. Many say your highness is a man of extraordinary literary talent. Now I see it for myself. A cool breeze rustled through the treetops. Luo Xian glanced at Lu Fei, who showed no reaction to the poem he had just recited. Luo Xian sighed inwardly. Born into a military family for generations, yet I'm no match for a man of humble origins, he thought with some bitterness. Lu Fei, on the other hand, was confused by Luo Xian's intense gaze. He had only understood the general meaning of the poem and hadn't felt the same deep emotion as Luo Xian. You're not leaving? Xiao Ming asked with a smile. These days, he'd been training military scribes to boost morale in the army and found himself speaking more like a political instructor than a prince. I only wish to be a general defending the borders, Luo Xian said seriously. But as for Captain Lu, I can't forgive him. Lu Fei rolled his eyes. Luo Xian added, unless your highness gives me a full set of plate armor so I can fight him fairly. Xiao Ming sighed in frustration. So the two of you want to settle your grudge, and I'm the one who has to pay for it? But as a prince, it was important to show respect and kindness toward talent. That was how one attracted capable people to serve. In ancient times, reputation was everything, and many talented men only pledged loyalty to those known for valuing scholars and warriors. Luo Xian was indeed a capable commander, and since he was also related to Grand General Luo, it wouldn't be right to send him away in shame. After all, the man had shown nothing but loyalty. Fine, I'll give you the armor, Xiao Ming said. But if either of you stirs up trouble again, I'll punish you according to military law. Yes, your highness, both Lu Fei and Luo Xian replied in unison. Xiao Ming had expected trouble as soon as Luo Xian arrived, and now it had happened. Still, with the issue resolved, he moved on. Kangzhou City needed a capable commander to hold the fort, and there were still rogue nobles hiding in the mountains, causing trouble for nearby villages. According to Zhan Xingchang, many remnants of the noble clans had become bandits. While Zhan was good at planning, he needed someone strong and experienced to lead operations. Luo Xian fit the role perfectly. Meanwhile, Lu Fei was set to return to Kangzhou to oversee the city's reinforcement and the construction of new cannon towers to boost its defenses. Having settled the dispute between the two men, Xiao Ming returned to the prince's residence. That evening, he received a draft of the next day's newspaper from Fan Zhang. Since the newspaper played a key role in communicating with the people, Xiao Ming always reviewed it personally to remove any inappropriate content. But today, something in the paper truly surprised him. Why is the poem I wrote at the military camp showing up in the newspaper? Standing nearby, Fan Zhang replied, Your Highness, there are reporters in the military camp. Commander Luo carved the poem into the camp wall, and a journalist saw it and copied it down for publication. Fan Zhang added, I believe this poem is bold and powerful. Now that the barbarians are preparing to march south, publishing it could inspire the scholars and civilians in your domain. Xiao Ming nodded. It made sense. It was like a wartime anthem, not just a poem, but a rallying cry. In the right context, it could stir hearts and strengthen resolve. All right, publish it then, Xiao Ming said casually. I've already time-traveled, why bother clinging to principles like literary originality? Fan Zhang left in high spirits, thinking the prince was clearly pleased. What neither of them expected was how quickly the poem would become a sensation. The moon of Qin, the passes of Han, 1,000-mile march, none return again. If only Dragon City's general were still here, no barbarian horse would cross the Yin Mountains. In Wei's tavern, a scholar slammed his fist on the table and cried, heavens! 10 years of studying, and for what? I couldn't write something half as grand as this. His fellow scholars at the table all shook their heads. Remember those so-called 4 great talents of Qingzhou? What nonsense! His Highness is clearly King's Hu's #1 scholar. #1 in Qingzhou, another scoffed. Let's be honest, he's probably the greatest poet in all of Great Yu. I'm copying this poem and hanging it in my home, someone declared. Every day I'll read it to remind myself to do better. If a prince can be so learned, what excuse do we scholars have? No need to be discouraged, another replied. His Highness teaches at Bowen Academy. If you enroll, you might catch some of his brilliance. Well said. If the prince is this talented, then the Bowen Academy must be a place of greatness. At the same time, a group of merchants sat at a nearby table. One of them, Merchant Sun, held a thick stack of newspapers. Brother Sun, why buy so many copies? Another merchant asked. Sun smiled and leaned in. Because, my friend, I've found a way to make money, and since we're close, I'll let you in on the secret. Please, do tell, the other merchant urged. This poem has taken Qingzhou by storm. The newspapers sold out because of it. I bet in Chang'an, where famous scholars' writings sell for huge prices, this paper will be worth a fortune. I'm planning to ship these copies there. I guarantee they'll sell like hotcakes. The other merchant was stunned. Why didn't I think of that? No wonder he always made more money. Unfortunately, King's Hu's newspaper printing was limited each day. Once they sold out, that was it. The man could only regret his missed chance. Thinking fast, he pointed toward the back of the shop and shouted, look, the tofu beauty is coming out. Everyone turned to look, giving him just enough time to grab the newspapers and run. Ungrateful scoundrel. Sun shouted as he chased after him. I share my secret with you, and you rob me? I'll make you pay. At the same time, the poem and newspaper sparked a wave of enthusiasm throughout the other 6 prefecture. People across the land were reciting the poem, and many felt a surge of patriotic energy. Enrollment in local militias and armies surged in every county and province. Now that the noble families were gone, ordinary citizens had received land and stability. Life was finally good, and they weren't about to let the barbarians take it away. And it didn't stop there. Thanks to merchants spreading the papers, the poem eventually reached Chang'an, the capital of Great Yu. This bold, stirring, battle-ready poem swept through the city's literary circles like wildfire. Newspaper prices skyrocketed. The capital's reaction was swift and far-reaching. Chang'an City, Qiushan District. This was a well-known commoner district in Chang'an, for it was home to the illustrious Fei family, renowned for producing 3 dukes in 4 generations, with disciples and former subordinates spread across the empire. On any given day, the Fei residence bustled with visitors, high-ranking officials, scholars, and even military generals. The reason was simple: the Fei family's prestige was unparalleled. Unlike other powerful clans that dominated regions, the Fei family had maintained an unbroken presence in the imperial court through multiple dynasties, their cultural heritage far surpassing ordinary noble houses. As a result, the noble families of the Great Yu Empire considered it an honor to marry a Fei daughter. Such a union elevated their status, allowing their descendants to hold their heads higher in official circles. In a realm where aristocratic influence ran deep, bloodlines mattered immensely. Those from humble backgrounds who rose to become officials or generals often harbored deep insecurities among the nobility. But a marriage alliance with the Fei family could transform a country bumpkin into a phoenix. Today was a rare day of rest for Fei Ji, the current head of the Fei family. The Great Yu Empire mandated that officials could take 1 day off per month, known as Xiamu. On such days, officials could travel, visit friends, or simply relax. But for Fei Ji, these rest days were busier than court sessions. By mid-morning, a steady stream of officials arrived with gifts, eager to chat about the latest happenings in the capital. Chief Secretary Fei, have you heard of the newspaper causing a stir in Chang'an these past 2 days? The visitor was none other than General Luo Quan. Fei Ji feigned surprise. Newspaper? What is that? I haven't heard of it. Unlike others, Luo Quan and Fei Ji shared a genuine friendship. Their conversations revolved around court affairs, free from ulterior motives. Thus, whenever Fei Ji wished to avoid other guests, he would simply say, General Luo is here. Luo Quan's fiery temper was legendary in Chang'an. Officials who learned of his presence would tactfully withdraw. This newspaper was created by the Prince of Qi. Initially, it circulated only in Qingzhou, but now it's reached Chang'an. Do you know why? The Prince of Qi. Fei Ji's expression shifted subtly. Some days ago, Emperor Xiao Wingsuan had summoned him privately. Instead of discussing state affairs, the emperor inquired about Fei Ji's youngest daughter, Fei Yuer. A veteran of decades in politics, Fei Ji immediately grasped the emperor's intent, a marriage proposal for one of his sons. Among the princes, the crown prince had already married Fei Ji's eldest daughter, while the others had taken consorts. The emperor would never allow a Fei daughter to become a concubine. That left only the Prince of Qi, who remained unmarried. At the time, Fei Ji had sidestepped the issue, and the emperor hadn't pressed further. But now, mention of the Prince of Qi put him on guard. Fei Yuer was his youngest and most beloved child. Frail since childhood yet extraordinarily gifted, she excelled in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting and had inherited her mother's peerless beauty. Every time he saw her, Fei Ji was reminded of his late wife, deepening his affection for the girl. Naturally, he had never considered sending her far away to marry. Unaware of Fei Ji's thoughts, Luo Quan continued, "Indeed. Some days ago, I sent my son Luo Xian to Qingzhou to assist the Prince of Qi. Who'd have thought the brat would cause trouble the moment he arrived?" He produced a newspaper from his sleeve, grumbling, "These profiteering merchants deserve death, charging 10 taels of silver for a single copy." Fei Ji's eyes lit up as he took the paper, immediately engrossed. "I'd heard the Prince of Qi was unconventional, and this newspaper proves it. These policies are anything but ordinary." Luo Quan said, "Perhaps it's Peng Yukan's doing." The man was stifled in Chang'an but had some talent. "I know Peng Yukan. He's knowledgeable but rigid. He'd never propose such unorthodox policies to the Prince of Qi." Reading further, Fei Ji chuckled at an anecdote about Luo Xian and the local garrison commander, Lu Fei. "General Luo, as I predicted, Luo Xian might not last in Qingzhou. With most noble families gone, the Prince of Qi relies on men of humble origins. They won't tolerate Luo Xian's flaws." Luo Quan scowled. "That wretched boy? I explicitly told him to be patient. This was for the greater good. Now the Prince of Qi will laugh at our Luo family." He pointed at the paper. "But keep reading. The Prince of Qi is impressive. A single poem changed my fool son's mind." Fei Ji's smile faded as he read. "The moon still shines on mountain passes as of old. How many guardsmen of the Great Wall are dead and cold? Were the flying general of Dragon City here, the Tartar steeds would not dare to cross the frontier. Magnificent." Fei Ji clapped in admiration, visibly moved. Luo Quan grinned. "When I read this, my blood boiled. I longed to charge into battle and slaughter those barbarians. For years, our Han people have suffered under foreign oppression. When will we regain the might of the Great Han, driving the barbarians beyond the frontier?" During the court debate, Fei Ji had neither supported nor opposed the decision. The Fei family's longevity stemmed from their ability to navigate court intrigues and their strict avoidance of factionalism. This was why successive emperors had trusted them implicitly. From the start, Fei Ji knew further arguments were futile. The imperial clan was weakening, relying on vassal kings to guard the northern borders. The barbarians' threat loomed large, and fear was pervasive. Like Luo Quan, he wished the Great Yu Empire could unite against the barbarians. But he understood the grim reality: it was no longer possible. Who'd have thought the once notorious Prince of Qi possessed such literary talent? Remarkable. Let's hope he can halt the barbarians' advance. Otherwise, the Great Yu Empire's decline is inevitable. Luo Quan frowned. Why such pessimism? Even if the Prince of Qi fails, there's still me and the Imperial Guard. Fei Ji shook his head. You oversimplify matters. If the barbarians break through, the Imperial clan will be left with only the Prince of Yang. The balance between the Imperial and vassal kings will shatter, and that will herald the Empire's turmoil. The tea on the table exuded a faint fragrance, and the room was silent. Luo Quan stared at Fei Ji for a long time before speaking. With His Majesty's wisdom, how could he not see the current state of the Empire? If so, why not send the Imperial Guards to Qingzhou? General Luo, if it were that simple, His Majesty wouldn't be so furious. The King of Zhao wants nothing more than to divert disaster eastward. If the Imperial Guards mobilize, the barbarians will surely attack the fiefdoms of the kings of Yang, Zhao, and Liang to contain them. Do you think they would agree? If His Majesty insists and provokes the barbarians, those kings need only deliberately let the barbarians through to threaten Chang'an directly. Thus, the Imperial Guards cannot move. The best outcome now is for the King of Wei to assist the Prince of Qi in holding Qingzhou. After all, the King of Wei is powerful among the vassal kings. If he commits fully, defending Kangzhou shouldn't be a problem. But the King of Wei likely won't act in good faith, Luo Quan said, narrowing his eyes. It seems General Luo is also a wise man. The whole world can see this clearly, only His Majesty remains blind to the King of Wei's true nature, too deeply misled. Alas, the pain of Prince Ning's death has left His Majesty with lingering guilt. Fei Ji sighed softly. Luo Quan nodded, secretly admiring Fei Ji. This frail, gaunt man had always been astute in assessing the Empire's situation. If that's the case, what can be done? Luo Quan asked worriedly. Isn't this a deadlock? It is indeed a deadlock, but not necessarily hopeless. Whether the Great Yu Empire can continue to prosper depends on whether the Prince of Qi and the King of Wei can cooperate sincerely. If even they disregard the Empire's peril, the Imperial clan is doomed. Luo Quan nodded again. Chief Secretary Fei speaks wisely. His Majesty tacitly allowed my son to go to Qingzhou, likely out of concern. Fei Ji smiled. Enough of this. Come, let's drink tea. Some matters can only be left to unfold naturally. His Majesty's considerations are surely the result of deep deliberation. Luo Quan agreed, and the two drank tea in silence. Soon, however, a young eunuch arrived with an imperial summons. The emperor wished for them to accompany him on a lake excursion. They had no choice but to comply. In their haste, they left the newspaper on the main hall table. Moments later, a delicate, jade-like hand picked it up. Miss, what is this? The newcomers were a mistress and her maid. The young woman had a face like a flower, a graceful figure, skin as smooth as congealed fat, and clear, phoenix-like eyes that sparkled like shooting stars. This was none other than Fei Ji's youngest daughter, Fei Yuer. Her round-faced maid, Xiao Huan, dressed in a green skirt, stood beside her. Is this the so-called newspaper? Fei Yuer examined the contents. Cousin mentioned the Qingzhou newspaper some days ago. This seems to match his description, and it records events in Qingzhou. That prince of Qi who fled back to Chang'an 3 years ago and was whipped by the emperor. Xiao Huan curled her lip. Then this paper isn't worth reading. Fei Yuer chuckled, her beauty so radiant it momentarily stunned Xiao Huan. No wonder her cousin visited the Fei residence daily, restless when apart. Fei Yuer was about to set the paper aside. Her impression of Xiao Ming came solely from rumors rebellious, erratic, a deserter. By all accounts, the Prince of Qi was a thoroughly unsavory character. But when her eyes schemed over a poem, she froze. Due to her frail health, Fei Ji rarely allowed Fei Yuer to venture far. Boredom often plagued her in the inner chambers, so whenever Fei Ji left, Xiao Huan would sneak her out to play in the estate. Today, learning that Fei Ji and General Luo had departed, Xiao Huan had brought Fei Yuer here. Miss, what's wrong? Xiao Huan asked, noticing her mistress's flickering gaze. Xiao Huan, do you think the Prince of Qi is truly as wretched as others say? Xiao Huan pondered. It's all hearsay, but with so many saying the same, there must be some truth. The moon still shines on mountain passes as of old. How many guardsmen of the Great Wall are dead and cold? Were the flying general of Dragon City here, the Tartar steeds would not dare to cross the frontier. Fei Yuer recited the lines softly. Could someone so wretched compose such stirring verse? With a sigh, she fell silent. Xiao Huan tugged her hand. Miss, never mind the Prince of Qi. While the master is away, let's feed the fish by the pond. Otherwise, your cousin will show up and start showing off his literary prowess again. Fei Yuer flashed a mischievous smile and followed Xiao Huan to the rear garden. Meanwhile, Fei Ji and Luo Quan had arrived at Qujiang Pool in the southern city. Renowned for its scenic beauty, the pool attracted scholars, poets, and beauties every April for spring outings including high-ranking officials and nobles. Occasionally, when weary of palace views, Emperor Xiao Wengsuan would board a painted boat, invite a few close ministers, and enjoy wine on the lake. His Majesty seems in high spirits. Has some joyous occasion occurred? Fei Ji asked as the Emperor smiled throughout the excursion. Xiao Wengsuan laughed. You've surely read the Prince of Qi's poem. The drunken Qingzhou was one thing, but this time, he's truly astonished me. Realization dawned on Fei Ji and Luo Quan, the emperor had come to boast. Even as a ruler, a father took pride in his son's literary feats, especially when they eclipsed the talents of Chang'an's finest scholars. Your Majesty has seen it too. Fei Ji smiled. 3 days apart, and one must view him with new eyes. This time, we were equally amazed. Xiao Wengsuan chuckled. Thus, I've grown more confident about Kangzhou. This poem alone reveals the Prince of Qi's stance on the barbarian invasion. The kings of Zhao and the others will be sorely disappointed. Fei Ji and Luo Quan exchanged glances. No wonder the emperor was so pleased. After a pause, Xiao Wengsuan continued. However, the Prince of Qi's fiefdom remains weak. Though mobilizing the imperial guards is unwise, we can support him with funds and provisions. Fei Ji, what say you? This humble official understands. Tomorrow, I shall petition your Majesty to allocate resources to the Prince of Qi. Fei Ji complied. This was their long-standing tacit understanding. Then, Xiao Wengsuan turned to Luo Quan. Luo Quan, if I recall correctly, Niu Ben is still serving hard labor. Luo Quan's heart raced. Indeed, Niu Ben remains sentenced to the mines. Your Majesty, have him continue his labor in Qingzhou, Xiao Wengsuan said lightly. Luo Quan was overjoyed. Niu Ben, like him, was a staunch advocate for war. But with a temper as stubborn as his name, Niu Ben had once offended the emperor in court and was banished to the mines. 5 years had passed since then. Now, this fierce general would finally return. After the Qingming festival, a continuous drizzle turned the streets and alleys of Qingzhou into muddy quagmires. Having spent these days traveling outside, Xiao Ming was thoroughly fed up with trudging through ankle-deep mud. He thought to himself that if they could hold Kangzhou, he would definitely build several cement roads crisscrossing Qingzhou upon his return, while also revamping the city's drainage system. After all, infrastructure was one of the essential projects for developing his fiefdom. Moreover, creating a superior living environment could attract merchants from across the Great Yu Empire to settle in Qingzhou. By then, selling land the legendary land finance would become a reality. Rainy days were inevitably dull. With the armaments department having completed Luo Xian's plate armor, Xiao Ming summoned him over, intending to ask him a few things while he was at it. Your Highness, the plate armor is ready so soon. This set of armor was naturally meant to placate Luo Xian. He had the ironworks specially craft a commander's plate armor for Luo Xian. Unlike the standard issue armor for soldiers, this set was not only more aesthetically pleasing but also thicker. While Lu Fei was exceptionally strong, Luo Xian's strength was more than sufficient to wear this reinforced armor. Want to try it on? Xiao Ming leaned back in his chair. Of his 4 former troublemaker friends, 2 were dead, while the remaining 2 Qin Mu and Wei Qing were now too terrified to speak freely in his presence. For a moment, Xiao Ming felt a pang of loneliness. However, Luo Xian, having come from Chang'an, didn't share the same restraint around him as the others. After all, relations among officials in the Great Yu Empire were still quite relaxed. More than 10 days had passed since the Qingzhou army incident. Though Luo Xian and Lu Fei's relationship wasn't as harmonious as before, tensions had eased somewhat. Moreover, Xiao Ming's poem had somewhat altered Luo Xian's opinion of him, leading to occasional visits to the palace. After all, Luo Xian was alone in Qingzhou, with no relatives or friends. Xiao Ming was at least an acquaintance. During his time in the army, Luo Xian had greatly admired Lu Fei's plate armor, especially its quality. To his surprise, King Hu's craftsmanship in forging weapons seemed far superior even to that of Chang'an's armaments department. Though he had never worn plate armor before, he had seen soldiers donning it in the military camp. Following their example, he suited up. In an instant, a figure clad head to toe in steel stood before Xiao Ming. Not bad. Xiao Ming nodded approvingly. The armor was indeed worthy of being custom-made. In truth, every soldier's plate armor was tailored to fit. Otherwise, there would be issues with sizing, one of the drawbacks of plate armor production. Thank you, Your Highness. Luo Xian grinned as he examined the armor. This was the happiest he had been since arriving in Qingzhou. Once suited up, Luo Xian turned to leave. Xiao Ming immediately called out, "Where are you going?" "To challenge Lu Fei to a rematch." "Humph, that newspaper even reached Chang'an. I, Luo Xian, have never been so humiliated. I must teach him a lesson." Luo Xian grew angrier the more he thought about it. Xiao Ming sighed helplessly. He hadn't anticipated that a single poem would cause the newspaper to spread all the way to Chang'an. Over the next 7 days, not only did he receive a letter from Consort Zhen, but he was also granted an edict exiling the disgraced General Niu Ben to Qingzhou. Moreover, Fei Ji petitioned the court, resulting in the imperial government providing Qingzhou with 2 million shi of grain, 5,000 bolts of silk, and 200,000 taels of silver. This was a pleasant surprise. In ancient times, warfare severely disrupted production. Not only were soldiers unable to produce food, but conscripted laborers transporting provisions also took away from agricultural output. The provisions from Xiao Wengsuan would slightly alleviate King Hu's food crisis. After all, Qingzhou was still grappling with food shortages. The lean season between harvests was the hardest to endure. Things would only improve after the next harvest. Another fight? Aren't you afraid the newspaper will report it to Chang'an again? If you lose, you'll still be humiliated. If you win, you'll embarrass General Luo Quan. How would winning be embarrassing? Luo Xian's voice was muffled inside the helmet. Xiao Ming scoffed. General Luo has always maintained strict military discipline. As a colonel, instead of setting an example for your soldiers, you're instigating brawls. What kind of behavior is that? Luo Xian pondered this and realized there was some truth to it. Yet, the memory of being pummeled by Lu Fei's wild punches still stoked his fury. He slammed the table in frustration. "I can't do this, I can't do that, Your Highness, you're clearly playing favorites." "How am I playing favorites?" Xiao Ming feigned innocence. "In fact, I have something that will benefit you. I've just received an edict. His Majesty has exiled General Niu Ben to Qingzhou for hard labor. I'm entrusting this matter to you." General Niu Ben. Luo Xian couldn't believe his ears. This was a figure on par with his father, a master of military strategy, an area where even his father fell slightly short. Exactly, General Niu Ben. Since he's being sent to Qingzhou, let him serve his labor in the Qingzhou army. Xiao Ming spoke casually. Niu Ben had offended Xiao Wengsuan and was thus punished. By exiling him to Qingzhou, the emperor was clearly signaling Xiao Ming to find a way to utilize Niu Ben for the Qingzhou army. However, if Niu Ben dared to confront Xiao Wengsuan, how could Xiao Ming possibly subdue such a person easily? That said, if he could truly win Niu Ben over, the Qingzhou army would gain a commander of the highest caliber, a tremendous boon for its development. After all, Lu Fei was a troublemaker full of both strengths and flaws, while Luo Xian might not stay in Qingzhou permanently, making him a temporary asset. Luo Xian immediately grasped the implications. Xiao Wengsuan was delivering a gift to Xiao Ming. As a leading advocate for war, Niu Ben couldn't possibly stand idly by if Qingzhou fell. "Understood, Your Highness. I will ensure General Niu is well taken care of," Luo Xian said with a fist and palm salute. Xiao Ming nodded, instructing Luo Xian on when to depart to fetch the general before dismissing him. He appreciated Xiao Wengsuan's gesture, but what he truly desired was absolute dominance over the barbarians with cannons. In the future, Qingzhou would need commanders skilled in leading firearm-equipped troops. Still, recognizing that the transition from cold weapons to firearms would take time, he let the matter rest. No sooner had Luo Xian left than Zhan Xingchang entered. "Your Highness, aside from the King of Yang, who agreed to provide 100,000 shi of grain, the other vassal kings all pleaded poverty, claiming their fiefdoms were too destitute to offer any assistance." As he spoke, Zhan Xingchan flushed with shame. He had been confident initially, but the shamelessness of these vassal kings exceeded his expectations. "Of course they refused," Xiao Ming said. "I merely wanted to gauge their attitudes. Now it's clear they harbor ill intentions. Fine, let them keep their grain. At least I won't owe them favors when the time comes for blades to cross." Putting on a profound front, Xiao Ming inwardly cursed the ancestors of the kings of Zhao and the others 18 generations back. These bastards hadn't given him an ounce of face. Your Highness, are we just going to let this matter go? Zhang Xingchang was unwilling to accept it. Remember, anger without strength is meaningless. Schemes and tricks are nothing but paper tigers in the face of absolute power. Just wait, this prince will make them beg to send us money and provisions. But before that, you should focus your efforts on repairing Kangzhou city's walls. Xiao Ming spoke firmly to Zhang Xingchang. Yes, Your Highness. Zhang Xingchang nodded. These vassal kings were shameless, and there was truly nothing he could do about it. When the topic shifted to repairing the city walls, Xiao Ming said, by the way, come with me to the industrial district. This time, we won't be using the old methods for wall repairs, they're too slow. With that, the two arrived at the industrial district, and Xiao Ming led Zhang Xingchang directly to the cement workshop. Your Highness, what is this powder? Even Zhang Xingchang couldn't freely enter the industrial district, so he naturally had no idea what was inside. This is called cement. Up until now, it's only been used in the construction of the industrial district. Xiao Ming glanced around at the now well-established industrial zone. As the district expanded, the living quarters and workshops had been separated. A canteen had been built in the living area to provide 3 meals a day for the laborers, and the houses there were made of brick and concrete, constructed from cement and blue bricks. The designs for these houses, of course, came from Xiao Ming. Though not as aesthetically pleasing as wooden structures, they were far more durable and sturdy. Each building was long and rectangular, with large communal sleeping quarters housing 50 people per room. Cement. Zhang Xingchang looked at the material between the blue bricks and asked, puzzled, Your Highness, is this the cement you mentioned? He pointed at the substance filling the gaps between the bricks. Xiao Ming had kept cement low-key until now, and most people hadn't paid much attention to its uses. But the time had finally come for cement to shine. Traditional city walls were built by quarrying stone and transporting it back for construction, an extremely inefficient process. Cement, however, was different. Blue or red bricks could be fired on-site using local materials, and only the cement needed to be transported from Qingzhou. Moreover, cement wasn't used in large quantities during construction. A single shipment would likely be enough for Kangzhou's needs. Additionally, masonry was highly flexible and fast. If one layer of bricks wasn't enough, another could be added to increase thickness. Modern masonry techniques were well established, and generally, 10 skilled workers could build a 400 square meter, 3-meter high house in just 3 days. Xiao Ming had already trained a group of experienced masons in the industrial district specifically for the task of repairing Kangzhou's walls. Exactly. As you can see, once cement is applied between 2 bricks and dries, they become extremely sturdy. I'll take you to see how the masons work. Think about how we can modify Kangzhou's walls to better suit cannon fire. For this barbarian invasion, the cannons were already in production, and now it was time to start repairing Kangzhou's walls. During the cannon casting period, Xiao Ming had ordered the cement workshop to increase production, all for this moment handing the cement over to Zhang Xingchang to begin wall repairs. Zhang Xingchang nodded and followed Xiao Ming to a building under construction near the water's edge. It seemed to have just broken ground. This is the textile workshop. Right now, we're building the factory. Once the spinning machines are ready, this place will produce military uniforms and other textiles for the Qingzhou army. Xiao Ming was currently having Chen Qi replicate a multi-spindle spinning machine based on Huang Daopo's design. In the Great Yu Empire, current spinning machines could only produce 1 thread at a time, an extremely inefficient process. This level of productivity was far from meeting demand. But once multi-spindle spinning machines were introduced, the situation would improve drastically. During the Yuan dynasty in his past world, Huang Daopo's spinning machines had dramatically increased cloth production in her hometown, earning the saying, "The cotton cloth of Song Prefecture clothes the world." The spinning machines Xiao Ming had Chen Qi working on were even more advanced than Huang Daopo's. Moreover, they were foot-powered, making them easy to promote among the common people. This would mobilize women across the 6 prefectures to spin thread, boosting Kangzhou's textile industry. When modern Britain rose to power, it was the textile industry that led the way, accumulating vast wealth. Thus, Xiao Ming took this matter very seriously. As they spoke, Zhang Xingchang kept his eyes fixed on the masons building the walls. Watching them quickly raise a thick wall, his expression gradually grew excited. Your Highness, masonry is much faster than quarrying stone for city walls. If I have enough workers, I guarantee I can turn Kangzhou into an impregnable fortress within 5 months. The failed negotiations with the other vassal kings had dealt Zhang Xingchang a heavy blow. Xiao Ming wanted to restore his confidence after all, even he might not have done better. At least Zhang Xingchang had managed to extract something from the king of Yang. In that case, I'll leave this entirely in your hands. But what's your plan? Xiao Ming still wanted to understand Zhang Xingchang's construction strategy. The barbarian invasion was no trivial matter. First, we'll build artillery towers atop the walls. Second, I'll extend the walls outward and construct additional artillery towers and arrow towers on the extensions. This will allow more cannons to fire simultaneously. After a pause, Zhang Xingchang suddenly smirked. And after seeing how cement and blue bricks work today, I've thought of a new idea: building brick pillars in front of the walls. This will slow the barbarians' advance and make it harder for them to set up scaling ladders. Xiao Ming nodded in satisfaction. Zhang Xingchang was a quick learner. These stone pillars would function similarly to cheval de frise, but for people rather than horses. Cannons were most effective at long range. Once enemies reached the base of the walls, their usefulness dropped sharply. At that point, close-range weapons like crossbows would be needed. Zhan Xingchang's suggestion made Xiao Ming consider producing crude hand grenades. The method would involve packing gunpowder into medium-sized clay pots, sealing the openings with wooden plugs, and inserting fuses. Light the fuse and throw like a firecracker, but much more powerful. When the barbarians were forced to cluster together behind the stone pillars, tossing these into their midst would be quite satisfying. With this in mind, Xiao Ming grew even more confident about repelling the barbarian invasion. Once they arrived, these new weapons would send them fleeing in terror. Your Highness, are we just going to let this matter go? Zhan Xingchang was unwilling to accept it. Remember, anger without strength is meaningless. Schemes and tricks are nothing but paper tigers in the face of absolute power. Just wait, this prince will make them beg to send us money and provisions. But before that, you should focus your efforts on repairing Kangzhou City's walls. Xiao Ming spoke firmly to Zhan Xingchang. Yes, Your Highness. Zhan Xingchang nodded. These vassal kings were shameless, and there was truly nothing he could do about it. When the topic shifted to repairing the city walls, Xiao Ming said, by the way, come with me to the industrial district. This time, we won't be using the old methods for wall repairs, they're too slow. With that, the two arrived at the industrial district, and Xiao Ming led Zhan Xingchang directly to the cement workshop. Your Highness, what is this powder? Even Zhan Xingchang couldn't freely enter the industrial district, so he naturally had no idea what was inside. This is called cement. Up until now, it's only been used in the construction of the industrial district. Xiao Ming glanced around at the now well-established industrial zone. As the district expanded, the living quarters and workshops had been separated. A canteen had been built in the living area to provide 3 meals a day for the laborers, and the houses there were made of brick and concrete, constructed from cement and blue bricks. The designs for these houses, of course, came from Xiao Ming. Though not as aesthetically pleasing as wooden structures, they were far more durable and sturdy. Each building was long and rectangular, with large communal sleeping quarters housing 50 people per room. Cement. Zhan Xingchang looked at the material between the blue bricks and asked, puzzled, Your Highness, is this the cement you mentioned? He pointed at the substance filling the gaps between the bricks. Xiao Ming had kept cement low-key until now, and most people hadn't paid much attention to its uses. But the time had finally come for cement to shine. Traditional city walls were built by quarrying stone and transporting it back for construction, an extremely inefficient process. Cement, however, was different. Blue or red bricks could be fired on-site using local materials, and only the cement needed to be transported from Qingzhou. Moreover, cement wasn't used in large quantities during construction. A single shipment would likely be enough for Kangzhou's needs. Additionally, masonry was highly flexible and fast. If one layer of bricks wasn't enough, another could be added to increase thickness. Modern masonry techniques were well established, and generally, 10 skilled workers could build a 400 square meter, 3-meter high house in just 3 days. Xiao Ming had already trained a group of experienced masons in the industrial district specifically for the task of repairing Kangzhou's walls. Exactly. As you can see, once cement is applied between 2 bricks and dries, they become extremely sturdy. I'll take you to see how the masons work. Think about how we can modify Kangzhou's walls to better suit cannon fire. For this barbarian invasion, the cannons were already in production, and now it was time to start repairing Kangzhou's walls. During the cannon casting period, Xiao Ming had ordered the cement workshop to increase production, all for this moment handing the cement over to Zhan Xingchang to begin wall repairs. Zhan Xingchang nodded and followed Xiao Ming to a building under construction near the water's edge. It seemed to have just broken ground. This is the textile workshop. Right now, we're building the factory. Once the spinning machines are ready, this place will produce military uniforms and other textiles for the Qingzhou army. Xiao Ming was currently having Chen Qi replicate a multi-spindle spinning machine based on Huang Daopo's design. In the Great Yu Empire, current spinning machines could only produce 1 thread at a time, an extremely inefficient process. This level of productivity was far from meeting demand. But once multi-spindle spinning machines were introduced, the situation would improve drastically. During the Yuan dynasty in his past world, Huang Daopo's spinning machines had dramatically increased cloth production in her hometown, earning the saying, the cotton cloth of Song Prefecture clothes the world. The spinning machines Xiao Ming had Chen Qi working on were even more advanced than Huang Daopo's. Moreover, they were foot-powered, making them easy to promote among the common people. This would mobilize women across the 6 prefectures to spin thread, boosting Kangzhou's textile industry. When modern Britain rose to power, it was the textile industry that led the way, accumulating vast wealth. Thus, Xiao Ming took this matter very seriously. As they spoke, Zhan Xingchang kept his eyes fixed on the masons building the walls. Watching them quickly raise a thick wall, his expression gradually grew excited. Your Highness, masonry is much faster than quarrying stone for city walls. If I have enough workers, I guarantee I can turn Kangzhou into an impregnable fortress within 5 months. The failed negotiations with the other vassal kings had dealt Zhan Xingchang a heavy blow. Xiao Ming wanted to restore his confidence after all, even he might not have done better. At least Zhan Xingchang had managed to extract something from the King of Yang. In that case, I'll leave this entirely in your hands. But what's your plan? Xiao Ming still wanted to understand Zhan Xingchang's construction strategy. The barbarian invasion was no trivial matter. First, we'll build artillery towers atop the walls. Second, I'll extend the walls outward and construct additional artillery towers and arrow towers on the extensions. This will allow more cannons to fire simultaneously. After a pause, Zhan Xingchang suddenly smirked. And after seeing how cement and blue bricks work today, I've thought of a new idea: building brick pillars in front of the walls. This will slow the barbarians' advance and make it harder for them to set up scaling ladders. Xiao Ming nodded in satisfaction. Zhan Xingchang was a quick learner. These stone pillars would function similarly to cheval de frise, but for people rather than horses. Cannons were most effective at long range. Once enemies reached the base of the walls, their usefulness dropped sharply. At that point, close-range weapons like crossbows would be needed. Zhan Xingchang's suggestion made Xiao Ming consider producing crude hand grenades. The method would involve packing gunpowder into medium-sized clay pots, sealing the openings with wooden plugs, and inserting fuses. Light the fuse and throw like a firecracker, but much more powerful. When the barbarians were forced to cluster together behind the stone pillars, tossing these into their midst would be quite satisfying. With this in mind, Xiao Ming grew even more confident about repelling the barbarian invasion. Once they arrived, these new weapons would send them fleeing in terror. A gentle breeze carried a drizzle, scattering lightly over the road. On the official path to Qingzhou City, merchants and travelers hurried along. Though May was approaching, the lingering chill in the air seemed to thicken with the spring rain. Among the mixed flow of merchants and commoners, a pair of bailiffs with hands resting on their waist knives stood out conspicuously. The pedestrians instinctively kept their distance. Strangely, however, the two bailiffs seemed to treat the prisoner walking ahead of them with unusual respect, nothing like the impatience they typically showed toward other convicts. General Niu, Qingzhou City lies just ahead. Catching sight of the city walls in the distance, one bailiff spoke cautiously. The prisoner wore a gray convict's uniform, his hair streaked with gray and tangled, his long beard dotted with bits of straw. The thick calluses on his hands bore witness to years of hard labor. My thanks to you both. Niu Ben glanced at Qingzhou City. He had thought he would spend the rest of his life toiling in the mines, but half a month ago, Xiao Wingsuan had exiled him here instead. When the news arrived, even the mine overseers' attitudes toward him had shifted. Back in the mines, those overseers had never cared about his past military glories. To them, he was just another laborer doomed to die in servitude. But now, they had suddenly become obsequious, even attentive on the journey. Clearly, they sensed this old general was about to make a comeback. Not at all, not at all. Escorting General Niu to Qingzhou is an honor for us. The bailiff smiled ingratiatingly. In the mines, they had treated Niu Ben harshly. Now that this famously hot-tempered general was returning to power, they were terrified of retaliation. To their surprise, however, Niu Ben had remained calm throughout the journey, treating them with courtesy. It seemed 5 years of hard labor had smoothed the edges of this old warrior. Is that General Niu ahead? A loud call rang out. A young man in plate armor strode toward Niu Ben. Niu Ben's gaze first fell on the youth's armor before rising to his face. And you are? General, I'm Luo Xin. Ever since Xiao Ming had tasked him with arranging Niu Ben's reception, Luo Xin had waited at the city gates daily. 3 days later, he finally spotted the bailiffs escorting Niu Ben. He had met Niu Ben in Chang'an, but 5 years had aged the once vibrant general into a gaunt, weathered figure, hence his initial uncertainty. Luo Xin? Luo Quan's second son. Exactly. 6 years ago, I played at your estate. Luo Xin grinned. Niu Ben reached out and gripped Luo Xion's shoulder. 6 years gone in a blink. You've grown into someone I barely recognize, though I can still see that old rogue Luo Quan in you. Luo Xian chuckled. During their time as generals, Luo Quan and Niu Ben had always stood together. Noticing the rain thickening, Luo Xian said, Uncle Niu, this isn't the place to talk. The Prince of Qi specifically ordered me to bring you to the palace as soon as you arrived. The Prince of Qi? Niu Ben's mood soured. Since Xiao Wingsuan had exiled him to the mines, he had grown disillusioned with the court, with the emperor, with everything. What does a disgraced minister like me have to discuss with a prince? Just take me to my new labor site. Luo Xian was taken aback. Uncle, why say such things? His Majesty sent you to Qingzhou to return you to service to resist the barbarians. During the journey, the bailiffs had shared some Qingzhou gossip, but as lowly functionaries, they knew nothing of court affairs like the impending barbarian invasion. Still, the eunuch who delivered the edict had been unusually deferential to Niu Ben, convincing them the general was being reinstated. Barbarians. Niu Ben's eyes sharpened. Luo Xian hesitated, glancing at the bailiffs. You two, go claim your reward at the Qingzhou magistrate's office, then return on your own. Yes, sir. The bailiffs brightened and hurried into the city. Only then did Luo Xian explain, Uncle, His Majesty exiled you to Kangzhou for hard labor, but secretly, through Consort Zhen, he ordered the Prince of Qi to reinstate you. The barbarians will invade soon, and Kangzhou is in peril. Do you truly wish to watch the city you once bled to defend fall again? Is this true? Niu Ben seemed to awaken like a slumbering lion. Your Majesty, after 6 years, have you finally understood? Equally stirred, Luo Xian said, His Majesty tacitly approved my coming to Qingzhou, but the situation is too complex now. Come meet the prince, he'll explain everything. Niu Ben's disillusionment with Xiao Wingsuan stemmed from repeated concessions to the barbarians. Years ago, stationed at Kangzhou, he had been forced to watch helplessly as the Prince of Kang's lands were ravaged, forbidden to deploy a single soldier. That memory had haunted him ever since. Now, at last, Xiao Ming had come to his senses. Very well. Let's go at once. At the Qi residence, they learned Xiao Ming had left for the armaments department early that morning and hadn't yet returned. They settled in to wait. Curious, Niu Ben asked, why would the prince visit the armaments department? In his experience, princes never set foot in such lowly places. Luo Xian smiled. That's precisely what makes the Prince of Qi different. If I told you one thing, uncle, you'd be even more shocked. What? In just a few months, the Prince of Qi has executed or exiled most of King Hu's noble clans. The survivors have fled to the mountains as bandits. Strange, no. Truly, I recall the Wang, Sun, Qin, and Wei families once dominated Qingzhou. Now the Wang and Sun clans are extinct, their properties confiscated. The Qin and Wei families voluntarily disbanded their private armies and live purely as merchants. Niu Ben nodded slowly. This Xiao Ming was the most wayward of all the princes in Chang'an. Who'd have thought he'd grow so bold? Luo Xian's initial impression of Xiao Ming had also been colored by his Chang'an reputation. But the longer he stayed in Qingzhou, the more he sensed something extraordinary about the man. The city's thriving atmosphere alone proved Xiao Ming's popularity. It was this, more than any poem, that had gradually softened Luo Xian's prejudice. As they spoke, a hearty laugh approached. Xiao Ming, astride a fine horse and surrounded by guards, arrived at the palace. Tian, if you are reading this novel on a website other than Gravity Tales, please read this novel there to help boost the novel's views and also as a way to support the translator. In addition to reading on Gravity Tales, you can also support me by subscribing at /CailardHair. Currently, the translated chapters are already 140 chapters ahead. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1, Your Highness. As Xiao Ming approached, Luo Xian saluted with clasped fists. Dismounting, Xiao Ming motioned for Luo Xian to stand at ease while studying the elderly man beside him. If I'm not mistaken, this must be General Niu Ben. Niu Ben sized up the Prince of Qi, noting traces of Xiao Wingsuan in his features. Bowing, he said, this disgraced official, Niu Ben, pays his respects to Your Highness. General Niu, there's no need for such formality. This prince cannot accept such solemnity from a veteran like yourself. Xiao Ming smiled. General, let us continue our discussion inside the palace. The three entered the residence, where Xiao Ming had Lu Luo prepare tea. In the main hall, Xiao Ming invited Luo Xian and Niu Ben to sit before bowing deeply to the latter. General, you've suffered greatly. My father has long regretted failing to repel the barbarians at Shanhai Pass and asked me to convey his apologies. The years had tempered Niu Ben's once unyielding pride. Rising, he said, how could this disgraced official dare accept Your Highness's vow? That His Majesty still remembers an old relic like me is already more than I deserve. You humble yourself too much, General. Xiao Ming's smile widened. Your military exploits are legendary, and this prince holds you in the highest esteem. I hope you can assist me in thwarting the barbarian invasion. Niu Ben frowned. At the city gates, Luo Xian seemed hesitant to speak. Now you mention this matter again, what exactly has happened? Exchanging a glance with Luo Xian, Xiao Ming recounted the court debate. Those traitorous, nation-wrecking scoundrels? Had I been there, I'd have skinned them alive. Though 5 years of hardship had mellowed Niu Ben, the news still ignited his fury. General, calm yourself. What's done is done. We can only do our best and leave the rest to fate. Zhan Xingchang had already departed for Kangzhou to repair its walls, taking nearly all of King Hu's cement production with him. Xiao Ming could only hope he would transform the city into an impregnable fortress. Ah, poor His Majesty finally resolved to teach those barbarians a lesson, only to be betrayed by his own subjects. Those villains deserve death. Niu Ben spat. After a pause, he added, but if we can repel this invasion, the barbarians will learn to fear the great Yu Empire again. No more tributes or marriage alliances. Precisely. That's why I hope for your assistance, General. Xiao Ming seized the opportunity. Niu Ben nodded solemnly. Though a convicted criminal, if Your Highness will have me, I'll brave fire and flood without hesitation. Xiao Ming felt a weight lift from his shoulders. He had feared Niu Ben might resent Xiao Wingsuan's harsh punishment, but the general seemed far less volatile than rumored. With this, he had truly gained a commander of the highest caliber. Xiao Ming's ambitions extended far beyond defending Kangzhou, a task well within Lu Fei's capabilities. The vast lands beyond the city had once belonged to the great Yu Empire. If reclaimed, they could expand his fiefdom significantly. Most crucially, recapturing Shanhai Pass would permanently bar the barbarians from threatening the heartland. General, General. As the three sipped tea and discussed the barbarians, Lu Fei's voice suddenly rang out. The man himself burst in moments later, eyes alight at the sight of Niu Ben. General, is it really you? Niu Ben looked equally surprised. Lu Fei. Yes, General. It's me. Lu Fei was practically vibrating with excitement. Xiao Ming and Luo Xian exchanged puzzled glances. General, you know Lu Fei? Lu Fei explained, when the general was stationed at Kangzhou, I served as his personal guard. After he returned to Chang'an, us local soldiers stayed behind. Ancient history. But seeing you like this clearly, His Highness trusts you deeply. Good, good. I knew I hadn't misjudged you. Niu Ben nodded approvingly. I've never forgotten your teachings, General, Lu Fei said fervently. Xiao Ming's gaze swept over the three men. Previously, King's Hu's forces had only Lu Fei. Then Luo Xian arrived, and the two clashed incessantly. Now with Niu Ben here, a man who clearly commanded their respect, the discord should cease. Moreover, Niu Ben was renowned for his strict discipline. With him overseeing training, Xiao Ming could finally stop worrying about infighting undermining the army's readiness. As a former Grand General who had effortlessly commanded 100,000 troops, Niu Ben's expertise in military administration far surpassed Lu Fei's haphazard efforts. Frustrated by Lu Fei's inability to establish proper systems, even basic budgeting, Xiao Ming had been forced to reclaim control of military funds, entrusting them to Peng Yukan instead. But with Niu Ben's arrival, these structural issues would be resolved. Separating military and civil administration would prevent overlap and clarify chains of command. Modern history had taught Xiao Ming the dangers of blending military and political power. An army's sole purpose was obedience; it could not be allowed independent thought. Regardless of who commanded, the troops' loyalty must belong solely to him. This was why he had established political officers in the army to represent his authority and control its ideology, ensuring stability. Thus, whether Lu Fei, Luo Xian, or Niu Ben led, they could only act on his orders. Should he ever need to replace them, the transition would be seamless, with no risk of mutiny. Only such an army met his standards. This system also eliminated concerns about Niu Ben, Lu Fei, or Luo Xian gaining undue influence. The military was his alone, the generals merely directed its operations. Once Lu Fei had calmed somewhat, Xiao Ming said, "General, since Lu Fei once served under you, it seems you're the only one who can manage this troublemaker. In that case, the position of Qingzhou Army Commander naturally falls to you." Beyond his title as feudal lord, Xiao Ming held the rank of Grand Commander of the 6 prefectures, controlling all regional forces. Even Lu Fei needed his seal to mobilize troops. In the Great Yu Empire, the commander role was a military post subordinate only to the Grand Commander. And currently, the Qingzhou army was the strongest among the 6 prefectures. After all, with limited resources, Xiao Ming could only focus on building one elite force. Your Highness, this, Niu Ben hesitated, unsure of what to say. Xiao Ming chuckled, "Well, right now the only position I can offer the old general is the role of commander. After all, the title of Grand Commander already belongs to me. Your Highness, I dare not accept so casually," Niu Ben said respectfully. "I'm a man who carries the stain of punishment. If I suddenly take on the role of commander in the army, I fear the other officers might not accept it." Indeed, Lu Fei had earned great merit in battle, yet he remained only a captain. Luo Xian was in the same position. That was why Niu Ben hesitated. After all, he'd been absent from Great Yu for 5 years. Most soldiers wouldn't even recognize him. "No need to worry, General," Xiao Ming said. "If I placed you under Lu Fei or Luo Xian, they'd feel more uncomfortable than anyone." Hearing this, both Lu Fei and Luo Xian laughed aloud. Lu Fei added, "That's right. We would be honored if the general became our commander. With you leading us, we'll beat the barbarians into the ground." Luo Xian chimed in, "No need for modesty, General. The commander's position has been vacant this whole time. It seems His Highness left it open just for you." Xiao Ming gave an awkward smile. Truthfully, the position had been kept empty on purpose to keep Lu Fei motivated and obedient. But now that Niu Ben had arrived, Xiao Ming no longer feared discipline problems. Niu Ben was well known for his impartiality. He didn't care if a soldier was from a noble family or not. If someone broke military law, they would be punished. And Lu Fei clearly respected Niu Ben. Under his command, Lu Fei would likely behave himself, saving Xiao Ming a lot of headaches. "If that's the case, I shall accept," Niu Ben said after a moment's pause. With this, Niu Ben officially became the commander of King's Hu's forces. Emperor Xiao Wengsuan had sent him here precisely with that in mind, indirectly instructing him to remain in Qingzhou. After all, the emperor had once sworn in court never to appoint Niu Ben again. Bringing him back to the capital would be an embarrassment. So sending Niu Ben to Qingzhou as a form of hard labor was the perfect cover. How Xiao Ming chose to use him was technically not the emperor's concern. And if the court ministers ever brought it up, the emperor could just play dumb. Considering all of that, Xiao Ming had no hesitation giving Niu Ben the position of commander. From now on, this old general would be his man. Although he'd been granted a title, Niu Ben still seemed troubled. "Worried about your family?" Xiao Ming asked with a knowing smile. "You knew?" Niu Ben was surprised. His entire family was still in Chang'an, and after years of exile, he had no idea how they were doing. Now that he was rising again in Qingzhou, he wanted to bring them here. He couldn't leave them behind to suffer. As a feudal prince, Xiao Ming had to think about these things. He'd been studying all sorts of knowledge from the technology crystal, and he understood that the best way to win someone's loyalty was to anticipate their needs. "Of course," Xiao Ming said. "That's human nature. Don't worry, I've already sent people to Chang'an to bring your family to Qingzhou. And I've also prepared a residence for you in Qingzhou City." Niu Ben was deeply moved. "Thank you, Your Highness. I swear I will repay your kindness, even if it costs me my life." "No need for that," Xiao Ming smiled. "Just keep these two in line," he said, glancing at Lu Fei and Luo Xian. Both men turned pale. "Your Highness? I didn't do anything wrong. You can't punish me like this," Lu Fei cried. "Yes, it was just a friendly duel between comrades," Luo Xian added quickly. Xiao Ming didn't reply, just smiled knowingly. Niu Ben quickly understood what Xiao Ming meant. Lu Fei, Luo Xin, you know how I run my troops. When His Highness wasn't involved in military matters, maybe you could get away with things. But under me, that won't work. Lu Fei, the troublemaker, immediately grinned sheepishly and said, General, we wouldn't dare. Luo Xin was less amused. At first, he'd been happy to see Niu Ben arrive, but now that he realized he'd be under Niu Ben's strict command, he felt a chill run down his spine. So much for easy days ahead. Xiao Ming, however, was pleased. He needed someone who could take full control of the military, since he had far too many responsibilities. A strong commander was essential. Now that the matter of the army was settled, Xiao Ming felt at ease. He smiled and said, It's getting late. I've had the kitchen prepare a meal. Let's have lunch here. Lu Fei and Luo Xin were thrilled. Everyone in Qingzhou knew that Prince Qi's residence had the best food anywhere. Niu Ben, tired from his journey, was also a bit hungry. Seeing the joy on the others' faces, he became curious and nodded in agreement. Xiao Ming summoned Ziwan to prepare the food and asked Luluo to bring wine. In Great Yu, it was custom for royalty and officials to eat at separate tables, but the dishes served to each person were identical in portion and presentation. Now that Xiao Ming was financially stable, his residence had been fully organized by Ziwan. The staff had grown to over 100, with more than 10 new handmaidens. The kitchen was now comparable to those of other royal palaces. Recently, Ziwan had even suggested hiring dancers and musicians, saying it was embarrassing for a prince's estate to have no entertainers. With a pure heart, or so he claimed, Xiao Ming hadn't objected. After all, ancient life lacked entertainment and a little dance in the evening could be nice. Ziwan and Luluo had been trained in the palace. They were skilled in music and dance, and could even choreograph routines. The thought of it tempted him. Well, I'm still a man, he thought. A little beauty and rhythm could certainly brighten up a day at work. Still, he had standards. He wouldn't let his estate become a chaotic mess like the great clans of the capital. He also had another motive. The common folk needed entertainment too. He understood that idleness leads to trouble. Give people something to enjoy, and they'd stay out of mischief. His technology crystal didn't just contain science, it included art, music, and literature. He believed that art was a way to enlighten the people. He wanted to create a different atmosphere in Qingzhou, something like a renaissance. And such a movement needed a birthplace. Naturally, it had to start with his own residence. Of course, he couldn't deny it. Beyond the noble ideals, he just wanted to see Ziwan and Luluo dance. As he was lost in thought, the banquet was already set. Lu Fei lifted a jar of drunken Qingzhou wine and poured generously for Niu Ben. General, you have to try this white wine from Qingzhou. Just 3 cups and you'll be on the floor. 3 bowls and I'll be under the table. Niu Ben glanced sideways at Lu Fei, thinking to himself that this kid had witnessed his drinking capacity back in the day. How could he spout such nonsense now? Lu Fei, oblivious to Niu Ben's expression, said, General, I'm not exaggerating. Try it if you don't believe me. As the clear liquor filled the bowl, Niu Ben immediately sensed something different. A strong aroma rushed straight to his nose. Having sampled fine wines across the Great Yu Empire, he now felt he was truly seeing something new. The secret recipe for this wine comes from His Highness, Luo Xin chimed in. Having tasted drunken Qingzhou himself, he could no longer stomach any other liquor. But drunken Qingzhou wasn't cheap, and Luo Quan was notoriously stingy, preferring to mooch drinks at others' homes rather than spend his own silver. This was precisely why Luo Xin often visited Xiao Ming, mostly to freeload food and drinks. Niu Ben gave Xiao Ming another look. This Prince of Qi was becoming more and more intriguing. After 5 years in the mines, all he had hoped for was to serve a wise ruler. Even so, 3 bowls to knock me out? You underestimate this old man, Niu Ben said, licking his lips. 5 years without a drop had left him parched. He downed 1 bowl in a single gulp, then poured himself 2 more before anyone could stop him. Ha ha ha, excellent wine. Niu Ben roared with laughter. The liquor had a real kick. Lu Fei, what do you say? 3 bowls are nothing to me. Lu Fei smiled awkwardly, thinking to himself that the real test would come when the alcohol hit. Xiao Ming shook his head helplessly. Every military man loved his drink. This banquet was meant to foster camaraderie among his officers, making it easier to manage the army. But getting Niu Ben drunk was also part of his plan. As the saying goes, in wine lies truth. A man's drinking habits often revealed his character. This was a chance to gauge Niu Ben's true nature. Despite the general's sterling reputation, Xiao Ming knew little of his actual temperament. Now was the perfect opportunity to find out. General, your capacity is impressive. Lu Fei, pour him another round. Let the general drink his fill today, Xiao Ming said. Luo Xin kept his head down, focused on the food. When he first arrived in Qingzhou, Lu Fei had gotten him drunk too, leading to a stream of drunken ramblings witnessed by Xiao Ming. Niu Ben, like a thirsty man finding water, downed 3 more bowls. Soon, the alcohol took effect, leaving him swaying unsteadily. Seizing the moment, Xiao Ming asked, General, coming to Qingzhou must have been a great hardship for you. Rubbing his bleary eyes, Niu Ben felt his head grow heavy, but his inhibitions vanished like a breached dam. All his pent-up frustrations demanded release. Slurring slightly, he said, Why, Your Highness, this old official doesn't mind Qingzhou. But those 5 years in the mines? That was hardship? All my loyalty, all my service for the glory of the Great Yu Empire? And what did my earnest counsel earn me? 5 years of hard labor? I. His voice cracked, and suddenly, he burst into loud, heart-wrenching sobs. Lu Fei and Luo Xin exchanged moved glances. With corrupt officials dominating the court, loyal men like them had long suffered similar frustrations. Niu Ben's words struck a deep chord. From this outburst, Xiao Ming sensed Niu Ben's resentment towards Xiao Wengsuan and the imperial court. General, you've endured much, Xiao Ming said solemnly. In Qingzhou, this prince will ensure your talents are never again overlooked. Drunker now, Niu Ben declared thickly, if a lord treats me as a man of worth, I shall repay him as such. If he treats me as a stranger, so shall I repay him. If he treats me as dirt, I shall repay him as an enemy. Today, your highness treats me as a man of worth, I shall repay you as one. Well said. The general speaks true. Xiao Ming raised his cup and drained it. This was the kind of commander he needed. The moment the words left his mouth, Niu Ben slumped onto the table, dead drunk. Lu Fei and Luo Xin exchanged wry smiles. The feast was over. They helped Niu Ben up and escorted him back to the Qingzhou barracks. Watching them leave, Xiao Ming reflected on Niu Ben's words. People often spoke of returning good for evil, forgetting Confucius' actual teaching, repay injustice with justice, and kindness with kindness. This misinterpretation had poisoned generations, leading the Great Yu Empire to initially seek civilizing the barbarians through moral example, failing to grasp that those not of our kind will never share our hearts. The only language barbarians understood was force, not virtue. As the trio departed, Ziwan entered and said, Your Highness, word from the machinery department, the iron molds are ready. Would you like to inspect them? Really? Xiao Ming's face lit up. That morning, he had been overseeing this very project when Niu Ben's arrival forced him to return. At the time, Chen Qi and the artisans were casting the molds. Ordering his horse prepared, Xiao Ming rode to the machinery department. There, Chen Qi and a team of craftsmen were assembling the iron molds. Your Highness, we can begin casting the cannons now, Chen Qi said excitedly when Xiao Ming arrived. After a month's effort, they had finally produced qualified molds. With this experience, creating the next set would be far easier. Let me see, Xiao Ming said eagerly. Since arriving in Qingzhou, economic development had been his top priority, not because he neglected the military, but because he understood that without funds, supplies, and popular support, raising an army was impossible. Without a foundation in steel production and trained artisans, manufacturing cannons would remain a fantasy. His heavy investments, even his extortion of skilled craftsmen, had all been for this day the ability to produce these game-changing weapons. Xiao Ming's excitement spread to Chen Qi and the artisans. Their month of tireless work had not been in vain. The clay molds had been broken away, revealing the black iron molds beneath. Like their clay counterparts, these were divided into 7 segments. Once assembled, they would be ready for cannon production. Strangely, the molds themselves weighed more than the eventual cannons. After all, they had to withstand repeated use. We'll cast the first cannon tomorrow, Xiao Ming declared, gazing at the molds. Time was running short. Completing the molds was just the beginning. The artisan's skill would now face its true test. Chen Qi smiled. Your Highness, perhaps you could review the key points of cannon casting with us? We hope to succeed on the first attempt. No rushing this. Steady and sure, Xiao Ming said with a grin. He then gathered the department's craftsmen, reiterating the cannon production process and critical details. Under the influence of the knowledge crystal, vivid images of the process seemed to materialize in their minds, cementing each step in memory. TN, if you are reading this novel on a website other than Gravity Tales, please read this novel there to help boost the novel's views and also as a way to support the translator. In addition to reading on Gravity Tales, you can also support me by subscribing at /CailardHair. Currently, the translated chapters are already 147 chapters ahead. After several days of gloomy rain, the skies suddenly cleared. The heavens stretched high and blue like sapphire, dotted with soft white clouds drifting gently. The beauty of it all felt like a cleansing of the soul. Yesterday, after his hands-on demonstration at the machinery department, the workshop was finally ready to begin producing cannons in earnest. But with the barbarian invasion looming ever closer, time was running out. That morning, Li San and Wang Xian arrived at Prince Qi's residence together, bringing back the intelligence they had gathered on the grasslands. Your Highness, we received word that the barbarians and the Ottoman Empire appear to have reached some sort of truce, Li San reported. 3 months ago, the barbarians returned to Chengdu with the slaves and craftsmen they had captured from the Ottomans. So the Western campaign is over? Xiao Ming asked. It appears so, Wang Xian said grimly. For Xiao Ming, this was terrible news. After unifying the steppe tribes, the barbarians had become the most powerful empire in the north. With Great Yu growing weaker and focused on defense, the barbarians had no threat behind them and turned westward. After crushing several small kingdoms in the west, they clashed with the powerful Ottoman Empire. After 3 long years of war, both sides realized the other was too massive to defeat and finally withdrew. That meant one thing, the barbarians would now turn back east, and the full pressure would land on Great Yu. Xiao Ming remembered how, in real-world history, the Mongol Empire had also stopped their western conquests before turning south to easily destroy the southern Song. Any other bad news? Xiao Ming asked with a bitter smile. What do we know about their population, army, or weapons? Wang Xian answered, there is one more thing. During their western campaign, the barbarians acquired a powerful siege weapon from the Ottomans. It's called the Huai giant cannon. According to reports, it can hurl a 300-pound stone over 500 meters. Huai cannon? Xiao Ming asked. You're sure it throws stones? Yes. Merchants on the grasslands described it as a massive trebuchet, not a true cannon, Wang Xian confirmed. Xiao Ming let out a small sigh of relief. As long as the barbarians hadn't acquired gunpowder-based artillery, it was still manageable. But even without cannons, if their siege weapons could really launch 300-pound stones, Kangzhou City could be in serious danger. He remembered that in actual Mongol history, similar stone-throwing machines had been used and they had come from the western regions. Li San added, if they bring these to attack Kangzhou City, I'm afraid our walls won't hold. Still, Xiao Ming considered this a lesser threat. The range of these 500-meter stone throwers was much shorter than real cannons, and his own cannons could destroy them before they got into position. As long as he maintained artillery superiority, there was no need to panic. That's manageable. Any other intelligence? He asked. Li San replied quickly, we can't determine the exact population of the barbarians, but it's estimated they have at least 2 million households. That many? Xiao Ming was stunned. Some of them have settled in the Qinbei mountain region and started farming. Their population has grown, said Li San. Now Xiao Ming truly understood the scale of the threat. These barbarians were no longer purely nomadic, they had become a semi-pastoral, semi-agricultural society. That made them even more dangerous to Great Yu, because it meant their logistics and supply lines were now stable, enabling long-term military expansion. And Wang Xian's next comment made things worse. That's just their civilian population, he said. The ratio of regular soldiers to slave soldiers is now 1 to 5. Merchants say that before each campaign, the barbarians send waves of slave troops ahead. Once the enemy is exhausted from fighting them, the real barbarian cavalry charges in to finish the job. Li San added, recently, we found out that barbarian riders have been capturing civilians north of Kangzhou City. These were all once citizens of Great Yu. It looks like they're preparing to use the same tactics against us as they used against the Western kingdoms. Then he clenched his fists and said, Your Highness, what should we do if the barbarians push our own people to the front lines as human shields? The barbarians are shameless and inhumane. Wang Xian growled. Such tactics weren't new. History was filled with examples of invaders using civilians or collaborators to soften targets. The Manchus and Mongols had been especially notorious for this. That's how small populations had conquered massive kingdoms. And now the barbarians outnumbered Great Yu 10 to 1. What will we do? Xiao Ming said coldly. If Kangzhou falls, then I'll be the next Prince Kong. Li San and Wang Xian exchanged glances. They understood the weight behind those words. The two continued reporting on the barbarians' military structure. Their soldiers used composite bows made from animal sinew, giving them long range. Their cavalry was trained in feigned retreat tactics, where they would turn and shoot while riding away. That very strategy had defeated many Western forces. But the army of Great Yu was well aware of this and would never take the risk of chasing the barbarians onto open grassland. Doing so was a death sentence. Aside from their 180-meter effective bow range, the most dangerous thing about the barbarian army was their discipline, even more so than their weapons. A fearless, well-organized army was the real nightmare. Xiao Ming could already picture it, barbarian soldiers climbing over mountains of their own dead under cannon fire. Li San concluded, also, merchants say that the barbarian army has been training constantly, and they've grown extremely suspicious of all Great Yu travelers. Several merchants were even captured. Xiao Ming nodded. The barbarians' recent actions were clearly signs of an upcoming invasion. He said, keep a close eye on everything they do, especially troop movements. Report to me immediately with any updates. Li San and Wang Xian nodded and left. Xiao Ming stood up and headed straight for the machinery department. Thankfully, he had ordered full-scale cannon production. Without that, he wouldn't be able to counter even a single Huai stone thrower with its 300-pound payload. Such force hitting the walls would be nearly as destructive as a cannon blast. His current artillery only fired solid cannonballs. He still lacked the technology and capability to produce explosive shells. As these grim thoughts clouded his mind, he quickened his pace, a deep sense of danger weighing heavily on his shoulders. Unlike the usual quiet, the atmosphere around the machinery department in Qingzhou City had grown tense in recent days. Residents noticed a sharp increase in guards. The number of soldiers had multiplied, and each one wore full silver armor, exuding an air of cold authority. Anyone who even slightly approached the machinery department was immediately driven away. Every person entering the department had to show a special pass and undergo inspection. Someone once tried to sneak in without a pass and was severely beaten and thrown into jail on the spot. All these strange changes made people wonder, what on earth is going on inside the machinery department? Only Xiao Ming knew the full truth. That morning, he arrived at the gates of the department, handed his horse to the guard, and entered at just the right moment. Inside, Chen Qi and his craftsmen were preparing to pour molten iron into a cannon mold. While Qingzhou could now produce high-quality steel, not all steel was suitable for casting cannons. In fact, even in modern times, until Krupp cannon steel was developed, cannon casting was limited to 3 main materials: copper, bronze, and iron. Copper was the most straightforward but also the most expensive. Given the limited mining output in Great Yu, using copper for cannons was like making golden toilets. Bronze was an alloy that required several metals, including tin and lead, both of which were scarce in Qingzhou. That left only cast iron as a viable option. Though cast iron had its drawbacks, it was the main material for cannon production from the 15th to 18th centuries due to one key factor: cost efficiency. And in any age, cost mattered. Your Highness, we're almost ready to pour, Chen Qi said. The cannon mold was set up right next to the blast furnace. Once the furnace's gate was opened, the glowing molten iron would flow into the mold. But first, many careful preparations were needed. Casting cannons was delicate work. One mistake could ruin the entire mold and cause delays. Under Xiao Ming's supervision, the craftsmen began painting the inside of the mold with a special mixture of finely ground rice husks and clean sand. These materials had been processed with extreme care, crushed and sifted over 30 times to ensure uniform texture. This coating prevented uneven pitting and made sure the cannon wouldn't fuse with the mold. Without it, both mold and cannon could be ruined. Next came a second layer, this time using powdered coal dust. The purpose? Carburization. Everyone knew that the higher the carbon content in iron, the harder it became. When molten iron came into contact with the coal-coated surface, the cannon's exterior would absorb carbon and harden, making it less likely to explode during use. Both layers had to be applied evenly and meticulously. Once finished, Xiao Ming inspected everything. Any flawed sections were reworked before the mold was clamped shut with iron hoops. Meanwhile, other craftsmen began heating the mold. This would prevent the outer iron from cooling too quickly when it came into contact with the mold, which would affect carburization. After that, they inserted the ceramic core, which Chen Qi had specially made under Xiao Ming's instructions. Usually, cannon molds used a clay core, but Xiao Ming, applying knowledge from the technology crystal, knew that a ceramic core allowed for better internal cooling. This would strengthen the cannon's inner walls, a technique known as tight water cooling. Begin, Xiao Ming ordered once everything was ready. Chen Qi, clearly emotional after a month of hard work, nodded. He felt like an expectant father about to witness a birth. With trembling lips, Chen Qi shouted, "Pour the iron." A craftsman opened the furnace gate, and molten iron, glowing red, poured out of the chute with a roar. Even 5 meters away, Xiao Ming could feel the scorching heat on his face. Those standing clothes were drenched in sweat, but every pair of eyes was filled with anticipation. Chen Qi had promised, if the casting succeeded, each worker would receive 100 taels of silver. For ordinary craftsmen, that was a huge reward and an incredible motivation. The glowing iron slowly flowed into the mold. As it reached the top, a craftsman lightly tapped the mold with a hammer to help the metal settle evenly. Once the molten iron reached the rim, the cooling team began pouring well water into the ceramic core. At the same time, a length of dried pig intestine was inserted into the core. The water inside the core had to be constantly replaced until the interior fully cooled. Since Xiao Ming couldn't get rubber tubes in this era, he used dried pig intestines as a substitute. In fact, even in modern times, sausage casings still used pig intestines. Their flexibility made them a decent alternative to rubber hoses. Above, craftsmen busily replaced the cooling water again and again. After some time, once the metal had cooled and solidified, Xiao Ming gave the command to remove the mold. The cannon's surface was still glowing red, with many sharp burrs visible. Craftsmen immediately got to work smoothing and polishing the surface to make the cannon barrel even. When all this was done, Xiao Ming finally let out a deep breath of relief. Now, they just had to wait for the cannon to cool completely. Chen Qi asked, "Your Highness, is this cannon really as powerful as you say? When can we test it? I want to see how it compares to Great Yu's standard fire lances." "There's no need to test it to know it's like night and day," Xiao Ming said confidently. The so-called fire lances of Great Yu were poorly made. While they resembled cannons in shape, they were nowhere near the real thing. In fact, the trebuchet the barbarians stole from the West might even be more effective than Great Yu's fire lances.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.